has like this base level of raw intelligence, but then is completely adapted to being in the woods, knows how to hide, knows how to disguise itself. The threat markers or the threatening gestures that they make are 100% in line with what you just described earlier about like literally shaking trees to where the roots of the trees are shaking. So it's got to be, there's got to be some kind of truth to what you're saying, and then when you add the historical evidence in there, it's got to be leaning towards the truth. How do you think a person, let's just walk through a scenario, a person, and you may not have the answer to this, Richard, and it's fine. We're just trying to get some, a person who has this type of activity on their property, because I have a lot of them. How do you think they should deal with something like that? You got a farm or a ranch, and you're seeing something that looks human, but it's massive, muscular, fast, and in some cases aggressive. How do you think a person should deal with that?
Well, you have to remember it's not Homo sapien. It's not modern man. It's the genus Homo, but it's something else. Now, these things seem to have survived by avoiding conflict with modern man. They've become nocturnal in a lot of places, and they live in out-of-the-way places, and have avoided being killed or captured by being cryptic, by keeping out of the way. So they might look aggressive, they might behave in an aggressive way, like hurling rocks and shaking trees, but gorillas, for example, despite their fantastic strength, are not aggressive animals unless sorely pressed, unlike chimpanzees, which are much more aggressive. My advice would be, if you're frightened, don't get too close. Try leaving out food, try leaving out fruit, meat, other things, and try to get it on camera. Put up camera traps that disguise them. Put camera traps inside hollow tree stumps. Disguise camera traps with logs or rocks. Make them look like something that's part of the natural environment. And try habituation through leaving food in the same place. Because the main concern in the life of any wild creature is finding food. So if it's finding food in a regular place, it's going to come back. So keep baiting it out and try and get preferably moving film.
And then from the perspective of habituating them, like there's been people who I've talked to who have done that, and then the minute they stopped putting the food out there, they ran into huge problems. I mean, epically huge problems with these creatures. That's always been my concern when people ask me about, hey, should I put food out for them? I'm like, hey, these guys clearly know how to hunt on their own. Unless you're looking to investigate and capture evidence of one, it's probably not a good idea. Your thought process is you're speaking from purely from a perspective of trying to capture evidence, or are you just saying because it builds a relationship with them? Elaborate on that a little bit more.
I'm talking from the perspective of a scientist. I'm talking about trying to capture evidence.
Okay, gotcha.
If you're frightened of them and you don't want them there, then don't leave food out and make a noise. They don't like noise. Shine bright lights, make loud noises. Get them away.
I got you. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to clarify that because I didn't want anybody to misinterpret what you were saying. That's perfect. So when we start talking about the Yeti, the wild man, what you're saying is that these are definitely some early pre-form of humans, or not exact humans, but some pre-evolutionary form of human. And so when people use, go ahead.
Well, there's more than one type around the world. That's obvious. There's more than one type. Even with the Yeti, there are 3 different types. There's a very big type that's similar to the Sasquatch and the Chinese Yeren. It's called the Duste. And then there is a more man-sized one called the Mete, and then there's a smaller one called the Temla. So they're 3 different things. Then the Almasti is different to them, and then the Sumatran orang pendek is different to them. And then down in Australia, you've got the Yowie, which may have more in common with the Almasti than it does with the Yeti. So, there's more than one kind.
Absolutely, and the point I agree with you. The point I was trying to make was that It makes absolute perfect sense that there's more than one kind, but then they all have these similarities, which explains across the board why I can talk to a person in Australia and a person in Northern California, and it describes something that's similar, but there's these slight differences in height and weight and behavioral patterns, and that's the point I was. That was the point I was making. All right, so let's
The
talk about. Go ahead.
Also, I was going to say the big ones tend to live in the cooler climates, like the big yeti. The larger type of yeti tends to live in the higher mountain ranges. They don't live in the snow. That's another fallacy about the yeti. They don't live in the snow. They live in the higher forested areas, and the smaller types, like the very small ones, seem to live in the rainforest areas, the same as the orangutan does.
And I think a part of what's going on with this is Hollywood's interpretation and what they put out. That nowadays the term misinformation is such a woke type term. I hate to use it, but it literally is Hollywood misinformation. Because when I think of Yeti, the first thing that pops up in my mind is a white creature that's huge and hairy, that's in a snowy climate, and that's based on the movie that I've seen, right? And I'm pretty
Mm.
sure that happens to everybody, and that's why we want to have these kind of conversations, because it's important what you call a thing, what you name a thing, and the location of it. And as we start to identify these creatures for what they are based on geographical locations, now we can really break down encounters, or I can break down encounters. Again, like I said, this is educational for me, therefore it's educational for my audience. So it's very important that we actually get down to the truth of what's what, where it's located. So you're hitting the nail right on the head, Richard, and you're doing exactly what I was trying to accomplish.
Well, because the snow line, there's nothing for it to eat. It's got to live in the forest because that's where the food is. And the fur is dark. It's dark brown, reddish brown, or black. The idea of a white yeti comes from a mistranslation of the Sino-Tibetan name Mitokangme, which means abominable man of the rocks, and it was mistranslated in a early account as abominable man of the snows. So we get this false notion of a creature living in the snow with white fur, but it's not. It's not that at all.
I got you. I got you. And I appreciate you explaining that. Let's spin off into what people are calling the dogman or upright walking canines. So I've talked to a bunch of witnesses, and there's the most aggressive form of this is what they describe, what anyone would describe as like any one of those names, a yeti, a wild man, a Yahweh, but it has a snout. It's the exact same description, like the same humanoid body shape, manly body shape with knees and not hocks like dog legs, but it has a gigantic, huge snout. Have you seen anything in your research and studies on a type of for the overarching term that I'm going to use, Bigfoot or Sasquatch, with every other classification falling under that, just for terminology? Have you seen anything in your studies and your research of a Bigfoot or Sasquatch that includes every other name that we're saying? Because I'm chunking it down to make it easy, with a snout that is verifiable, or anything in your studies about it?
No, never. And I've never spoken to a witness that has described anything like that. I've never
Okay.
spoken to a dogman witness. I've never personally met anybody that's seen one. Um, some people equate them with werewolves from medieval legend, but if you actually look at the legend of werewolves, they're totally different. A werewolf in medieval Europe was a person that transformed entirely into a wolf that was indistinguishable from any other wolf except for perhaps by weird behaviour. And it could be the result of a spell in legend, or a curse, or a deal with a sorcerer or with the devil that gave them a wolfskin belt or coat that transformed them entirely into a wolf. The original werewolf legends may have started with rabies, when rabid wolves, which are, wolves don't usually attack human beings, they usually stay away from them, but a rabid wolf will. And if you can imagine, back in medieval times, when they didn't know about diseases like we do now, that a rabid wolf, um, a normally timid wolf, it comes into the village foaming at the mouth, bites people, attacks people, kills some people, and then the people it's bitten start to behave weirdly, foaming at the mouth and screaming. And this is where you get the idea of the werewolf from. As for these dogmen creatures, if these are real biological entities, if they are real creatures, flesh and blood as we understand it, they could be some sort of primate that has a snout. Now, baboons and mandrills have these very dog-like snouts. The scientific name of the baboon family is dog-headed because they have these um, dog-headed snouts. When you look at the skull of a baboon with its elongated jaws, they look almost like a dog. And there have been other primates that have these snouts. The lemurs of Madagascar, a lot of them have dog-like snouts, but they're all fairly small. But relatively recently, up until about 2 or 3 thousand years ago, there were lemurs the size of gorillas and orangutans living in the jungles of
What
Madagascar.
are you doing? Why are you here listening to this content? This is not for you. You should go to the website and become a member and listen. If you don't want to pay the money, then go away. But this is for members only. And you should want to listen to it because they start to talk about the interdimensional beings. Things that you have been told about here for a long time. But you can be cheap if you want to. However, if I were you, I would go to imdogwaters.com and become a member today. Yes, it's only $4.99 a month, less than 1 gallon of gas. See you soon. Yes, we are back here on the Dark Waters channel. And I noticed that Dark Waters had to check some of you yesterday about the lizards. Yes. You see, many of you do not understand. We keep it 100% real here in the Dark Waters, as some of you may say. This next clip that I am going to play for you is a caller from Chasing the Truth with Sean Graham. He is one of the show hosts on the Dark Waters Network. Yes, I have told you over and over again that we only deal in the real stories. But people do not listen. So, again, listen for yourself and see what the people have to say.
Second anonymous caller, we'll get you on the air here. And you're live on the air. What's your name and where are you from?
Beth, North Carolina.
Hey, Beth. What's on your mind tonight?
Hey. I really don't have anything to do with the cow mutilation situation, but my husband and I have experienced a lot of stuff where we live at, so.
Okay. So what kind of stuff that you got going on there?
Well, it started back in 2019. My husband and myself used to go hiking. I grew up here where I live at, and we live about 13 to 15 miles from Uari National Forest in North Carolina. And we were outside, and at this point in time, I didn't really believe in Dogman or Bigfoot or anything like that. Like, I was totally kind of like against stuff like that. When I was a small child, I had seen like what I had thought was a UFO, but my dad told me it was, possibly a military hovercraft at that point in time. But anyway, we were outside. My mother had gotten sick. She passed away. We were outside at the house we were staying at, and it was after midnight, and we were taking the dogs out, and I had a little Chihuahua and a Shih Tzu, and also a dog we had rescued that was bigger. And our Chihuahua did this really big jump back, almost like a cat would. So we were like, it was just kind of awkward. So I thought that he may have seen like a copperhead snake or something. So we brought the dogs back inside the house, grabbed flashlights, went back outside, and we looked around, and I started hearing like popping noises to my right, like tree branches breaking, and then across the street from us, because our house is surrounded by woods, and then on the left, and then above me, and I'm thinking, this is kind of weird, like it's coming from all directions. So at that point in time, we didn't really think much about it. It was kind of like creepy, but I thought maybe it was coyotes or something like that was kind of creeping up on us. And we all of a sudden, like immediately after that, was really fast. Like we heard something like yell. It sounded like a guy like hyped up at like a football game, like really like quick. And we turned around because it sounded like it was coming from beside of our house. And when I looked back, I didn't see anything. There was nothing there. So I'm like, okay. And the next day we went walking around, like the perimeter of our wooded area around our house, and there was some places that looked kind of bare, like things that, things have been sitting there or laying there. And, but after that, like all kinds of stuff just started happening, like one thing after another. We had discovered, like I did, there was a place like right out by our heat pump at the light pole that was, we have an outside light, but it was right near there. There was like it looked like a tunnel, and it was, I would say, like 8.5 foot in height, but it was built by branches, and it went straight in and then curved around, and there was this huge like nest thing that was built with sticks. And my husband was in the Marine Corps, so I'm like telling him, what could be doing this, thinking about a bear. We really don't have bear in this area, but I was like, at this point, I was just thinking about, like, what could it be, because I have 3 kids at home, like, this is weird. It's just not making sense. And, he was like, no. And, I mean, I had thought about everything that you could think of, just trying to think there was a logical explanation for it. And eventually I turned to a Bigfoot site on Facebook, and I started digging in, and I had seen things like tree branches and like structures and these alleged things people were posting, and I was still on the fence about it. And I had people that were inboxing me, talking about maybe it was a Dogman, and I was like, okay, this is a little bit too far now. Like, Dogman, I don't think so. At that point in time, I really did not believe in, like, any of these things, and I was just kind of, like, really not knowing, what it was. But we still were going outside at night. I created, like, a private group on my page where, like, I was just inviting people that I trusted in that group on my personal Facebook page. And we were going live because, like, for some weird reason, like, I felt more comfortable going live at night because I'm like, if something gets me, somebody's going to see it, And, but there was, like, so many nights we were sitting outside, and it was, I mean, it sounded like an elephant coming through our woods, and I'm not lying. And I have never experienced anything like this in my life. Like an elephant, you could hear every tree branch, like, breaking, and this thing would stop, and it would start huffing. Like, I mean, it was like these big huffs, like breaths. Like something, it was ridiculous. And my husband was like, be still, don't move. And, I mean, there was times where I was in tears, and, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know, who to reach out to. I was like, I was in fear for my kid's life. We've had our door pushed in at our house, our front door. There's been things that's knocked on our house, which was odd, and my kids were like thinking it was me and my husband coming home, and it, was not us. There's been so many things that I could not even like attempt to like explain. But we were on Facebook Live one day also, and if you continue by our house and go up the road, there's a big field. And this is the same field that brought me back to like me seeing this UFO thing when I was a child here. There's a big field on the left, and it used to be a cow pasture. Now it's more of like farmland where, another person owns it, and they usually farm tobacco and soybeans. And we were walking through that area because I didn't really like not want to go outside of my house at this point in time. But we were walking through that area one day, and I told my husband, I was like, I feel weird. Like, I feel like, something's watching me. And there was these structures that we were seeing, like, there was, like, igloos and things like that. And I have, like, a lot of pictures to back all this up. But we were on live stream, and I just felt really awkward. And we heard this big thud. And as soon as that thud happened, I told my husband, I'm getting out of here. Like, I moved. I'm like, we're going back home. This is it. I'm done hiking, walking, anything, looking for anything. I'm done. And so when I got home and I replayed our live stream, you can literally see, when you slow the video feed down, you can see these things that look approximately like 4.5 to 6 foot in height running across the screen. And like they look like little monkeys. It is the weirdest thing. And I never sent anything in because I had people saying, well, if you do, the government could be, possibly something might happen. I mean, I had the fear of life, like for my kids. I'm thinking, okay, the government's going to see something. I'm going to have all these people at my house. I don't know what to do. But it's just, I had to take it like kind of day by day. There's been howls over here at night, like every single night there's howling. It sounds like it's not really coyote howls. It's like these long, like drawn-out howls, like constant for like a few hours. And then it turned to, we were seeing orbs. That started happening, and it's just been like a chain reaction. It went from like 1 degree of this, like, then there was an orb situation after that video feed. That night was really bizarre and crazy, that story. And then after that, we got growled at in our driveway. That was the worst. I've never been so scared I couldn't tell. Something growled at us.
Okay.
I don't know what it was. It was horrible. Like we were out there. There was a ball of light, and I would say it was about the size of a basketball, approximately 200 yards away, down the road from our house, going toward the main road. And the main road's still a back road, but it was on the left side of our road, and it just looked like it kept floating continuous, like in the air, just like back and forth, like floating. And it was about 6 foot off the ground. And my husband was like looking at this thing, and I'm like, he thought it might have been a person out down the road with like a flashlight, or like a lantern. He didn't know what it was. But, after all this stuff had happened, I'm like, I'm not going down there. I'm not messing with it. I don't care nothing about it. I didn't give a shit. Like, I didn't want to be around stuff like that, like, after all this other stuff that happened. So, anyway, he was so caught up in going down to see this ball of light one night. We're sitting there, and he's trying to take his phone and, take video feed of this light. And he got some images of it, but they were kind of, I don't know, it's kind of funky looking, like, with pixely. And you can't really make out what it is. It just looks like a ball of light. But when he was down there in the driveway and he was looking at that thing, I was looking up in the sky. And, because we started seeing these things that were like, solid lights in the sky, just like kind of hovering around. And I made the comment, I said, for some reason, I can't get these things to pick up. And I couldn't, like, with my phone. Like, I would think I was videoing something, and it wasn't videoing. I was thinking I was taking a picture, and for some reason I could not. I could see it with my eyes, but my phone was not picking it up. But as soon as I said that, like, something growled, and it was, it was like a Bengal tiger and like a grizzly bear combined, but worse. Like, it was, like, my whole body vibrated. It was unreal. And when immediately when it done that, I turned around, looked at him, and we both ran like as fast as we could. And when I got to our right at our house, I like folded over, and I couldn't even talk. That's how scared I was, and I've never been that scared in my life. I don't know. I didn't see anything. I didn't, I didn't even give time to even look for anything. But like as soon as that thing growled, I didn't, looking back on it, I didn't see anything at all, which is the weird thing. But I really don't have an answer for what that was. So I kind of just, I started leaning, like, thinking maybe these things are connected to UFOs, or maybe it's just like a whole, thing with like paranormal stuff going on, and, the UFO thing going on, and you have the cryptid thing going on. You start digging in thinking, like what ifs. It's just, so much stuff. I mean, I watch Skinwalker Ranch a lot, and I'm thinking, with the anomalies they have there, maybe there's something like that around this area, because it's so much stuff. It's just absolutely, like, I have to get something out and write a book. It's just, that's how much stuff's happened here where we live at. When I was 12 years old, my dad and my mother were in here, and I was young then, and there was a humming sound for like 45 minutes and bringing me back to the UFO thing. But my dad said, told my mom, he says, Brenda, I'm going to go on the front porch and see what that noise is. And my dad's like, does not believe in anything, not even ghosts. And so when he walked outside, me and my mother, I remember going out with him and looking to the left where that field's at, and I remember seeing this big round circular thing that had lights all the way around it just hovering there. And I'll never forget the look of that thing. And, he told my mother to bring me back into the house, and she did. And he told me for years that it was maybe military hovercraft or something, them practicing or something like that. And, he kind of left it at that. And he just really doesn't believe in anything, never did when I was younger, and still doesn't believe in anything like that. So I don't know if it's just that he doesn't believe. He just may not want to face reality. I don't have a clue, but he's 81 years old.
Oh, okay. So did he see this warp thing your husband caught on video, or what?
Which one? The ball of light?
Yeah, the ball of light, or any of this evidence.
The ball of light, he caught that on video. We have a lot of video, a lot of pictures, a lot of stuff. He caught that on. He has it on video, but there was one night, I don't know, and this sounds crazy. I probably sound like a lunatic saying this, but he got to where, it was almost like it was drawing him down there. He was like, I'm going to go down there and check that out. And I'm thinking, no, you're not. You're not going down there. So I get in my car, and I'm like, okay, I have to go down there and see what it is, because, mind you, he was in the Marine Corps, so, he thinks he's, I guess, could handle it. I don't know what he thought at that point in time, but we went down there, and I was on live that night, too, on live stream, and I remember talking to people, and it still showed that I was on live stream when I was going down there, and just to see what it was, and, all of a sudden, I stopped the car, and I don't recall thinking or, seeing that light anymore. It's so weird. My mind just, kind of forgot, what actually happened, but I remember looking out the car window, and I had a flashlight in my hand, but I was looking back at my car, and all this smoke was rolling up from, around my car. It looked like, just if you've seen really dense fog, about 2.5 to 3 foot in height, just rolling up from around the car. And so I told my husband, I was like, the car's smoking. And after that happened, all I can remember was me, I was at this fire department, which is on the main road, 2 blocks up. And I remember looking at my phone, and I had seen, because my daughter, she was 12 at the time, and she was at a friend's house for the night. And all I could think of was oh my gosh, because I had seen where she tried to call me. I went to this major panic mode, something's wrong with my kids, something's happened to my kids. So I'm trying to call her back, and I'm pushing redial over and over and over, and my phone just kept going beep beep, beep beep. It would not let me call out, and I started panicking. So I flew back to the house, and when we got back here, we went to the front porch, went to sit down. I got back on live stream because I'm like, well, I lost everybody. And when I looked, it was 4 a.m. in the morning. It was literally 12 o'clock when I was on live the first time. And I'm like, because I had a girl that was from Canada that was watching me, and she's like, she's like, what happened to you guys? And I'm like, you were on live, I thought, but I lost you, so I'm back now. And she's like, do you realize it's 4 a.m.? And I'm like, no. And so I really don't know what happened to us that night. We kind of think, I know that sounds crazy, but I don't know if something happened to us. But there was a loss of time that night, which was really strange. And so I really don't have an answer, because I don't know exactly. I can only remember bits and pieces of, that whole trip, just to see that light, and then that was it. And but there's been so much stuff happen here. It's just, it's ridiculous, the amount of stuff that's happened here. There was another night in particular after that we were going, and it was kind of at this point I was digging, trying to figure out, what's going on. Here I am. You can't pack your stuff and move away. You can't just up and leave because, nobody has the money just to move your whole household out of nowhere.
Right.
But we were riding up. We were coming home. First we went and we were going to the grocery store. We come home, and I told my husband, I was like, look up there in the sky. There's like this big, it looked like a big planet. At first it looked like a planet. I'm like, is that a planet? I mean, it was orange. And he was like, oh, I think that might be the moon. I'm like, no, that's not the moon. I was like, what is that? And when we turned on our road, I went up the road, there was a big orange like ball of light. And when we got up to the road and turned around and come back down by that field, this is no lie. I can put my hand on the Bible. This is the weirdest thing, but like we were sitting there watching this thing, and it turned into this huge like red infrared ring of light, and it come down behind this tree and dissipated. And I'm like, and I'm sitting here now, like stopped on the road watching this. And then after that happened, it was like the snap of your fingers and something like these. It looked like gigantic lightning bolts. They were shooting out like white and red from where that ring of light was across the wood line. And then like it was just like like if you were to cut a light switch on, there was a triangular shaped, like it looked like red eyes. Like they were, I don't know, I can't think about exactly how many sets of eyes there was, but they were in a triangle, and they were all like glowing red. There was no, it was, you know, we thought it might have been eye shine at first, but it was all just, you know, they were glowing red. And it just like after that we seen those things in a triangle, and I'm thinking I'm crazy, like just sitting here looking at this stuff.
Yeah.
But after that happened, it was just like a snap of your finger again, like that quick, and it went from where they were at in a triangle, these creatures, I couldn't see their body, just glowing like red eyes. They were all in a line like an army, and these things started marching at us, and they were huge, and they were walking toward us, and like with every step you could see their heads sway, like right to left, and there was two on the right-hand side that I was kind of like focusing on, which will actually be my left side, but they were on the right side of, I guess, if they were lined up coming toward us. But one took off and like was going toward that wooded area where we had seen them black, you know, ape-looking things run that day on live stream in the daytime. But one took off to that wooded section, and I was sitting there and watched them take steps, and then another one took off. And when I told my husband, I was like two just went, you know, that way, and he's like, said something about them flanking us. He's like, get out of here. And because we realized at that point in time, or he did, I was kind of like drawn into this, but he realized, I mean, they had taken about 6 to 8 footsteps, and they had gained, how many feet had they walked, Kurt? How fast? Yeah, it was like 100 yards within like 15 seconds. It was just ridiculous. And we left. I mean, it was just crazy. You know, and to think back at all the stuff that's happened, there was another night after that where we were up there and we're on the road, and again we stopped, looked in the field with a flashlight, and I happened to look over in the woods, and it looked like a stadium light in the woods, like at a football field. It was 4 squares of light, and I was looking at it, and I was like, what is that? And I said, Kurt, look at that. You know, there's something in the woods right there. Well, this thing rose up like treetop level. It come up about, I would say, where it looked like it was about 20 foot up in the air above the trees. And all of a sudden, it looked like that one light split into 2 lights. And then, you know, one light went behind the other, just like in a row. And these things sort of flying over. And it went right above our car at treetop level. And they were these triangle-shaped crafts. They didn't have a center on them. They were hollow. And they had lights, you know, all like, it was almost if you drew an arrow with like the tip of it, like just like, you know, there was no center to it. It was just a triangle of lights. And there was really no noise about them. It was just kind of like, you know, I guess you would say like thrust, or, you know, just like a low, you know, sound. It wasn't anything loud at all, almost silent. But it was very weird. That happened. There's been a lot.
I got a question for you. That point where you were on your live stream, you mentioned between midnight and 4 a.m. there was some time variance there. Can you go back and explain that a little bit? What was going on? Did anybody notice anything weird watching the live stream?
No, not that I know of. they recognized that, obviously they recognized that, that what we were doing, obviously we were going to see what that light was. And, they didn't ever say, like, well, we've seen this, because to me, it looked like that they were still live and my video feed was active and there was people on there because it said live, but everybody was gone. And, obviously, so when I, got back and I was like, hey, guys, I'm back, sorry about that, I lost you. They were like, what happened? Do you know it's 4 a.m.? And I'm like, no. And that was the weirdest thing. And, I know what our intent was, my intent was to get my husband to stop walking down the road toward this light. I didn't want him going on foot down there without me or without, being in a vehicle. Like, you just feel, more safe and secure because it had been there for a few nights. I would say about 5 or 6 nights in a row in the same location, just kind of floating around. And so I didn't want him going by himself. And, when I went with him, that was our whole purpose, was I was taking him and we were trying to see what this was so it could be like some closure to it. And then, like I said, when I rolled the window down and we had the flashlight out, there was nothing like noticeable besides I noticed there was smoke, or fog rolling up around the car. And then, it was just kind of like my mind went blank after that. And I woke, like almost like if you wake up somewhere, but like I really become like, I guess, conscious or whatever, or like, but I was more of like this big state of panic, which was so weird. And it was at the fire department. And I was like, I don't really remember like all the details of like the drive there or anything. I just remember looking on my phone, seeing my daughter had called, and I'm not really sure if like it was my subconscious mind knowing that all that stuff had happened here at the house, or what was really going on, that I was like, something's after my kids, is something wrong with my children, you know what I mean? Just like I had a lot of racing thoughts at that point in time. And to make it even worse, like I said, when I was trying to contact my daughter back, and I had seen she called, my phone wasn't allowing me to dial out. It was just like rapid beeps. It was just like I would push send, and it was like beep, beep, send, beep, beep, and it was just doing it over and over and over. And I remember telling my husband, something's wrong with Morgan, my daughter. And I was like, I got to get back home to the kids, something's wrong with the kids, and it was the weirdest thing. It was so strange, and I don't know, like I still think something may have happened to us that night, because, I have, like, I try not to think of, like, crazy stuff, but I have watched other, things about, like, just all sorts of stuff, just trying to figure out, like, what's kind of going on, if it's just, around this area. Because, we do live around Uwharrie. I didn't realize Uwharrie was, like, a big, UFO, Bigfoot sighting place until this all happened either. So, but, there's just been so much that it would probably take me a lot to explain everything. I'll let you talk if you have any questions for me as far as anything else, or...
I've got a question. Let's go back to when your family was being, I'm guessing, harassed by whatever it was in the woods there. And you said that your door was pushed in, and your kids complained about something slapping the side of your house. Did it leave? Did you find any kind of physical evidence that something like that happened?
We have got pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got pictures of, I don't know, whatever it was. There was a muddy handprint on our brick foundation.
Okay.
It was near the end of the house, near my son's room. And there was, something had wrote "help us," which was awkward, very weird. And if you look at where it said "help us" on there, the way it wrote it, it had been like scratched in. And we have like a wood paneling. What is that called, Kurt? The wood paneling on the outside of our house, just wood paneling. Okay, we have wood paneling on the outside of our house. It's painted, and the wood green pattern, I guess, runs vertical, not horizontal.
Mhm.
But it had, the way it had wrote "help us," and we've got pictures of this, would, for a human being to, or anybody, a child, an adult, anybody, to actually write that out the way it had written it out, because it was almost like the H's where the lines crossed, it looked like it was connected to like other letters, like, for example, like the H was connected to like the L, or just say a line of the E will be connected to like the U on the us, and like somebody had to, like, whatever done that had to think it through or something while they were writing it, which was, it was very weird. And I asked my kids, I was like, you know, you guys weren't outside, you know, doing anything, and it was off the ground a good way. I wouldn't even think they could even reach that without some type of ladder to get up there, like a step ladder or something, or a bucket. So they didn't do it. Of course, we didn't do anything like that, but we seen that on the outside of the house. Back to our door getting pushed in, we left to go to McDonald's that night, and we live in a small town, but left to go to McDonald's. And when we come back home, our front door during this time frame, it had been pushed in like 2 to 3 inches, and it actually busted the door frame where the latch is. So that was very weird. And my son, my oldest one, he would hear things like knocking, like if a person was knocking on the house. And then my children would say, well, I thought I heard you, and my husband's their stepdad, but they said, I thought I heard you and, you know, Kurt outside talking. It sounded just like you guys.
Wow.
And that started freaking me out, because I'm like, you know, if something's like replicating our voices to try to, like, you know, draw my kids outside, that's not cool, you know?
No, that is not cool.
And then we have 2 outside dogs. One is on a 60-foot runner, and he has been his lead's been unhooked from his collar numerous times. He's gotten off, and we thought maybe it was, you know, he might have just done it by, you know, accident, kind of like the way he was like pulling or something, but there's really no way, because you have to actually pull the latch back. And if it did happen that way once, you know, maybe twice at most I could see, maybe like just by some weird coincidence, but not numerous times. Like, we had actually thought that he had broken his runner, and, you know, every time that he's been, you know, off of it, it's just like something went over there and like pulled his lever back and, you know, unhooked his lead. It's just strange. Yeah, we even got brand new latches on everything, like, you know, on his lead, extra ones. You know, we've done a lot of stuff just to like kind of prevent. We've got cameras now at our house. We've got night owls, and the doorbell things, they go off constantly, and like either there's nothing there or there's like orbs. You know, we have a screen-in porch in the back, and it looks like a ball of light comes through the screen and goes back out the screen. And it's not a lightning bug or anything, because obviously it wouldn't be able to do that, you know, because there's screen wire there. But there's just been like an extreme bit of things happen. I'm not sure if it's if there's like paranormal stuff happening here in combination with like UFO, in combination with like other stuff. But, you know, I've never really experienced anything to this degree. I know that right near our house, I can say that we live in our town is like very small, like the 2 towns that surround our house, and then we live in the outskirts in the country. To kind of give a better description, it's kind of like mountainous terrain, or, you know, semi-mountainous terrain around here. There is some flatland around here that people farm with and stuff like that. And we do have a creek that runs to a main river that's near our home, and a huge power line. When I say the big power lines, like the ones that are like, you know, what are the big ones called, Kurt? I'm going to ask my husband what they're called. The big power lines? Are they just
The high
creek
tension
here or
stuff.
whatever. Is that what you call them? Yeah, they're really big power lines.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody knows George Workman on Facebook, like his profile picture, like he's with the Bigfoot, Dogman, things like that. But he has a picture. His profile picture has a power line similar to that in the background, but it's just like it's a big clearing where the state comes and they cut out the trees through there, and there's just huge power lines that run all the way from where we live to miles to the power station. So that's right next door through the woods from our house, and then that creek that runs to a main river that runs all the way from west to east. So we do have that here. Before all this stuff started happening to us, I do know that two things we did that was different. Well, actually, three things that happened that was different than what they were before. The first thing, I've always been like an outdoor kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
We started hiking. Like I said, my husband was in the Marine Corps. We started hiking just to kind of get, I guess, some alone time, with kids and everything, to that creek. And I haven't been there since I was a kid. And we would look for crystals and rocks, arrowheads, things like that, just kind of like as a side hobby. And then we were down there right before this started happening, and there was a footprint. And I drink the Starbucks Frappuccinos in the glass bottles, the vanilla. And there was a footprint down there, and my husband, he looks for, he's a avid hunter, like he's, really smart with hunting and fishing and things like that. But we were looking around, there was like a small dog print, like, probably was a coyote, I'm assuming. And there was like this big footprint. Well, around that creek the creek has a sandy-ish, type of, soil around it. So it's like a combination. Some parts are clay, but most of it's sand around the perimeter of the creek itself. And where this, whatever it was, had landed, it looked like, at that point in time, it looked like a dinosaur hand. That's all that I can explain, or something that you would think of it, like, not even realistic. Like, the imprint was just weird looking. And I do have a photo of it, but you could see where it had whatever it was, and my husband kind of pointed that out to me. It had landed, and the sand had, like, kind of flung out from where it had stepped, landed, whatever. And that was on the, like right there at the bank. And there was another one that was, I would say, like 5 or 6 foot from that one to the right side. But it wasn't as clear, but you could definitely see where something had stepped. Like I said, this point in time, like, we didn't even have anything going on here that we were aware of, other than him and I sat on the front porch at night. We would just enjoy being outside. I had my front porch had flowers all over them, as far as like my hanging baskets, things like that. And we just enjoyed sitting outside, getting night air, listening to music. And when we got back home, and when the kids went to bed, whatever, that was just kind of our moment to relax. And but all I did was take a picture of it compared to my coffee bottle, which was, quite larger than my coffee bottle, and both prints. And we had come back, and then all that stuff started happening to us here at the house. That happened. We started sitting out, like I said, at the porch, because it had started warming up, like, frequently every night, just to get some, peace and quiet from away from the kids, and enjoy the night air. So we were outside, like, nightly. And then a neighbor of ours, which, he had been living here since I was a small child, but there was, pretty thick woods that separated our house from his. He had passed away, and he was elderly. He was in his late 70s, may have been 80 at this point in time when he passed away. And he knew me since I was a small child. And so he passed away, and then also had found a place in our backyard that was really abundant in quartz crystals. The whole time we were looking, at the creek, we thought, well, we were started digging in our backyard by accident one day, and we ran into a quartz vein, and we were pulling out these huge, like, candle quartz, cathedral quartz, real clear crystal quartz rocks, and but those were the only thing that was, like, different from anything else. So, I really don't know, like, what happened. I have no idea. There was a time when I was young, too, that I was with a friend. I was about 9-10 years old, that I used to walk up in front of our home down dirt roads. There was a split-level home there. This girl ended up moving to Florida with her family. But I used to play with her a lot when I was growing up, and there was a point in time where I had thought that I had been chased by, like, wild dogs. My dad told me they were wild dogs. But they were just, I don't really recall a whole lot, but we were walking to my house through the woods, kind of the same area of woods that we would travel to that creek, me and my husband. But we were walking back to here, and I would say 11, 12, but I knew that these dogs were chasing us, and but when I looked back, they were kind of like in a row. They kind of looked at, I guess, on all fours, like the size. Again, I was young, but maybe like a domesticated dog. But they were, just solid, like dark in color. I didn't really notice anything like, out of the ordinary. But I was young, and I was really scared, to be honest with you. I ran just straight, and all I know is I was looking over my shoulder. I was running so fast I didn't even care about my friend at the point in time, which is awful, but I did. But now that I look back, and when I told my husband, I was like, there was a weird thing that I think about now looking back. It was as soon as I got to the main road, or to the road that goes to, our house sits on, as soon as I got out of those woods, like my feet hit the road, like I stopped running. And I'm like, that was weird because, at that point in time when I was a child, I didn't think about it, I was like, you don't think about it. I guess I felt like I was in my safe zone. She come out behind me, and I was like, well, we're fine. But now that I look back on it, if there was these alleged wild dogs that were chasing us through these woods, like, why would we just stop at the road? You know what I mean? That's just strange. And, but, there's been things happen, like I said, since I was a small child, all the way, and not really a whole lot, but there's been paranormal stuff happen here when I was a small child. Just like I said, that thing that I seen, the UFO, I think it was UFO. I'm pretty dead set on it. It was something like that because it was just not natural at all. The wild dog incident, and it could have been some type of dogs, I don't know, but I can't verify it for positive, but it was a weird experience. But just things like that. And then now that I've gotten older and my husband and myself are together, I did have somebody ask me, they said, well, has anything happened dramatically, around your house? And I was like, well, I know our neighbor died. And then somebody asked us, if they think that, anybody was feeding anything around here, and I'm like, I don't think so. I know that our neighbor, the older guy, had a dog named Tinkerbell, and it was a poodle. And it's when, me and my husband, as crazy as it sounds, but we were literally, like, just searching for, like, answers. Like, I didn't want to think, like, weird stuff, worse stuff, whatever, but I was, like, searching for answers. I was like, I've got to do something. This is just not okay. But there was these two yellow, and we've got photos of all this, but, like, kind of, like, documenting everything, but that were left behind one of his buildings in the back of his yard after he passed away, these food bowls. And I know that, certainly it couldn't be for his poodle inside of his house. And he also had trail cameras that was facing toward the woods that separated our house from his, which was very awkward. But, I didn't get a chance to talk to him because he passed away, and I kind of regret, not ever having the opportunity. But I do know that he often, for years, I thought the man was like kind of like off his rocker because he would always burn leaves in the woods, and he kept his woods like very, very spotless. Like every single day, he burned leaves, and after leaf pile after stick pile, and I'm like, what is he like doing? You can literally see, 50 yards behind his house, and the trees is just like, I would see it when I was coming up our road, and I was like, this is just weird. He's got like you can, it just, there's a lot of brush here, like, and our woods get very thick in the summer, and it was just cleared out all the way to his house, and I'm like, why is he, burning like all these leaves and all these sticks? Like, I thought the man just was maybe lonely, or just, maybe had a problem or something, like, OCD or something. And now I'm wondering if it's because of, all this stuff happening. And I know I'm talking your head off,
That's
but
all right.
there's another thing too that I was going to tell you that's weird. We have no houses to our right besides, the one that I told you that the neighbor passed away. That's the woods separate. To the left, there's 2 houses before you get to the field, and which both of them used to be my grandmother's houses before they were sold. My grandmother passed away. Well, my grandfather passed away, and my mother and father built her a house beside of our house on our property, and then she passed away. But they were both sold. But anyway, a young girl had moved in during when all this stuff started happening, the yelling, just everything, like a chain of events started happening. She was a young girl, and her husband had moved in because it's a 1-bedroom house with 1 bathroom. And they had bought the house, moved in, and she come down here one day, and she was like, have you had anything going on at your house? And I'm like, I didn't want to really tell her, all the stuff, all the things that we had been experiencing. I thought she'd think we were crazy. But I'm like, well, kind of, but not, like a whole lot. I was just kind of like lying to her about it. And she's like, I'm like, well, what's going on? And she's like, well, that there's a utility closet that's in her carport. And I know this because my grandmother's house was. But she's like, something broke into our utility closet last night. And she's like, it took everything in that closet and set it out in our driveway. But she's like, whoever done it didn't take anything. And I'm like, really? And she's like, yeah. She's like, something come in the closet, and she's like, it was just so weird. She's like, it drug our grill out. It drug, I think it was like some car cleaning stuff they had in there, and just different things, and set it out in her driveway, and nothing was missing. And I was like, okay, I was like, I don't know. I was like, but we'll keep an eye out. That's weird. And it didn't dawn on me, but we were sitting outside at night. I'm thinking, I hope she don't think that we done it, because we didn't, But right after that happened, we our garage, we have a 2-car garage that has garage doors, and something came in there, and we had a Scott's feeder with some feed in it, and we had a dresser in there where we had a yard sale, but we put the dresser back in there, and something come in there and had picked the cedar up that had the seed in it, grass seed, and slung it. And it had landed on top of the dresser, and all the seed was just everywhere. I mean, it just, like, something come through there and just tore our garage up. But, it's so weird because we don't think we heard. I didn't hear anything out of the ordinary, which is, that's strange. Like, you think you would hear something, you know what I mean?
Right.
I do know that she said another incident after that, and they have eventually got cameras too, but she was sleeping with her husband in the bed one night, and she works at a dentist's office, but she was asleep, and she said, they keep all their lights off at night in their house, which I don't, but they do. And she said that something was like making noise so loud that it woke her and her husband up. And so he got his shotgun out, and he was going to go to the garage, to see, or where they were hearing the noise from, to that door to see, who was out there. They thought somebody was out there in their garage area. And he said he seen a shadow of like a human figure, but when he turned the light on, there was nothing there. But she said it scared her so bad because, they were dead asleep and heard that. And, I started going on. At that point, I kind of like told her, more of like what was going on around here, but she kind of looked at me like I was crazy, to be honest with you, which I wouldn't expect a different reaction, because I would probably think the same thing too. But I mean, it's just kind of, you know, you kind of don't know what to do at that point. You're kind of like, well, you know, but I didn't tell her like everything, but I mean, it's just, I kind of, you know, told her that we've had a lot of stuff going on too, but she's moved out. It's just her husband there now. So I don't know what's going on with them. Like, I got to a point in time where, like, we just kind of didn't talk anymore.
All right.
She kind of, like, looked at me and my husband kind of, like, funny. Like, after, you know, I don't know. I really don't know how to explain, you know what I mean? But, obviously we were outside more than her. I mean, we're older than her, too. I'm 40, my husband's 43. And she's like 21, 22 years old, so it probably scared her, you know, even mention anything. But if she had stuff like that going on, you know, I don't know how I would feel either, because I know that I was terrified after all this stuff was going on here. But, yeah, there's just been so much, and there's a lot of things that I probably am, like, really not remembering to, like, bring up or missing, but it's just been a whole bunch of stuff happening, and it's not really went away. There's been things that's obviously changed. It just kind of like seemed to go from one degree to another thing. But, you know, aside everything else, like, you know, you would think that things will be a little bit different, but there's really not a whole lot of difference here. You know, I kind of come to terms with myself. I know this sounds weird because it's not really the typical reaction of like a human, but I was like, well, if something was going to kill us or, you know, whatever, they could have already did whatever to us, you know what I mean? However, I use my better sense of judgment. Like, I don't really go outside in the dark like a whole lot at all. There's a lot of things I can't do now that I used to do, like go hiking without being terrified, like around this area at least. I can't really sit outside at night without and like enjoy myself without having to worry about something happening, because I don't know if and when it will happen again. You know, because definitely whatever happened before was totally unexpected. There's just, you know, it has put a damper on, like, you know, things I enjoy, but, you know, as far as, like, we don't really sit outside as much as we used to, or even I tried to, like, I don't want to say leave everything alone, but I don't really I'm not really interested or curious enough to really, like, want to, like, go on nightly rides to the field to see what something is anymore, you know. We do see a lot of UFO or UAP activity around here. And when I say that, we do see a lot of that because we take our dogs out, the inside dogs out at nighttime to use the bathroom. But when I say that, there's things that's like clearly not airplanes. They don't have flashing lights. Well,
what does
some that kind of do, but
what does your animals? Do they react to any of this stuff that you just spent the last little bit? What's the reaction to what, and how do they react?
My
to it?
outside dogs, you know, my outside dogs are weird. Like, you know, they kind of like, you know, when something's going on because they kind of like stay in their box. And if I go outside on a normal night to try to check on them, they usually, like, when they know that I'm outside or our floodlight comes on, they'll come out their box or they'll, you know, stand up to look at us and wag their tail. But there are certain nights where they will not move at all. And even if you have a flashlight, we have a really expensive flashlight, two of them, too, that are really bright. I forgot how many lumens they are. But now our inside dogs, we go outside, and there's some nights where it feels like, I can't describe it. It's like your ears feel like they're going to pop, like kind of like you're under pressure or something like that. Your ears do, or you'll hear like a high ringing noise. It's almost like, it's just like, you know, if your ears were ringing, that happens. It's just an awkward feeling. But I know our dogs, we walk them on leashes, our inside dogs, and we have been out there like numerous nights, and it's all according to, like, it changes nightly, but both of them, one is a pit bull, and he's a pretty big dog, and another one is a English pointer, about the size of a Dalmatian. But they both like kind of hunch down and just kind of like stare like they're scared to death of whatever. They could be looking across the road at the woods. They won't want to follow you at all. Like if you try to walk to like a location for them to use the bathroom, they don't want to follow you. And I try to like, you know, I try to watch for their body language. You know what I mean? I know that sounds crazy, but I try to like watch for what they're doing because they're obviously probably can see or hear things that I can't. And but when you shine a flashlight, you know, we've seen a lot of like eye shine before in the woods, but there's some nights where they're looking, it looks like they're at a dead stare, like a dead stare or something. But when you shine a light, there's nothing there. But it's just like they're terrified. And, you know, they kind of like do what they got to do and come back in. But, you know, there's some nights where just like statues just standing there. But they definitely, you know, whatever is around, it plays an effect on their behavior, you know, at nighttime here. And it feels like a lot of stuff that does happen, it happens more at night than it does during the day, by far. I don't know if, you know, that has any, you know, is related to what's going on, but I do know that to me, it seems like more happens at night than during the day.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just.
I got a question, a couple questions. Do you smell anything different, like a bad, foul odor or anything when you see these eye shines or when you suspect there's something cryptid outside your house?
We've smelled, I mean, I don't know if they're related to whatever's there, but we've smelled smell like death here. We've smelled, you know, things that smell like mildew, like if you have like a lot of mildew on something, just smells like mildew, or like a really strong skunk odor, like a skunk spray, but it could have been a skunk. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, but there's a lot of like smells here. This place is really humid here. It's kind of like, I guess you would say, the lower elevation. If there's like a mountainous terrain, it's kind of like at the bottom, kind of in a way, but it's really humid, and here and like things like that. But yeah, there's a lot of haze here, like in the country area, so a lot of times like odors will travel in the air, so you don't really know exactly where things are coming from. But there's a lot of weird smells, like, you know, here all the time. But I do know I have photos of, back to that mutilation with that cow, that was kind of creepy, I was watching you on there. We were watching that video, but where that field is, where I was talking about earlier, up our road, where it is now, there is now, like it's farming for, like, you know, crop growing. And then I told you that thing had come out of the sky there, you know, and then also when I was a child, in the UFO in that area. But there is a, like, adjacent property, like there's a dirt path that goes alongside of that field, and there's a property that butts up to it. There's a persimmon tree in there, but it's fenced in with barbed wire, and they used to have llamas there. And then after the llamas, there was horses, and they had goats and 2 horses there. And I would go up there, like, walking sometimes and, like, cross the fence, and I would get the persimmons that were falling from the tree in the fall. And anyway, my husband was up there one day, and he was walking, and the goats that were in there were all dead. Like, he has pictures of them, and none of them had anything, because, you know, he was military police, like I said, in the Marine Corps, but he looked for signs of, like, maybe somebody shooting them, somebody killing them. There was no evidence of, like, any wounds. He's got pictures of them. And oddly, like, the way their legs were facing, like, one goat was laying with its legs facing, like, flat on its side, with its legs facing to the right. The very next goat was laying flat on its side with its legs facing to the left. And, like, a weird pattern like that. And there was, like, 5 of these things. And there was one billy. So out of the 5 goats, there was a billy goat, and he was huge. They weren't miniature goats, but they were all dead. And then 1 or 2 of them had, like, orange spray paint on it. Like, if somebody took a can of spray paint and just like sprayed like 2 dots of orange on it. And he took pictures. Well, we went to, because that's the back side of the pasture, I guess, would, you know, you would say would be where, you know, the access road is beside the field. So we went out to the main road and we were in an attempt to find the house of these owners of these goats. And we did. And this girl come out. She was like a mid-aged lady, and we were like, do you know your goats are dead? And she just kind of looked at us very weird, just weird looking. And she's like, yeah, I'm aware. And she was really quiet about it. She's like, I think she said my lab had got a hold of them. And we pulled out of there, and we were like, are you serious right now? Like, there's no way that a lab would take down like 5 like huge goats. When I say goats, they're like weigh 200 or 300 pounds. Like, there's just they're not even like vicious animals.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what exactly happened to those goats, but it's very weird how they all, like, none of their eyes were missing, none of their body parts were missing. They were all just laying there dead, like no wounds, anything. That was the weirdest thing. Like, but then I was like, well, maybe the crazy lady, maybe she like poisoned them or something. But then, you know, you're thinking, well, how does she drag them up there and line them up like that? It was just so weird.
That is weird. So how many times did you see this?
That had happened, and then one of the horses had died at the same pasture, same area. And my husband's seen both of them. Like, you know, he has pictures. We called the animal control one time, thinking, you know, something like foul play was going on possibly. And of course, we remained anonymous. But I mean, I was assumed they would went and talked to somebody there, but I don't really know. You know, what happened to them or anything like that, but it's just kind of, you know, and to think back, like, I don't know whatever happened to the llamas that were there or anything else that they've had previously, you know, so, like, it doesn't really neighbor our house, that property. It just neighbors, like, the field back there, the back side of that pasture. And my husband just happened to walk up one day and see all those goats laying there, and he's like, comes back and he's like, look what happened at that field. And I was like, that's weird, because right next to where that happened in that persimmon tree where they were laying is that tree that we seen that big infrared light come down from the sky that night and just dissipate. And that's just, I don't know, like, but she really looked at us weird that day. Like, she was either hiding something. And I know for a fact that a lab's not going to kill goats like that. They're just not. I mean, goats are pretty, you know, they can stand their ground when it comes to certain things.
Yeah, if they weigh that, was it 300 or 400 pounds, you would think that they would definitely be able to defend themselves at least.
For sure. So, you know, I don't really know as far as what's going on here, or, you know, like I said, my dog's playing with his toy. Like I said, when all this stuff started happening, you know, I was scared for my, you know, I was scared for my kid's life. I didn't know what was here. I was like, you know, thinking it might have been a bear. I was kind of like really in a state of like disbelief, or like there has to be a logical explanation for this. You know, not that I'm crazy, like normal, like has to be a logical explanation, like something that's normal. And then like I had no option at that point in time to, like, you know, after I pretty much canceled everything else out, like to say, you know, there's something here besides, you know, stuff that I'm used to. And something's definitely going on. And because it's like we were being terrorized kind of in a way. And I was like, then, you know, now who do I trust? You know, I didn't want people down here, like, you know, wandering our property, you know, researching all this stuff going on. You know, it's something you have to really think about, because if you make, you know, like a really quick decision without thinking it through, I just felt like it could turn bad or make something worse. I didn't want to piss whatever is here off because people were coming around, or just say, like, have people, like, here and just be exposed all over, like, the place, you know, somebody knowing where I live at, or, you know, it can probably attract people that you don't want around. And then I thought, well, then, you know, you have the other side of it. Well, what if there is something here and then somebody knows about it that's higher up than, you know, me, and it's government related, and, you know, I have them knocking on my door. You know what I mean? So there was just like a whole lot of stuff going on. And then in the meantime, all I wanted to do was like my children to be protected. That was my main, you know, thing, was my kids. And like I said, we just couldn't pack our stuff and just leave, you know. That costs money. So it's, you know, we've learned to live here, but I'm very precautious now. And like I said, I just use my better sense of judgment doing things when I didn't used to think that way. Like I'm careful, and I just kind of know like where and where not to go, and when and where not to be, or, you know, that's just what I do now. So, you know, nothing's really bothered us that, you know, we know of at the current time, like not as it was like it was before with them, you know, knocking on the house and trying to lure my children outside. That was the worst. So
I can imagine. So did your kids actually want to go outside, or curiosity or anything like that?
I had to. My kids, you know, teenagers are hard to like. Well, they were a little bit younger. I have a 13, 14, and 18-year-old now, but they were younger then. But they don't listen a lot of times, you know, even if it's something that's, you know, normal, you say don't do it, they'll do the opposite. But I had to try to figure out how I was going to tell my children, like, there's something here. Like, you know, it's not normal, it's not cool, like, there's something going on. And I had to eventually, you know, break down and tell them, you know, what was going on, but I didn't want to scare the life out of them either. But yeah, they're very precautious. Like my older ones, as you know, like I said, when things started escalating and they were more aware. My middle one has seen eyes in his room at night, and he sleeps on the couch now in the living room. He won't sleep in his room anymore. My daughter has had a bunch of stuff happen in her room. She said that one night this was when she was younger, she said that she called them angels, had lifted her off her bed and like just gently laid her back down. And I, you know, tried to have her describe like what they look like to me. She said that she's seen this thing near her closet door that looked really sad. It kind of was like had its knees up to its head, like its head resting on its knees, like in a sitting position. And she said it looked really sad, but it was like white in color. And she said it had like a cone-shaped head or something, but it was, you know, went to a point. But she said it looked really sad. She's like almost sad enough for me to go up and say, you know, what's wrong with you? But she's like, I was also scared. But she's like, then I wasn't scared. And they were both in there. They were all three in my daughter's room one day when they were younger. And so they had seen like, and this is before a lot of stuff really started kicking off here. But they had all seen this little thing. They were under their bunk bed, and the very bottom of it had the trundle pulled out. So it was in the daytime, it was dark under there, but they were all like sitting underneath the trundle where the trundle would like usually roll and go in. And there was this white thing that looked like a small tornado, is what it looked like, but it went around and touched like every one of my kids, like their leg, and went out of the room. Like, you know, I guess it stayed near the floor, but it kind of swirled around and like touched their legs and then went out of the room. And then every one of them like witnessed it and felt it. And I was like, that's weird. So they've had, you know, a lot of things, but they're not in. My oldest one has had like what he thinks what they would call sleep paralysis, but I'm not really sure what it is. Really, I don't really think that's what it is, to be honest with you. But it's where you can kind of like see and hear things around you, but you can't move or speak.
Yeah, that's sleep paralysis.
He's had that happen a lot, but he said that he's seen like dark hooded figures like near his closet. He says he just like he used to like kind of fight, to try to wake up from it, and but now he just lets it happen. But I've had the same thing happen to me. My husband and myself had it happen to us at the same time, simultaneously one night. So that's happened here. When my son was younger, my oldest one, I didn't live here. I moved out away from home and then come back when my mother was sick with MS, but to take care of her. But when I was, my oldest one was younger, my other two weren't born yet. Whenever he was in kindergarten, they put him on ADHD medication, and I took him off of it. And the reason why is because he was seeing like Indian heads in our hallway bathroom, which it's my mother and father's was their house, but he was seeing Indian heads in the bathroom, in the mirror, and then in my dad's room, and or the master bedroom now. But I don't know. I thought that he was maybe like having hallucinations off of it. So I had him re-screened for ADHD, and come to find out he was not ADHD. So I don't really know if it was contributed from, the medication, or if it was something here he actually seen, or, what it was. So, but I do know that, like I said, my kids, they don't really go outside at nighttime at all. And it's, they just don't have an urge to go outside here. There's really nothing out here but wooded areas, around our house, and it's pitch dark. So besides we have a light that we have put up, a pole light in our front yard, but that's all that's around here. So,
wow.
But yeah, I don't know, it's weird. It's some weird stuff.
So what's the history of the land that your house is built on? Have you researched that?
I've tried to figure it out. My mother, years ago, she tried to say that the house was built near Indian burial grounds, but she's not really, she wasn't really for sure about it. I didn't really even honestly get into details with her about it, or I'm not even really sure if she was, kidding or serious at that point. But I do know that there is what we have as our building was a old 4-room house that used to be across the road from our house, back when this house was built in '79, and it was put, my dad had asked the guy who owned the property that, the house was sitting on, if he could have it for a building, and the guy was like, sure. So my dad, when he built this house back in '79, he had that 4-room house moved over to our property and put on cinder blocks, and it was built back in the late 1800s. That house was, and I do know that the guy who bought the property that's across the street, that's pretty much woodland. There was like a feud with him and another guy years ago over the name of this road. One guy wanted to be, I guess, named after him. The other one wanted to be named after him. And they had like a little dispute over it, and the guy never would sell. He still hasn't sold any of the property across the street from our house, the woodland. And I don't know why he's hanging on to it, because you can't really, it's kind of illegal to hunt there because there's houses nearby. It's not really prime to build on, because it's kind of like on a hillside, very rocky. It's not really a good location to build, so I'm not really sure why he won't let that go, the land. I know that people have tried to buy, like a half an acre or an acre or 2 acres, and he will not sell. Like, he will not sell for, to anybody.
Right. Wow. That's impressive.
So I just really don't know, like, a whole lot. We've tried to look up or, do research, and I just can't really find a whole lot, on this area. So, with our actual location or house is on.
When is the last time you had any kind of abnormal event happen at your place?
Let's see. It's been about, I'm trying to think how many days ago it was. that old house, the same old house, there is electricity that goes to that house, but there's a fuse box in the front that you can flip on and off, and it has the old screw-in fuses on it.
Oh yeah.
And we have it just for basically like, to house like our lawnmower, and with the ramp in the back, and then the front's got boxes and things like that, stuff that household items that we saved. And anyway, we were in the backyard of our house, and we noticed that the back light in that room, that there's each room has like I guess we would say a single fixture place where you would screw a bulb in the ceiling. I guess is what you call them, just a single fixture, and that's just for lighting in each room. And those, as far as I know, my husband and myself have tried to get those back to work for I couldn't tell you how long, and they would never work. They had the pull chains, all those fixtures do, like where you pull chain, and the chain's actually gone on that far left room. And it's a 4-room house, so it's the far left room, the room the lawnmower's in, which is the back right side room, and all of them are actually missing except there's one that's broken off about an inch in the front. But anyway, I looked over and I was like, that light was on, and I'm like, it scared my husband. He was like, what in the world? We're looking around like, okay, why is there a light on in the back of that house, or the building? So he thought there might have been somebody in there snooping around because, things were getting bad with the economy and everything, just we didn't know what was going on, but he didn't see anybody in there, and we just kind of like shut the whole breaker off because recently we had changed the fuses in it because the lights weren't working. We couldn't get any of the lights to work in there, and the bulb that was screwed into that ceiling fixture is an old kind of like spiral shaped bulb that's in there, but it was on, and we've never had been able to get that light on, which is very weird. And back to the light bulb thing, this may sound very strange, but where that orb thing was that my husband had followed that night, or was going to follow, that I took him to, and all that stuff happened with the time loss and everything, there was a huge massive pile of light bulbs that were intact. They were not smoked up, not burnt out, just looked to be like new, they have the LEDs now that are like kind of plastic light, but like just like a regular standard light bulb will be, like a 40 or 60 watt bulb. And we have pictures of it, but there was I don't know why all these bulbs were there, but there was like 20 bulbs just sitting there. And we would find golf balls like all around like this area, like places where you would never think golf balls would be at. It was so weird, in the woods, just, golf balls. And I was like, there has to be something to do with golf balls and light bulbs. I don't know what it is, but it's just like where you would never think golf balls would be at. There would be trails of golf balls or the light bulb thing. And then we have seen, like, to me, I know this sounds crazy, but quartz rocks, like at the base of trees. We would find like a lot of blue objects, like the color blue, like whatever, maybe lurking around like the color blue or something, because there was always like blue pieces of fabric. I did speak to someone who was in the cryptozoology for that, but they were, I started finding shoes, like 1 or 2 shoes in the woods, and it was kind of like creepy because I thought to myself, why is there like shoes, just like in the woods, like kind of like in the, just sitting there. I know that sounds crazy, but there was just kind of like, I'd find shoes that were like under the soil, or like they were sitting on top of the soil. And, that was very weird. I found a pair of little kids' cheerleading shoes in our wood line, like a pair of shoes for like a little girl, the cheerleading shoes. And I don't know how they got there. But there was my neighbor, she had blue cloth. Like one day it was like blue mesh, like a football jersey kind of mesh. There was a trail of blue football mesh fabric on all the way through her backyard, a big, like, long trail from the wood line through her backyard back into the wood line of, like, blue fabric. It's just like there's sort of being, like, similarities in, like, some of these things, like the light bulbs, the golf balls, and the blue fabric and the blue stuff. And I don't know why. I don't know. There's been a lot of structures we've seen here. And when I say structures, like, it's really similar to stuff you would probably see on, like, Colorado Bigfoot or something. Like, they were, like, clear structures, not just, a few sticks here and there, like, pretty big structures.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just a whole lot. I mean, it's just not just one thing, So I don't really know if, like, things are, like I said, are connected, like if UFOs and, like, the Bigfoot, Dogman thing, paranormal are all connected, or if,
So, what would you say is the creatures that are around your property? The one that was, pushed your door in and smacked the side of your house? Is it a Bigfoot? Is it a Dogman?
I don't know. I don't know if they're... The howls that we've heard they sound canine. The growl that we heard sound like a demonic beast, like something that unworldly, like I can't even describe, like something, I don't know, that you're probably seeing in Africa, but with, like, evil intent. And then the things we have on the camera that look like apes, they're not even that big. Like, they're not even, like, there was one, like, big one that was sitting there. You can see it's, kind of large. But the other things are about 4 foot tall. Wasn't they, Kurt? Like 4 foot, 3, 4 foot? Yeah, the ones that jumped. Yeah, they were like 2 to 4 feet. So I don't know what they were. And then the things with the red glowing eyes that feel, I'm thinking they're like, maybe like, aliens or something. I don't know what they were. I don't know. It's like I said, it's just like a whole, you start to wonder if, like, it's the paranormal side of it, the UAP side of it, and then you have, all this other stuff going on and trying to make everything, like, make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really know what they are, if it's like a whole array of things, just because there's, like, something here, like a portal, or just something weird here that's some type of anomaly. I don't know if it's, one thing or something I'm missing, or I really don't know. But clearly that video we have is, like, it's so, with those things, like, running, those monkey-looking things, you can definitely see them. There's no, like, discrepancy where you're like, oh, I'm not sure if that's it. No. You can seriously see these things. It is the weirdest-looking thing. There was somebody that had a video, I don't know where it was, California or something, that they were, I think, on a hike or something, and they caught something to that degree, and I think it was on the news, actually. And the guy seen it in the tree, and it was really fast, and it was, about the same height, everything. And but there was one of those, and they try to say it may have been an escaped monkey from, like, a local or a zoo around the area, may have been, but they weren't for certain. And there was nothing else that the story went dead. It's like the video footage she has looks very similar to what we have on video, but they're just more of them, what we have.
When you saw the eye shine, what color was the eye shine, or was it always on video?
No, we've seen blue, we've seen like an amber color a lot, we've seen blue, and we've seen like a red, and we've seen ones that change, like almost like it's amber, then it goes red, or like it just changes color. We've seen a blue and a green before, but the two we had seen, there, I don't want to jump off topic, but anyway, we've seen some that are blue, like straight eye shine without, that dew. Now we have seen a lot of eyes that just were illuminated, which is very strange. That you wouldn't even, if we thought they were eye shining, until we took the flashlight down and you could still see them shining. And then we're like, so we've seen that. And this is another thing that's weird. that same place where those things were running, my husband and myself were out. Like, I was on my front porch one day, and my daughter and my husband were outside washing the car, and there was a tree that literally waved left or right at that same location where we got those things on video running across the screen. But it looked like a big, tall tree. When I say tall, like 30 to 40 foot in the air, just waving back and forth. And there was two that fell when my husband was out here by himself across from our house in the woods, just like he was out there. He's in the trees just moving, and then they just fell, like back to back, things like that. Now, I'm not trying to jump off topic, but it just reminded me of those things happening. Mm-hmm. But like I said, I don't really know. And that's the creepiest part, not knowing what these things are or what they are.
That message that was written on the side of your house, and you tried to debunk it totally. What did it say? Help me or help us? Or
it said help us. Okay. Yeah, help us. And at that point, I didn't try to like write notes back to it. Nothing like that of that nature. At that point in time, I was terrified for my life. You know, I was like, I don't know what's out here, but I don't care nothing about what you're wanting or what's going on or anything else. But I kind of wish I would have, like, if I don't know, it sounds stupid to say, but I wish I could figure out what's going on, mm-hmm. Or what they do want or whatever's going on. I don't know. I know that sounds nuts.
So,
but
how did they write it? What was the medium that they wrote it in? Was it chalk, mud, what?
No, it was just like a scratch mark, like if something took a nail and, you know, used a good amount of pressure and then, like, engraved it into our wood paneling of our house. It was just scratched in.
Is it still out there?
It's still there.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we've even painted over it, and you can still see it some. But because it's deep. I mean, it's a deep scratch. So that's, you know, but I did take a picture of it, but that handprint is like, it's still there on our foundation, on the brick, because it was like clay, but the handprint's weird, like the thumb of whatever did that. The handprint kind of looks short and like fat, like the palm looks kind of fat and wide, and the thumb is really, really small compared to all the other fingers. I guess the fingers will be, the handprint's about the size of like my hand if you do a size comparison. Mm-hmm. But the fingers are, the thumb is significantly shorter than the rest of the fingers on whatever that was that done that. There's just a huge...
Let me ask you a couple of questions about your general area. So if there are Bigfoot or Dogmen or whatever it is, or both running around your area, what is there locally that is naturally there to feed something like that?
Oh, there's a lot of wildlife here. There's deer, like galore. We have deer. We have ponds. There's a lot of ponds that are naturally, I guess you would say, stocked, that are runoffs from farmland. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of farmland here that vegetation grows on, but there's of course, whenever my husband taught me this, but I didn't realize this how it worked, but whenever geese and stuff fly over, they can carry eggs from their feet to one pond to the other. So they're stocked with bass, things like that.
Okay.
But there's abundance in deer. There's a lot of wildlife around here, lots. I mean, squirrels, rabbit. I mean, I'm not sure if someone was to want to live off the land, you could definitely do it, even a human.
You mentioned something about maybe having near Indian land. Are there any like Indian burial mounds or anything like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff around here. Like there's stuff from the Civil War, like locations around here that are just I guess historical landmarks. There's mile markers that have things about like old mills and things like that that's historical with the Civil War. And there's just a lot of stuff around here that, would be Native American, Indian related. So, or
So
American Indian.
so you got paranormal, you got UFO, whatever that is, that's floating around your tree lines and the orbs and stuff, and then you got all this cryptid stuff. Wow. So why do you stay? Why do you guys stay there if it's so haunted? So whatever.
I don't really know. It's just so weird. Like, because I wanted to leave. Like, and there's times where like I kind of do, but then I feel, I don't know. I just feel like I think a part of it is because it's my childhood home and I've lived here since I was small.
Mm-hmm.
And then all this stuff kind of started happening, and it's like I kind of want to don't want to let go. My dad is 81, and I'm still taking care of him, and so I can't really leave him because he's not in really good health. And we can't just pack up and leave either. But there's just, and even if he did pass away, I don't know if I would want to. You don't really want to sell a property that kind of you grew up at. And nothing, like I said, you get kind of like to a point to where it's, I don't know, I know this sounds weird, but like you don't want to, it's like I don't want to miss stuff either. Like I'm thinking, well, whatever's there, obviously I've probably maybe been around since I was small. And, if you can't go back or, you know what I mean, you'll wonder if you're going to miss it or miss. And there's nothing like exciting about it, really. There's not. It's kind of like eerie, scary. But and nothing's happened to us. But I really don't understand, to be honest with you. I don't have a logical explanation for that. It's just a good question. I even wonder myself, like well, if we leave or whatever, or how am I going to feel about that, or if I can ever go back. I don't know. I know that sounds very weird to say, or very just not normal to say, but, I often wonder, like, maybe whatever's here, like, there's just a reason, and maybe, like, humans just don't know, or maybe that they've been there for, like, ever, and I don't know how to explain it, I guess. I know that sounds crazy, but I don't.
So here's an interesting question from Miss Nobody in Florida. Does it feel like home there?
Yeah, it does. I mean,
Okay.
I've always been able to do this when I come home. This place has a certain scent to it, and I'm telling you, it's the truth. And it's so weird. I remember when I was younger and we would go to the beach, which was like 3 hours away from here, Myrtle Beach, and I could be dead asleep. I can go with my eyes closed right now to like just say 30 to 45 minutes away from here, and I know when I'm home because there's a certain smell to this property, to this location. As soon as you bottom the hill on the main road to turn right on our road, there's a smell to the air, and it smells like home. Like it just, I can't describe that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I remember when I was a kid, like, I could do the same thing. I could just smell that I was around the house. Like, I'd be asleep in the back seat. We'd be on a beach trip home, and, like, as soon as we pulled in, like, I knew I was home. I, like, woke up, like, I can just tell that I'm here. It does feel like home, but it kind of, like, it's not the same as far as, like, I wouldn't ever be able to, like, walk out around here, and it's probably going to apply to everywhere, but especially here where I know there's something, because I'm not an overthinker either, and feel safe anymore, just like hiking, or when I was a teenager we used to camp and things like that. Nothing bothered me when we were younger. I can't recall seeing anything crazy or anything happening. But I don't think I could ever do that again, as far as, like, being outside at nighttime, no matter where I am, but especially here. Even with a weapon, I really don't think, like, I know for a fact if I had a gun or my husband was armed, we were both armed, I would not feel safe around here because, one, I do not know what I'm up against. I don't know what they are, what it is. If it's something I could even kill, which is a problem, a concern. And then, you know, that's the issue. Like, I don't know what they're capable of, what it is, if it can be killed, if it's a flesh and blood creature, if it's something that's not.
Have they been aggressive, violent, anything other than that? Well, that's not really violent. Help us.
That growl, I don't know what that growl was, but it really sounded. That growl was something trying to. It was definitely putting off a threat, like, you know, like it wanted us to feel threatened, like really. It wasn't anything nice at all. It was like something from the gates of hell, whatever the growl does. I can't. And my husband's not. I feel like I'm speaking for him. He's sitting right here beside me, but he's not the scared individual that would be like, oh, you know, or, you know, but it terrified him and me both.
Mm-hmm.
I have never, you know, when you watch movies, you're like horror movies, or and I'm not even really a horror movie watcher, but when you see people that, you know, kind of fall when they're running, and then can't speak and crying and can't even get out of a sentence because they're terrified, that's how it was, literally. That was, I have never been more scared in my life, ever than that. And I can't even describe what that, do you want to explain what that growl sounded like? Hang on, I'm going to put you on speaker so he can explain it.
Sure.
Hang on. Go ahead.
A growl across the road?
Yeah.
I don't know, like it's a mix between a lion, like as loud as a lion roars. I mean, I worked at a zoo for a little while, and they had a male lion, and he would sit there and roar like every morning, and you could feel it in your chest even if you're like 50 to 100 yards away. And whatever growled that night, I had a machete in my hand, and like I just ran instantly because it was like so deep and loud, and it wasn't a bear. Like, bears make a totally different noise. I mean, whatever it was, you can feel it in your body, like in this instant fear. And like, she was behind me about 20 feet, and like we both like ran instantly, like not even thinking, like, and she even fell, like when we got to the top of the driveway. And I mean, I've never heard nothing like that ever, and I've hunted my whole life, been in the woods everywhere, Colorado, all over Pennsylvania, and I just never ever heard the sound like that and felt nothing like with that intensity. And
Yeah.
we have on audio too. One night she went in the house. I sat on the porch that night. It was just real nice out, and she went inside, and I had a hearing app with a portable speaker, and I had a phone like about 10 feet in a tree where it wired off, and I could barely get the phone up there, and like I could barely reach. And it picks up some sounds like around and stuff, and we listened to the speaker. Well, she went in the house for something, and I heard something. This is when there was still woods on the right side of our house, and now they're building a house there. But I heard something coming through the woods, like just making all kinds of ruckus. And I mean, I've heard deer before a million times, but anyway, like I didn't see nothing. And on the hearing app, I heard something like puffing, like really hard breathing, and like I came in the house really quick, like, and shut the door, and I'm like, listen to this. And whatever it was like right under this phone, and we're looking where the phone's at. It was lit up and everything, and could not see what it was. And at that time, there used to be an owl that used to come here, and like it would just look at you, like, and let you get within like 10 feet of it and just look at you. And that night, that owl kept landing like to the right on where we have bird feeders, and it would sit there and it would take off. And you can hear it on the hearing app where it would take off. You hear the bird feeders like rock. But this thing like came and was breathing like so like deep. You can just hear its lungs, and it would make this weird high-pitched, like, snort kind of, but not like a deer. It was like a yell and like a snort mix.
I wonder if it's possible to play like 2 or 3 recordings of it. Like I probably could pull it up.
Okay, if you'd like to. Got a question for you guys. Don from the chat wants to know what were you doing when you heard that growl or growls, and was there a weapon around?
I had a machete in my hand.
We were okay. That was during the time where that orb was. And he kept looking at it. It had been there for, like I said, 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, it was there for a couple of days. I thought it was somebody with like their cell phone light on or like a lantern, and that's what it looked like from far, because it kind of had that color, like maybe of a phone, but not to the really bright white. It was kind of a more yellowish light. It wasn't orange. It was between like a yellow and a white, and it wasn't super bright, but you can see it clearly, and it was like a couple feet off.
And it looked the size of a basketball.
And like I just kept wondering, like, is that somebody down in our woods? And that's not like typically where anybody would be anyway. But like we were walking down, because I kept looking. I was gonna walk down to see to get a better look, and I had a spotlight, and I could not get a good like beam of light onto that light or around it to see, so I was curious, and she kept walking down behind me, and she actually had her back to me looking up in the sky over our house at a thing in the sky. And she's like, as soon as that thing, that other thing, it used to like make the weirdest yells, and it does it about once a month, and it's not a dog. If it's a dog, it's seriously like the size of a bear. Just the loudness and the tone. It's not like any coyote, wolf, or dog that I've ever heard. And we know every dog in this general whole area. And it seems like it does it about once a month, that it'll make these weird yells like for about 5-6 days in a row. And that thing was over there yelling. And she went to say, I can't get this thing on video, that thing in the sky over the house. And as soon as she said that, whatever was in front of me, it was like probably only 20 feet in front of me across the road. And it literally, like, I didn't even have to think. Like, just my reaction was like turn around and run.
And what was so scary about it, like, he wasn't even out of our driveway. Like, he was about, I would say, because I had watched him, and he was standing at the edge of our driveway looking at that ball of light down the road in the woods. Mm-hmm. And it was just like, to me, it was like something was there, like just like curiosity kills the cat, that kind of saying, like just knowing that like he was intrigued by it and just wanted to pull him in down there. And I was like determined, like, okay, you're not walking down there, whatever. But he was wanting to try to, get video footage of that light, but, he couldn't really get good focus on it because it was moving, like, at a constant, it looked from where we were at, and this thing was like 200 yards away, that it was just kind of like, there, but moving slightly. But if you look through, like, your camera or anything, like, it was like at a constant, like, rotation, moving in, like, circular motions or, like, up and down, back and forth, like, floating. And he was determined to, like, see what that was. And, there was nights where he, thought he was recording this thing and it wouldn't record, but he does have it on video, some of it. But he was doing that, and he was in our driveway. I was up near the well house, so I was about 10 foot from him, up in our driveway. And I looked around at the sky, and I was on live that night because I went live. I don't know what it was about going live, but, like, I ended up, like I said, creating, like, a private, closed group on my Facebook. I didn't want anybody from around my area to know, I had a group open. I didn't want anybody, like, being able to join my group and not having permission. Like, they literally had to send me a friend request and request to join that group, or I had to request them to join because it was totally private. Mm-hmm. But I had, like, 20 people in there that, believed in Bigfoot and things like that. And I know they were really trustworthy people, and I would go live like every night and just, they didn't know where I lived, didn't know my location, they knew what state I lived in, that's it. I didn't give out details of anything like that, but I would go in there and I just felt more secure knowing that there was somebody there to witness it if something happened to me. I know that sounds bizarre, but all I literally said was I was on live, I lifted the phone up, and I said, for some reason, I cannot get these things on video because I could see this thing in the sky with my eyes, but I could not get it to, show up on the camera, on the phone, where they could see anything. And as soon as I said that, that thing growled, and it was like a monster. I mean, I can't even, when it growled, it ended up it was just like a roar, just intensive, whole body vibration roar. And then as it was I guess exhaling, it was just kind of like what a tiger or lion would do. There's a term for that, but I can't just think of it right now off the top of my head. It's not a purr. It's where their voice kind of that kind of keeps rolling on, it just rattles.
Okay.
But
did you feel it in your chest or anything when it growled?
Our whole body, our whole body. I mean, you would think when I turned around, you would think that whatever was there would be right behind you. I thought that it was just an instantaneous. As soon as I heard it, my whole body vibrated, and I turned around to my right just I guess out of instinct to see what was there, and I ran, and I didn't see anything because I thought that whatever this, I guess just out of human instinct, that this thing was going to be right behind me, and I ran. And then my husband, where our sidewalk lot is, we have a concrete sidewalk and a patio that goes into we have a gravel drive that goes into our garage, and our gravel driveway is not but 20, it's about 60 foot long. And as soon as we got to that pad, I stopped and I folded over and I was crying and I could not even speak. I'm like, what was that? And I couldn't even talk. I'm going to see if you can, I don't know if you can hear these recordings. If you can,
okay,
let me know.
All right.
If it's too loud, then you can,
But the dog barking in the background, our dog bark.
There's one dog that's kind of barking a little bit in the background, is our dog, like my husband said. And there's the thing that's howling. That's the thing that he was saying that does it kind of consistent.
But you can hear this thing breathe and make these weird noises.
Holy cow.
this sometime. Okay, I'm stopping playing.
Wow. So have you?
That's just that was just like one incident of like, I mean, there was this thing in there that was like just massive. That's only that thing that growled at us that night.
So
and then there
were,
was that thing that yells.
Yeah. So were you holding the recorder, or was this a recorder you left out?
No, that was just a telephone. We had that sitting in our Bradford pear tree, like in the front of the house, which is about, like, my husband had it sitting in a branch that kind of veed off in the very front of the house beside of our bird feeder. And we had that. It was just a telephone sitting there, and then we had it Bluetoothed to our YouTube Boom, which is a regular speaker. And I had walked inside to get a coffee, and one of my frappuccinos, my iced coffees, and like before I could get outside, he was in the house. And you're still on speakerphone, by the way. So that's when he was explaining to you that like he was outside and that he'd heard something. Tell him again so you know exactly that you heard something.
Oh, yeah, we used to, like I said, we used to have about 1 acre or 2 acres of woods on the right side until the next house that they cut down last July, and they just built a new house there. But anyway, I was out there waiting for her to come back, and it was pretty quiet that night. And I heard something rustling through the woods, and I didn't see nothing to the right of me. And we have pretty good lighting out there. We have 2 like 100-watt lights on our porch and our post light by the driveway, and it's black. Other than that, we have a street light in our yard actually. Like other than that, it's pitch black. And I heard something come like really fast, like, and I looked to my right, didn't see nothing, and on the speaker that was picking up the sounds from my phone, the phone was like the microphone, like I can hear something like breathing, like panting, huffing, and I hurried up and stepped in the house, and I usually don't do that. And when I came inside, I was looking through the little window beside the door, and I was hit record, and whatever it was, like, sound like it got right up underneath and was like trying to get the phone or something, but I could not see whatever it was. Like, the front yard's lit up, and
like, it's so weird because like we were sitting there, and like we were in the front room of the house, and we're looking out there where that phone was at in that tree, and the only thing that kept happening was this owl. It was the weirdest thing. This owl was a barn owl, kept coming up like nightly out there, and it would land on that bird feeder beside that tree where the phone was sitting, and I could literally almost walk like 6 to 8 foot away from this owl, and he would just sit there and look at me, and he wouldn't fly away or anything. But he would fly off and come back, and he started coming around, and I thought, well, I even got video of this owl too. But Kurt was out there, but he come in, and we're sitting here listening to this on the speaker because, we have Bluetooth our phone and the speaker together. The phone was out there, the speaker was in our hands in the house, and we could hear this thing, and it sounded like it was trying to get to our phone or pissed because it couldn't stop, I guess, maybe our phone from recording. I don't know what it was doing, but then it sounded like that was fighting with something. Like, you can hear more than one thing, definitely. But the thing that you can hear that's kind of grunting or making the deep, like, grunts, it sounds like it was pissed, like, okay, like, this phone's recording me or something. I don't really know what to think of it.
I don't know, but the phone that was recording the whole time in the tree is actually only, like, maybe 15 feet away from the house. And the woods are, probably another 80 feet one way and another about 50, 60 feet to the right. So, I mean, this is like right in front of our house, like 15 feet off our sidewalk. So it's not even in the woods or anything. Like, so many things happen. We were up at the field. One of the first instances of all this, like, we was going to go to a Walmart one night. We had our daughter, and she was, I think, 8 at the time. This is like 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, before any of this other crazy stuff happened. We went, and it's a dead-end road. We turned around, came back, and I shined a flashlight, didn't see nothing. Well, it's pretty flat. There's no valleys up there or anything. This big field, and they plant corn and sorghum or whatever, and soybean. This alternates. But anyway, I was just messing around, never thought about anything like this or anything. So I whistled, like, never do it. I just happened to go, and something whistled instantly back. And I was like, told my wife, I was like, wow, I can hear an echo. And she's like, what are you talking about, echo? She's like, you can't hear an echo. And I did it again, and then nothing. And then, like, I just happened to go, like, I want something like, or a whoop or something like that, and instantly something yelled back, like, instantly, loud as hell, and our daughter started crying. She's like, go, 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 go. And, like, this is a place where nobody's going to be camping, no one's going to be at. This was, like, 8 or 9 o'clock at night, pitch black, and it was, like, crazy, because, like, almost instantly, even if a human was there, they couldn't respond fast enough to do that. Like, it was like almost instantly. As soon as I yelled, it yelled right back. And, like, she just drove off, and our daughter was crying, and she's like, go, 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 Mom, go. And it just kind of freaked me out. And then all this other stuff, just so much stuff's happened. I mean, like, I would have to sit down and think, because, I mean, there's been times where we'd go up that field and stop just to look for deer or whatever, because that's originally why we started going up there, because a lot of times I would use a spotlight and look at deer. And then all this other stuff started happening after that. But, like, there's so many times we're up there, and there's another field about a mile away from here, and we'd seen some crazy stuff up there too. But for some reason, it looked like car brake lights about maybe 10 feet off the ground. There's the woods start on the other side of this field about 500 yards, and this happened at least 4 or 5 times at that spot that I can remember, and about 10 to 15 feet off the ground of my view, 2 red lights, sometimes 1, would just light up out of nowhere, and they'd be moving like super fast, and you'd see them like lit up, and they'd always go from left to right, lit up, and they would go maybe 30 to 50 yards, and like, but going like 100 miles an hour, like light up, boom, and just kind of like fade out, gone, and nothing could go through them trees like that. I mean, it's just full of trees, big oak trees and everything else, so I don't know what that is. I mean, we see so much stuff, it's just hard, like, just talking right now,
There's
but...
no explanation because we don't even drink alcohol. That's
No,
weird.
we don't drink,
Like,
we
we
don't
don't
smoke
do
pot,
drugs,
nothing.
we're not
We smoke
intoxicated.
cigarettes.
We smoke cigarettes, I drink my coffee, but we don't even drink alcohol. And that's the bizarre thing is, like, we're not, I know I'm not hallucinating, and my husband's not, we're not crazy. Like, we're not intoxicated when we're seeing things like this. Anything, it's just, it's very, I don't know how to explain, you know, and when I say, like, I was the one who was, like, when this first started happening, I was like, you know, there was literally, and I have photos, but there was a tunnel. Like, when I say a tunnel, it wasn't just like, it was like a woven tunnel of, like, just like if you took like, hundreds of branches and, like, wove them. It was all on the ground, on the sides, like built walls on the ground right beside of our house in the back where that thing yelled. That night we had the dogs out and said, woo, like a guy at a football game hyped up. And I looked around thinking there was a human in my yard, and I realized there wasn't somebody, but it was back there, and it went in and curved around, and there was this thing that was like a gigantic, if anybody has ever seen like a hand-woven basket, it looked like a huge nest, like something like an ostrich would sit in, like a nest. And I'm like, it was the weirdest. There was a bag of chicken leg quarters, but there was nothing in the bag like what chicken leg quarters would come in. That used to be like $5 or $6 per bag. That has like the thigh and the leg that's, you know, one solid piece. That there was like food products that like something was dragging that in that location. But at this time I was like, you know, I was this person who did not believe in anything but what was like known, you know, or what I knew or seemed logical. Like, I was like, there has to be an explanation. I'm asking my husband, do deer do this? Do bear do this? Do we, you know, mountain lions? Like, and we don't even live in an area that has bear, or there might be black bear a little far west of us, on up in a more mountainous terrain. But, you know, I'm thinking of, like, all possibilities, and I could not, it just would not, nothing I would think of would make any sense. I mean, I had literally no options but to turn to the more, you know, things that was beyond my comfort zone, like, you know, the paranormal, the Bigfoot, you know, Dogman. And when I say Dogman, when I first, my husband laughs now, but, like, I had people messaging me saying, you know, I think you might have, like, a Dogman at your house, because when I was on these lives, people would say, your tree looks like it's alive in your front yard. And I'm like, what the hell are they saying? I'm like, I don't see nothing. But they were sending me screenshots, and I'm like, I don't see anything. But, you know, people were saying, well, maybe you have, I think you have Dogman. And I was like, okay, now, like, I've done turned to Bigfoot, but now you're saying Dogman? Like, that's like, okay, it's getting too far. But now that I look back at things, like, I'm not even really, like, I'm not, you know, opposed to, like, being open-minded anymore because of all that's happened. You know, it's like opened my mind to the what ifs, or, you know, and I'm not, you know, when I was really closed-minded to all this stuff. And
the difference is, like, we don't really want to be, like, known, and
I don't
want people, like, yeah, like, us sharing, like, our stuff, and but I mean, like, everything we say, that if we have video for, we say we actually seen it or got video for.
Yeah,
like, I don't care about
speculation.
attention. I'm not one of them people. Like, I totally laughed at her, like, when she started saying about Bigfoot, when all this started happening, and, like, because she didn't believe in none of that either. And I totally was like, all right, okay. I mean, that's a little far-fetched. So she did. She looked at every kind of bear, every signs of bears, signs of mountain lions, and like I know of all. And there's even big claw marks on this tree that we found that we used to walk in the woods. And there's a tree down I found, and it has claw marks on it, but they're not the claw marks of a mountain lion, a bobcat, and they're not wide enough really to be a bear. Like, bears leave really wide gouges, and they're the weirdest scratch marks, and they're probably, I don't know, like maybe 7-8 feet up in the tree, and it just, I've seen bear scrapes on trees like a lot, and I know bobcats make crazy sounds too, but like I said, I'm pretty knowledgeable with the woods. I know almost every animal. I was like a National Geographic nerd growing up, and I know there's birds at night and everything, and like I wish I knew what makes these sounds and stuff like that. It took a long time for me to be able to walk our dogs in the dark down by where that thing growled, because like it just that thing was so loud that growled at us. Like it just, even if you had a gun, like it probably wouldn't stop it. Even grizzlies are hard to stop. This thing was seriously, like the audio is hard because what we play is, I played it just off my phone.
Right.
No speaker, nothing. And even that, even if you played it on the speaker, it still does not justify the intensity of the noises that they actually made. They just can't pick up the frequency like you can hear in real life, and the feeling. Even that thing across that was howling in the background, making that weird noise, a lot of times it'll yell so loud you can almost feel it in the air. And I'd like to know what that is. That thing that's like moaning in the background. And it's weird because it's almost once a month it does that. And when it does that, sometimes all the dogs around the whole valley will all start barking out of nowhere. And the dogs around here usually don't bark unless something like happens, but it's so weird because all the dogs will be barking at one time, like going crazy, and it's like somebody like takes a light switch and just shuts them off. They all stop instantly. Like every dog at one time just stops.
It's almost, I'm not sure if they're like in our area or if they are neighboring dogs, because it's almost like they sound like a pack of coyotes or coats. We hear those a lot. I've heard them my whole life. It's almost like a pack of like yiping coyotes, but like when they get to a certain spot and it's directly across from us in these like dense woods, it's almost, when they're howling and carrying on, it's like when they stop, it's like he said, it's like taking a light switch and cutting it off. Not one whimpers after it, not one howl after it, nothing. It's just gone. It's strange because it's not natural. I mean, even if dogs howl together or coyote, like a wolf pack or anything, you know, when the alpha or whatever is going on there, you know, when one stops, you'll still hear like some time to time. I mean, it's just like a sudden like gone. I can't describe. It just don't make sense. A lot of things don't make sense around here, but
holy cow! Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you guys where we live, but I'll just say we're in central North Carolina. Uwharrie's like 30 minutes from us.
13.
And I didn't even know Uwharrie had like all these like things going on with Bigfoot and like such a place until she got into all this and then research, and then we see like Uwharrie's like one of the biggest hot spots for like activities with like Bigfoot, UFO, like, and researchers. And I worked with a guy when all this started happening, and I was talking to him just about a couple of things that happened, and he was telling me some stuff that happened to him at Uwharrie with people that was out there that looked like military, but I'm pretty sure they're not military because I was military, and they're not really doing what he said they were doing. But anyway, I didn't even want to talk on this thing. If she called, that's all her. But I was
Yeah.
just trying to get my
It kind
2
of feels
cents.
good to like be able to talk without having to like, I guess.
We don't even tell people we know because I don't want to feel
think
like
I'm
some
crazy.
yeah, or like some tweaker, like they're twacked out on something or they're psychotic. So
I mean,
Oh, no.
it's a awful feeling, like kind of like, you know.
because I would think somebody's like crazy or just like pulling my leg. Like if somebody just randomly like, oh yeah, this happened to
I mean,
me
it's
and all this
bizarre.
crazy
I
yell,
mean,
I'm like,
it really
okay, you need help or.
You know, if I had never experienced this, I would seriously think that, like, if somebody was talking to me, I'd be like, okay, like, you know. But
Well,
I really, like,
that audio, I would definitely be upgrading whatever I had as a lead projectile thrower.
yeah, and the crazy thing is, I ain't trying to blast all of our business, but the crazy thing is like, we don't even have a firearm in our house, which is we have a 22. What is it? It's a pellet gun, but I mean it's what we got our son 1 year for Christmas.
I have a bunch, but I don't have many.
Yeah, all my husband's guns are up north with his brother, and you know, it's just kind of like, you know, when all this happened, we had like 2 machetes. Of course, we have shovels and things like that, but I mean. And honest to God, like I even told him, you know, I mean, I can go to my brother's house and grab it. We had done that one time. We grabbed when this was going on, like the most intense things. I got my brother's shotgun. But even if we were both armed, I really don't think. I'm pretty much certain that I would either not be able to kill these things, or it would not stop them, or whatever. Like, even if, you know, and I even told him at one point, and I know this sounds nuts, but I'm like, you know, your mind has a lot going on when you hear something that's totally out of the norm. And first, like I had told you, I was scared to, like, for my kids. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I was up against. I didn't know what was here. I didn't know if I could kill something, if it was going to kill me or my children, if it was going to come in our house, what they're capable of, if they can, I mean, you don't never know. And then I'm like, you know, there's just a whole array of things. And then you're thinking, well, you don't want to cause more attention on yourself. I don't want people walking around my property. I don't want, like, the government to be involved. And then you start thinking, well, now, what if you are to pull out a gun? Is it going to piss whatever it is off? And then they're going to come after you with, like, the vengeance, like 20 deep or, you know, or more, and, like, or just even one and make it mad, and it will hurt you. I mean, you don't know what to think, because I don't even know, like, exactly, you know, what I'm up against. I don't. And that's what's terrifying. The most terrifying part of it is not knowing exactly, like, having to answer, not knowing what it is for sure. That's the, or not knowing what it can do. I mean, if it's related to, like, UAPs or UFOs, or if it's like coming through a portal, or, I mean, if it can be invincible at times. I mean, you don't know what these things. I mean, I was following, like, I started, like, researching, okay, and I mean, people believe different things about cryptids and things like that.
Right.
But I started researching, and I started looking up this thing called the Bigfoot bioelectric static theory, and it was, like, very, very similar, and not in, I guess, ways that things happened around here. And when I say that, I mean, like, the chain of events that's happened here with, you know, the orbs and, like, you know, possible Bigfoot, the orbs, the UFO stuff, the quartz. But it's called the Bigfoot bioelectric static theory, and that's where, and it's an actual link, and there were scientists that actually performed studies of, you know, there was one scientist, and these were actually scientists that were involved, but they said that these Bigfoot would consume quartz. You know, they would eat them, and then they would rub their feet together in, like, a rapid motion, and it would create, like, electricity. You know, and I think, they had studied these things, but I know that sounds like kind of like it's way different than what some people believe in.
Right.
But with our geological area, like with it being like overabundant in quartz, with there being like possible maybe like caves or karst systems here, things like that it all kind of like, and then it just kind of all made sense that they're like kind of like like they also had to do with quantum physics and like the electromagnetic field, and they said that these things will follow, this is a theory now, the electromagnetic field, the ley lines of the world. So like, and if you look at the ley lines of the actual map of the U.S. or the world, a lot of those ley lines, and they look like asterisks and things like that, and a lot of those things, like I would see similarities in structures, with the ley lines, and it just, I guess just things caught my eye, and I was like, well, but they believe that these things would travel the ley lines, and that they would, maybe travel through portals and things like that, wormholes, portals, things of that nature. And I'm not saying that it's like true, or of course, because it's just a theory, but to be, closely related to what was happening here. And then, like, we just recently started watching the Skinwalker Ranch series with all the anomalies and things going on there.
All right.
And they have a huge shift in their gravity there, a huge shift in, like, certain things that happen, like anomalies that are happening over that property, with, things that are like bending lasers and things like that in the sky, and the UAPs they would see that would just like dissipate into thin air or just disappear. We see a lot of UAPs here, which is unidentified aerial phenomenon, or you can call them UFO things, but they're just like balls of light, and they're like, can be capsule shaped or round, and they're pretty low, and they just kind of like float across the sky and just disappear. I mean, me and my son have seen two of them kind of like going around one another, and then like coming together, and then one of them going straight up and then disappearing. Just things like that. So, and I think that they had a lot of stuff going on at that Skinwalker Ranch. I'm not really for sure exactly how deep it goes. I heard Dark Waters' story on there about I think it was Skinwalker Ranch, or maybe a different one. But it just seems, to me, and that's just, maybe I'm just in my own headspace, but to know they're blood and flesh kind of seems a little, maybe different, but they could possibly be like blood and flesh creatures, but it just seems like they would travel in a different dimension, like than us, or maybe in, related to something else that's not, that's not worldly to us, what we know. And, what really got me is whenever we had, like I said, we were on live stream, and then I captured them like running across my camera, and I heard, and you can hear before you can see, like sound travels faster than the eye, if I'm not mistaken, but I heard this thud, and I said, I'm getting out of here, because the thud I heard, and the feeling, I told my husband, I was like, I'm getting out of here, like I just don't feel right, and I just heard something, and he heard it too. And then when we got home, like I said, I could see those things running across the screen, and I had to slow the camera footage down, and you could clearly see these things jumping and running, look like apes. And there's no like questioning about it. You can clearly see them, but you have to slow the camera down to even. And now, mind you, I didn't see nothing with my eyes, and that was what is very unique about it, because it was almost like I couldn't see, with my eyes, but then the camera picked it up. And it's just things like that led me to believe, with my own personal experience, that it may be something other than just like a living creature that nobody has actually proven to exist. I don't know if that would make sense to anybody, or if I'm just I don't want to, like, you know, try to say that I know everything or nothing, because I obviously don't. But, you know, that's just my, I guess, beliefs, or based on what I've, you know, kind of lived through and dealt with.
So, how easily would it get an invite to your Facebook private group?
It depends. Like, I haven't been on there for a while. I've only shared that video with like 2 people that I really, really, really trust.
Okay.
But you know, it just, I don't really. I would have to know someone, and I don't want, you know, the betrayal of, like, you know, I don't want somebody, like, if I do share something to somebody and say, okay, and they're, like, doing something with the video feed, or they're, you know, or things like that, you know what I mean? And I have never told anyone, even the people that I've, you know, have talked to about these things, where I live at exactly. I have never shared my location with anybody. I'm even careful of, like, watching for road signs or anything that would even give my location away, because I just don't want the overflow of people. I have to be precautious on, like, all areas. I mean, you don't want to attract people that aren't with good intent either, you know what I mean? So, but I mean, I had thought about it at one point in time, maybe, like, you know, creating a public page, but then again, I have to be very, very careful of what I share. You know, what's private and what's, you know, shared. So, and you really kind of want to, like, if you feel like if you don't cover all the details, then you're not kind of, like, being transparent enough for it to be believable, you know. So
right.
It's a sticky situation, because you know, if I did say, okay, well, I'm going to create a page, or, you know, make my page public or something, then if I don't, you know, cover, like, all the details, then it could be questionable. Well, you know, is she being truthful? Well, you know, let me see pictures, or let me see this. And I don't mind sharing some things. I just have to be careful of what I let, you know, people see, or, you know. So I just don't want a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, I've been through enough. And like I said, right now, like, I'm not dead yet, which is a good thing. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I
that is
just
a
don't
good
want
thing.
anything happening as a result of, like, you know, me not being responsible or thinking it through before, you know. So I just,
Wow.
but yeah,
I can see
you know,
I can see exactly why you do not want anybody around your area. You know, especially if it's just you and your family, and whoever knows where you live. You have a lot of people prying around there would probably tick the heck out of whatever it is that you just played a recording with.
I know, that's one of the things that, like I said, the fear of mine, you know, and I don't really know what, you know, somebody would demand information from me for, like, you know, I don't need all the problems, you know what I mean, that could probably happen as a result, and, you know, I mean, anything that's, like, you know, that you have proof of probably isn't going to, you know, sit well with other people, like, and not people that's within the, you know, cryptozoology or that stuff, but other people that don't want people knowing about it, you know what I mean?
All right.
You know, I think a lot of things are covered up. I really do. I think there's a lot of things that they just now recently, you know, declassify things about UAPs or UFOs. It's just secretive stuff, and I just really think that they don't want some things getting out there. Because people are, you know, from birth you're raised, or you're kind of taught to, you know, not think outside the box, and, you know, this is the way life is, and if it's anything else that's you're not familiar with, then it could cause, like, mass panic. I mean, if they said, oh, well, we can confirm that this is a fact, people would start questioning, like, religion, all kinds of stuff. People would just go berserk, you know. It would disrupt everybody and whole perception of life and way of thinking. And I just don't think they want that, you know, like leaders. And, like, maybe a control thing. I don't know.
Wow.
It's just a lot. You know, as a, you know, it's easy for people to say, well, why don't you leave? or, do this. But no, I don't think anybody realizes unless they're in that position, like, your parents, you've got responsibilities, you've got family, you don't have tons of money that you're paying bills, monthly. You don't have tons of money to pack your stuff and leave out of nowhere, and then you're questioning what's going on. I mean, it's just like nobody really knows until you actually live it, or like, I guess it's, and when you're like cohabitating with these things, it's not like it's not like the same thing as like if somebody was to go pack their bags and say, well, I'm going to go researching at such and such location for research, and because that's what they want to do, and they go camp out or whatever, and they research and they come home. They have a home to go to. When you are at your home and this starts going on, you don't have an outlet. You don't have a way to nowhere to escape to. So you have to kind of learn to adjust in the best way possible, which is really difficult. And you just have to really be sound-minded enough to make the right call and the decisions. Because one mistake could just, things maybe not go the way you want them to. So,
wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This turned out to be a heck of a call. Beth, I appreciate you calling. Yeah.
I didn't want it to be like, I didn't want to do all like, but it's so much to cover, it's really a lot to cover. And I'm probably
That's all right.
There's a lot that I probably haven't even told you. Like, it's a lot, So, but it does feel good to get, to talk or to get things out. And, I told my husband, I was like, I'm going to call. I want to call and just, because, I've been, debating on, like, there's a few people I know that do podcasts, but it's just kind of like an iffy thing of, like, telling somebody or whatever. I seen Dark Waters in the chat, and I'm like, I'm going to go on, and just talk for a minute and, tell my stories. And my husband's like, you don't have just one story. We have multiple stories, This is multiple stories, not just one. I'm like, yeah, I get it, but it's still all
something tells
together.
me you haven't even touched it yet. You kind of scraped the surface of it a little bit.
There's a lot. So.
Yeah. I would love to talk to you again. Maybe do an entire show sometime. Well, just you.
Okay.
But
all right, that sounds good.
if you could send me an email and how I can contact you. You contact me. You got my number, obviously. However you want to do it, and I would love to arrange to do an entire show with you.
All right, that sounds good. So I probably call private, huh?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. But
yeah, I don't mean to be like that, but I was like, I'm not gonna you're not right now.
Okay,
So, yeah.
well, I'm totally into being private, absolutely. But if you want to call me and we can kind of arrange something a little bit later, doesn't have to be anytime soon, or it could be as soon as you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah, we can go over it and then figure out, what we're going to do and what we're not, what I wanted not to do and what I do want to do, and go from there. So, that sounds good.
All right.
And it's, all righty, well, it's good talking to you.
Well, Beth, thank you so much. I was, I'm like, wow. I'm glad I just let you talk. I'm glad. This is the reason, folks. I allow people to talk. I get a little guff every once in a while, letting people just keep it on, and this is the reason why. Let it get out, let them get off the chest, let it get people talk about what's going on with them. So, Beth, I appreciate it. This is amazing stories you have. I honestly, if I heard that kind of stuff out in my backyard, I would, I don't know. I honestly,
yeah, like I said,
yeah.
I feel like, even if time passes and just say stuff is not that crazily going on at that current time, you kind of like, you always have to remind yourself, or for me, like we only got growled at one time, which was a threat, but
What was your husband saying occurred once a month?
That loud yelling that you heard on the recording, that like the real loud howling off in the background, like the constant.
Okay.
That was like that's a once in a month situation.
Oh wow.
Where this thing, it's I don't know, what exactly it is, but I know where it's coming from, and I know that for miles through that wooded area, it's nothing but woodland. There's nothing there but woods. So, but yeah, that's a monthly occurrence.
Are there any cave systems or anything like that through?
Yeah, I think there is. Like there's, like I said, like the terrain here, it's kind of mountainous, and then we live at the very bottom of a valley, and there is like a creek here. It's a decent sized creek, and along that creek, it's like I said, it has a sandy perimeter. That's what it's kind of like in the creek. It's sand and it's real rocky, and it goes, and there's some rock walls that are like 20 to 40 foot, and it goes around the bends. And if you look on GPS satellite, there's nothing out there but woodland and mountainous terrain. But it ends up running to a major river that goes all the way west to east in North Carolina. It runs all the way from the mountains all the way to the Cape Fear River Basin, which runs into the ocean. So, I mean, it's a big river, and that this creek runs to, and so, I'm pretty sure there is like cave systems or car systems around here. Like I've not been like looking for them, especially now since I've heard this. But near when we used to go walk into that creek, when we used to go walking up there and hiking and stuff like that, and that's I grew up like an outdoor person. Like I love to hike and walk. That's just who I am. But there was areas, on the hillside before that creek area that when you walk, it sounds like hollow ground, what you're walking on. Like you can hear like the hollowness to the soil that you're standing on, like when you're walking, like the thumping. It's so weird. So you can definitely tell it's like a hollow surface. It's kind of creepy sounding, honestly, when you're walking on it. But I'm pretty sure the ground's hollow in a lot of places. There's also areas, in that same woods that it looks like, and I don't know if these things can do this or they have to be something that does it, but there's big, gigantic holes that have been dug out, and there's no like soil beside these holes. Like someone has like dug it like by hand and like laid the soil to the side. And when I say big holes, these holes are like 4 foot deep by like maybe 6 foot wide. Like you can lay in them, like you can literally lay your body in them and nobody could ever see you. Or, you could hide in those holes. And I don't know what digs those big holes out. And then there's no trees around it, like where a tree's fallen and it's just, from the roots making the holes. There's no trees around the area. And then there's also areas where there's just mounds of rocks, like, just big mounds of rocks, like where somebody, would, like, have stacked up rocks for like 20 foot, in length or 10 foot length, like piles of rocks. So I don't really know exactly who or what would do that either. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. I don't have any proof or, of what would do that or evidence of what would do that. It just doesn't make sense either. And another thing, too, those holes that are dug out, like, it's just clay red dirt. There's no leaves in them or, like, any type of, like, brush that's filled them up or, there's no moss that's growing in them or grass that's growing in them. It's very awkward. It's just like mud or clay.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I always thought, well, I don't know if anything hides. I mean, you just think all kinds of weird stuff. But, I mean, I try to look for what makes the most logical sense. But some things just don't make sense. Anyway. But,
Do you want to stay on? I'm gonna go ahead and since I'm like an hour and a half overtime, which I'm pleasantly surprised. It was amazing. I actually had a good feeling about tonight with how the show's going to run. Do you want to stay on for just a little bit? Let me finish the sign off on the show, and then I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me go ahead and I'm gonna silence you. I won't be able to hear you at all, but you'll be able to hear me. Okay.
All right.
Okay, and I'll be right with you after I get to the sign off and stuff. Hold on just a second, and then I'll talk to you in just a second, okay?
All right.
All right. All right, folks. Wow, that's Beth from North Carolina that's on the phone. I'm going to try to arrange to have her on for a full show, which I think I about just did a full show with her, but wow is all I can tell you. And Beth, thank you. For those folks that has never been on the show while I'm doing a show, I usually open and close the show with prayer. I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. And then we'll get her going. Lord Jesus Christ, in thy love and mercy, establish a perimeter of protection around all of us, all the listeners, all those who have participated in tonight's show, and those who pray for us and their loved ones. May the holy angels guard us and all our possessions, establishing a perimeter of protection around us, rendering us immune from any kind of demonic influence. Ask that no demonic bondage, door, demonic entity, portal, astral projection, or disembodied spirit may enter the space of 100 yards in all directions of us. I ask that no demons within the vicinity or any that should try to enter here be rendered deaf, dumb, and blind, that thou would strip them of all weapons, armor, power, illusions, and authority, that thou would bind, rebuke, and disable them from communicating or interacting with each other in any way. Remove them, sending them directly to the foot of thy cross, Jesus, Son of the Most High. Dear God, I ask that you send your angels of mercy, healing, and protection, and support to the folks that have requested prayer. Frank Warren, Shellen Aiden, Amanda, and Robert Quigley, Gracie, Julian Jeff, Sharon Guy, Patrick, Brenda, Julie S., Aaron and Erica, Lakea, Razor Wolf's family, Raymond, Tim Tam, Raymond's friend, AJK, Claire Ellis, and Doll for spiritual support. In Jesus Christ's name, I pray. Amen. Folks, go to IamDarkWaters.com. He just redesigned the whole thing over there. It looks. I just actually looked at it while I was on the show just now. Just got the first look-see at it. So if you go to IamDarkWaters.com, subscribe over there, and you'll get a whole heck of a lot of content that you don't get over on YouTube or you don't get over on the Paranormal Radio app or wherever. But go over to IamDarkWaters.com. If you want to reach out to me, Sean Graham at IamDarkWaters.com is my new email address, or you can call or text me, 931-994-6917. And folks, I appreciate every one of you. God bless y'all. And catch me over Wednesday on Chasing True Sean G on my YouTube channel. And here on the Paranormal Radio app, same bat time. No, same not bat time. I usually do it about 9 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. Central, over there on Chasing the Truth, Sean G on Wednesdays. Or whenever I do get a wild hair, I'll just jump on or whatever. But God bless y'all. And keep it between the mayonnaise and the mustard, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you, and I'll see you guys next time. All right, let me go ahead and hit this stop thing, and I'll see you guys later.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's the one and only Dog Waters, James Williams, the owner of IamDogwaters.com, the Dog Waters channel, bada bing, bada boom. You guys know who I am. And if this is your first time listening and you don't know who I am, then welcome to the channel. Tonight, we're going to be talking about Sasquatch. As you guys know, I've been laying off Dogman, but I've been laying off Dogman for a very specific reason. And we're hitting on Bigfoot. And then I got a surprise for you guys coming down the pipeline as it pertains to Bigfoot. But tonight we're going to be talking about the hairy man, the Sasquatch, Bigfoot. And we have the gentleman from Squatch Watchers with us. And I'm excited to hold this conversation. So we have three people with us. We have Tate, we have Taylor, we have David from Squatch Watchers. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce them to you. Guys, how y'all feeling today? How's everything going?
Great, great. Waiting on me. Man, I'm wonderful. Busy, but good.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was waiting for everybody to speak. I don't want to interrupt anybody.
Yeah.
Doing good. Thanks for having us on, man.
Now, we're going to start this off by me saying this, guys. And this is something that I think is very important for the Squatch community, the paranormal community as a whole. So you got four gentlemen on here holding conversations, preparing for the interview. And we just talked about how important family is and how that should come before this fascination that people have with Bigfoot and Dogman. And I want to say this to you listening right now. If you are listening to this interview and you find yourself in a position where you're an investigator or field researcher or just a fan and you prioritize any of this over your family, I need you to stop. I need you to pause. I need you to reevaluate where you are in your headspace, because I'm telling you, you have placed this as an idol in your life. And it's kind of like a God. My God is Jesus Christ. That's who I rock with. I don't know who you rock with, but I'm just telling you, it should not be a God. You know what I'm saying? So understand that. If you're doing that, don't say, man, nobody told me. When you get to the pearly gates of heaven, they be like, oh, so you worship Bigfoot. And you be like, no, I didn't. They be like, Dog Waters told you about it. So listen to me and listen to me good. All right, gentlemen, let's start here. First of all, during the pre-interview, we chopped it up a little bit, and you guys said you guys started in 2010, and I'm assuming you started the investigation in 2010. Walk me through, first of all, because I want to know how the three of you guys hooked up and got together, and then what experience was it that kind of formed the catalyst for this group to come together?
Who goes first?
David, take it away. You were there first.
Oh, no, well, it's technically Taylor. Taylor and I met about the same time. I was working here in Alexander County, and the gentleman whose property we hunt on a regular basis, his brother was in the plant talking about, they had seen Bigfoot and they'd found a footprint and they were going to go hunting. And by hunting, I mean investigating, not out with guns trying to shoot something. Okay. And I called bunk. I didn't believe it. I mean, I just didn't believe. And so the next week he comes back and he's like, hey, do you want to go on a hunt? And I'm like, are you kidding? Yeah, prove it to me. So I gave him my number, and he said, when they call you, be prepared to go. And, you just got to pick up and go whenever they say. So I did. And it was a Tuesday night, 9:00. And then, so we're out on this property. We're out, gosh, it must be 2:00 in the morning, and it's just dead as a doornail. And DW, I mean, I'm just like, I knew it was bunk. I knew it was just a bunch of crap. And so, we're winding the night down, and we're just sitting at this area now that it's an overlook, but we used to call it the nesting area. And the guys are just closing out, and they're doing a little video for our friend. He produces a local television show that we're on, and it's his property, it's his show, so I didn't want to butt in. And so they're like, okay, that's it for tonight. And I'm like, guys, everybody's been calling and hollering and yelling all night for Bigfoot. Do you mind if I try? And Rex is like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Now, and the guys will tell you, I'm very loud. They actually, when they post the videos now, they muffle the volume of my call because it's so loud. People were complaining that their earbuds were busting their eardrums. Testimony to me. So anyway, I gave a yell. And I mean, it was long, it was drawn out, and I mean, they had to hear it 3 miles away. And way off the distance, there's this little mountain at the overlook. and this jackass and starts hee-hawing across the mountain. You can hear it out there just taking off, and the coyotes are kind of going, and all of a sudden, in behind all that, you hear this big, long, drawn-out yell that just drowned everything out, and it just got deathly quiet. And I looked at Rex, and I said, "What was that?" And he said, "That was a Sasquatch." And I don't know that I've missed enough hunts that you can count on one hand since then. Taylor and I met on the very next hunt. We've been doing this now for almost 13 years. And brother, we just haven't looked back. And I mean, we're really serious about what we do.
That's awesome. Now, Tate, where did you come in the equation?
So I came in after Taylor because Taylor basically invited me. Taylor and I grew up. We played t-ball together, and all the way up through grade school. I mean, we graduated together. I mean, we've been friends for a long time. And it was about the end of high school, right after high school. That's when he started with David and Rex, and he would call me every Friday night after they were done and tell me about this crazy story that happened, or something like something screaming at them. They locked themselves in the car. David got hit with a mud clump on a golf cart, all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, backstory about me, I've always believed in cryptid and paranormal. I've always believed it. I've always been fascinated by it as a kid. But for something to be, I mean, we're talking about the property is maybe 5 miles from my house. I didn't think it'd be in my backyard. I never thought Sasquatch would be in my backyard. And I always dismissed it. But then finally, Taylor kept on me enough. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go try it one night. So I went with Taylor and then met Dave and Toby, which they're my brothers now. I would do anything for them guys. And the first night I went out there, David said, "Here, we throw rocks to communicate with these Bigfoot. We throw rocks and then we wait and listen. And if we get anything thrown back, then that's a reaction and a communication method." So I took a few rocks, little pebbles, and just toss them in the woods, work on that old baseball arm a little bit. And so sitting there waiting, 2 to 5 minutes go by, pitch black dark, no flashlights, nothing. And then all of a sudden I start hearing whizzing by me, and I hear stuff hitting the gravel road, hitting the trees. And I'm looking around like, oh my God, something's throwing rocks at us, and it's directly in the woods. And I don't know what it was. And to this day, we've had all kinds of crazy stuff happen on the property. And as of late, Toby has come back in the group with us after he had a little hiatus. He had a few issues going on. He had a few things going on in his life he was trying to improve on. He had a business he going to start. So after he got his business started, he got everything squared away, he came back with us. And I don't know, man, but ever since Toby came back the last few weeks, the activity level has just amped up again.
Man, I really admire the fact that you guys go out into the woods in the night in the dark. And I don't say I say in the dark because people don't understand how dark it is in the night in the woods. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always describe it that way. I really admire the fact that you guys do that. And let's get to some fun stuff. And Taylor's back in here with us as well, guys. He dropped off for a little while.
No,
let's get to
it's not.
I want to touch on the paranormal stuff that you guys do, but in fact, let's go there first. So we got the Bigfoot investigations that you guys do. How does the paranormal come in? Do you guys go ghost hunting? What do you guys do?
So we have in the past year, we've really invested into it a lot. We've got the SLS, we've got the Polterpod, we've got spirit boxes, and me at first, I was always kind of iffy on it. And dude, when I tell you, we've had some pretty amazing evidence with the SLS and then the spirit box, on property, not even going to different properties. And when David gets a hold of the spirit box, I don't know if his veil is thinner than ours, if whatever it is, but once he gets a hold of the spirit box on certain places on this property, you'll ask it questions, man. And I never believed in spirit boxes. You ask these questions, and we were going back and forth. I hope David don't mind me talking about this, and then I'm sure he'll take it over. So a week prior, Tate and I was going out there experimenting with this spirit box, and we were like, asking it questions. It was calling us a liar. It was calling. We was like, "Who threw the rocks?" And it called us liars. Then all of a sudden, it kept saying, "Dave." And my daughter was saying, "Hey." So it kept saying, "Dave, Dave," and Tate and I were like, "What the heck?" So Dave comes back the next week. We go to this certain thing of property, and dude, when I say this thing was nailing everything on the head, and it's on camera also. Um, it was it was like it said his daughter's name. He was like, "What about my daughter? Who is my daughter?" And it said Kaylin.
Oh, hell
David gets
no.
weak. We kind of worded it wrong. Some people call it clickbait. We call it getting confused between passing out and getting weak. Dude, he loses all weakness. He lays down. He gets really weak, and like that's just one of the hundreds of stories that we can tell you just in a short amount of time on property. David, Tate, y'all take it over with the rest.
I got to throw a side note in before David starts. The paranormal side of our investigating has gotten so bad and intense that the property owner Rex has basically forbidden us to continue the research. Like we can only do Bigfoot now. It's gotten that bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David. What are you gonna say?
The guys are correct. I just simply fainted from the emotion of it all. The property holds such a paranormal power. I mean, there's more on the property than people realize, and I'm trying not to say too much because we'll have viewers that watch even our just our Bigfoot videos, and they'll send in stuff for, you know, I've had people call me at home and tell me to be careful about what's going on the property, that there's things that I'm unaware of. And, you know, recently Tate just forwarded me a message from a random viewer that specifically told, you know, the one you call David, he needs to be careful going off in the dark by himself. And I'm going to go back in where it's light now because I've lost the sun. But they, I don't know, it even talking about it sometimes kind of makes me a little antsy because there's more going on than most people know when it comes to the paranormal world. And you have to be very careful because you can't open doors that can't get shut. And we're experiencing such a wide range of back in there. We're you know, the owner has just like
That's about par for the course when you start talking about paranormal, right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
coming through the frequency waves, I think.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, hey. There he comes back.
there he goes. Okay, he's back.
Dave,
Dave,
talking in that I'm going to go back. I can get a little light. So everybody.
so I'll tell you this, guys. A couple things you guys gotta. You're out in the field, so I'll share with you some of the things I've learned. So, and then you can attest to this. I'm pretty sure, as a field investigator, you can attest to this. There's multiple things that are in the same vicinity of these Bigfoots, no matter where you go. It could be down here in Louisiana. It could be where you guys are. Yes. It's in Oklahoma. It could be in Texas. It does not matter. There's always spiritual entities with them. There's a hooded spiritual figure with glowing white eyes that's always there. There's this one with a circular face that kind of looks like, and witnesses have described this all over the place, has a perfect circle for a face, perfect eyes that are black dots, no nose, and a mouth, and like a slit for a mouth. And these are two entities that are always there with these Bigfoots. The hooded one is the one that's the problem. And that hooded one is the one that tends to be the more, I guess you can say, demonic thing that's with them. So you guys just got to be extremely prayed up and careful when you go out there messing around with the spiritual aspect. And David, because spirit is more powerful than flesh, when you interact with spirits, your spirit body interacts with them. And so when your spirit body is at spiritual warfare where it's communicating and fighting, your physical body starts to feel those things where you feel faint, you feel dizzy, you feel nauseous, you feel all these different things. That's how you know your spirit man is at war with something. That's why you have to use the full armor of God before you go anywhere. That way you can kick some butt in the spirit if you need to. Woo! You guys are on You guys are sitting on top of it for real. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? A lot of investigators I talk to, though, they don't hit on none of this.
No, DW. So you put cold chills all over me. You said the hooded Bigfoot has the white eyes, correct? Or the
Yes.
hooded demon?
Yep.
Okay, so bear with me because I'm getting cold chills. Like, I guess this is God talking because you're like us. We are Christian based. So 2 weeks prior to this sighting that I'm about to tell you about, we find prints with our friends from the NFL, pure skeptic dudes. I won't mention the name because it's not about them. This is about the Squatch Watchers in your page. So they come on a hunt. We don't want to go down to this area. They're like, hey, let's go. We find two sets of prints. Well, two prints. I'll cut that story short. Well, a week later, David is in the woods all week because he's like, I got to figure out what put these tracks down. So my wife and I swing in. We're like, David, you need protection. So I give him my little 380. It's not protection of Bigfoot. It's not protection of spirits. It's protection of coyotes and mountain lions. I know 380 is not going to do much, but so me and her leave. We go somewhere, and as we're leaving, she's like, I really hate leaving David out in the woods like this because you got people, because we're in the car getting ready to cross the hill, because she's like, you got people like this crazy dude right here that could just walk in there. As soon as she said that, this thing cleared the road in 3 steps. It was solid black, round head, and it had the white eyes. And you were the first person I've ever heard describe that to a T without me telling them anything. And then we come back, get David, go to the spot where we saw this thing, and there was how the grass in the old country roads will grow about 3 foot high, and this thing had walked through it and split it on its way to David. So you put cold chills on me to David, there it is. I mean, that's it.
But keep in mind, he's touched on something that most people haven't. When he says hooded, okay, so we can take it a couple of ways. What is the photograph that Rex showed us on the trail cam? How would you describe that after hearing his description?
Cloak, like a cloak.
Cloaked and hooded.
Hooded.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
dude, like my wife, pure skeptic too, didn't believe in any of it. She saw it with me, like plain as day. She's the one that pointed out. So you just put, oh my gosh, David, that's what it is. DW, you hit it on the head.
So the recent photograph y'all just posted on our page that the gentleman sent in. Okay, to me it correlates because, like he said, it's not just on our site. It's everywhere. People just don't realize that they're engaged in it. And I try to tell people, I can't stress enough how careful you need to be if you're going to go investigate anything. Okay, Bigfoot has a direct correlation to the paranormal. I believe it has a direct correlation to the spiritual world as well. All of it's intertwined, ever how you want to look at it. And it's really awesome to hear other people describe stuff that we haven't even touched on yet. And DW hasn't seen our web page. He hasn't seen our videos. So he has no way to be primed for any of this. And so I think that's pretty cool.
Nah, I didn't. I didn't even go look at the YouTube channel, bro. So I just know these things from not only talking to eyewitnesses, but when we had our camera project, we were seeing that hooded figure. Every time we saw a Bigfoot face, it was something there that was a hooded figure with white eyes. It was way taller, and it was like, what the hell is that? Like it was over and over, and I was like, what? And I would be laying in the bed in the middle of the night looking at the camera, and I would see this hooded figure with white eyes, and I'm like, what the hell is that? And every time I saw it, I would get like cold chills. And I'd be like, yo, I'm way over. Camera was way in Mississippi. I'm in New Orleans. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And it made sure it made its presence known. And we talking about hundreds of people saw this live on streams. So it's the element of Bigfoot that people don't really talk about, and it's also the element that a real field researcher. I mean, somebody who's really in the field, they know these things. That you can't, like people who say I'm an investigator and they go in their backyard. No, bro, you ain't, bro. Real investigators know these things. That's why I say I admire the fact that you guys do it, because knowing what I know, like my friend today, Joel, was like, yeah, we're gonna go deer hunting. I said, no, we're not. He was like, "No, I want no,
Yeah.
we're not." I said, "We'll go airboat hog hunting where we're on a boat. We got an extra boat in case that boat stops. We'll go kill some hogs. I'm not walking out into the woods." He's like, "Bro, you got to quit playing." No, 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 bro, I'm not doing it. So, guys, let's swing over to this documentary that you guys got. Talk to me a little bit about the "I Believe in Bigfoot" documentary.
Take it away, Tater. Or David.
No, David, you go ahead. You discovered it.
Oh no, we were at a convention up in Tennessee, up in Morrisontown, Tennessee, and Kelly is the movie, the filmmaker and producer. This is his love child, if you will, right now, and he was just up there interviewing the different people, and we were invited up on that weekend more of a promotional purpose. And, I didn't realize people were going to set up and try to sell T-shirts and things of that nature. That's not really what I went there for. So I was kind of like, okay, yeah, I don't really have a place to table. So I just kind of milled around and watched people and how they presented themselves and watched some of the interviews. And so finally somebody stepped over and says, "Hey, Kelly would like to talk to you." And so I'm like, okay. So we introduced ourselves, and at DW, we did something similar to what you did before the cast is. We didn't plan anything out, but I asked him, I said, "Okay, so how do you want this to flow?" And he goes, "I don't understand." I'm like, boom, 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 4 or 5 little bullet points. I said, we got to have a flow to make sure that, we have a decent interview. And he goes, "Oh," he said, so you guys really have done this before?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, I mean, we want to make sure that we give your viewers a good look and that we're, present ourselves as the honest, moral-based Christian group that we are. Although there may be some language from time to time. We can't help that."
Trust me, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff we see, whew, Lord have mercy. But anyway, so we had the interview, and the interview was stellar. The camera guy, the guy that was doing the camera and the audio, he was just going nuts back there, just like, a silent cheer because he couldn't say anything because he was recording. But when we got done, they're like, "Guys, look, your group, this is what we're looking for." We have interviewed, 20, 30 people at this point at different venues, different places. And he said, "This is what we want to capture." And so you move forward. All the guys have talked. We've had a couple of Zoom meetings. Ron Moorhead is going to be a part of this documentary. We've zoomed in with Ron. We finalized the details this last, I guess, Sunday evening or Saturday evening sometime, and we're going to be filming for 4 solid days, and then depending on weather and what happens, it could potentially move into a 2-week process. But his goal is to release an hour, 45-minute documentary about the real researchers that are out there that truly are trying to bring Bigfoot to the masses in the right way, in the right light. And so we're just proud to be a part of this. And so we think it's going to be pretty decent, so we wouldn't sign on.
I love it. It sounds like it's going to be exciting. It sounds like it's going to be something that's going to be worth the watch, man. I'm glad. I've said this for a long time, guys. There's, I guess it's Finding Bigfoot is a show that came out. I've been waiting to see where people who are actually like part of the Bigfoot community itself, that those people be elevated to a position where they're on documentaries and TV shows and movies, because it's the people who have the boots on the ground who have the true knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And I watched stuff where it was like these guys are on, and I'm like, "Yo, dude, I know you don't know what you're talking about, bro." And I'm sitting there looking like, and I can't believe you're on TV. Like, what is going on here? And I'll turn off the show. So I'm just happy to hear that, man. And it's happening more and more. And it's something that I think it's because there's this competition where they know that at some point in time, this community as a whole is going to get itself together and it's going to compete with those bigger producers. So they're saying, wait, let's go ahead and get some of this talent now and start elevating it ourselves, because it's only a matter of time before one of us who's got a big name says, okay, let me get 5 big name people together. Let's put some money together. Let's go do our own huge documentary and then sell it off ourselves. And so that's what's going on all over the place. I'm just happy to hear it, man. I really am happy to hear it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Absolutely.
And man, y'all kick behind on it, bro. Kick behind.
Thank
Just
you.
make sure
Thanks,
you do
buddy.
it to 'em.
Thanks, man.
I just want to jump in. You touched on something that is so important to us, and all of us would give our eye teeth to have our own show, but we want our own show for a specific reason. We have a platform that most people don't. And brother, if it's not true, we won't say it. And if we believe it to be true, we'll let you know. If we find out that it's not true, we'll go back and correct ourselves. We're not above and beyond doing that.
And not scared to tie God in with our and with our evidence. A lot of people are. Yeah.
Bingo. We keep Christ at the center of everything that we do, and we catch a lot of heat for that. We've been told at cons that we shouldn't be talking about God or bring God up, and of course that's never going to stop us. But on some of these big name shows that you may or may not have mentioned, their credibility is nowhere near what people think that it is. And I was very disappointed with a group of those people, having been a part of one of those. So, and I'll just kind of leave that at that. But I appreciate you elevating us to give us those kind words. So thank you so much.
Nah, guys, you're more than welcome. And I'll tell you, that's one of the things that's changing. Watch my words. You see this cryptid paranormal field, it's under an invasion by men of God. And then those people gonna say, man, this dude crazy. I know for a fact because I talked to him. Man, I want to do a podcast. Okay, here's what you need to worry about. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Here's how you protect your family from the spirits. Here's how you do this. Oh, thanks, DW. And then they're off and running. Then people never know they ever spoke to me, but then they're off and running. And I've seen 15 come in the past 6 months. And so this is an area where I say all the time, you're on so far on the fringe of things when people deal with this. For example, I'll give you this example. In my opinion, in my experience, if a person sees a shadow man in their house, a Bigfoot staring through their window, a dog man in their backyard, a rake, any paranormal activity that's manifested itself to the point to where it's regular and reoccurring, you are so far on the outer fringes of the spirit world and spirit realm of things that are taking place that you're kind of hitting against the buffer. It's kind of like, imagine like, a wall. You're bumping against the wall. You're bumping against the wall. You're bumping against the wall. And in my experience, that's it's an opportunity for them to have spiritual enlightenment and come to God. And if they heed that opportunity, because they've seen these things, because they've had this opportunity to experience these things, it puts them in a unique understanding to understand that God is real versus somebody who's just got up, went to work, picked their kids up from school, and they're too busy to understand God. If you got a demon holding you down in the middle of the night, whispering in your ear, and you call on Jesus and it stops, oh, you know Jesus is real. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Amen.
It's one of those things to where it's the uber testimony that people can give, and it's just powerful and beautiful. Anyway, let me get off my soapbox. This is not about them, it's about you. All right, guys, so let's keep on moving. All right, let's have some fun. Let's go into some fun things. Let's go to funniest and scariest encounter that you guys have had jointly. What's the funniest thing you guys done in the woods together, you've seen happen in the woods when you guys are out there?
I know this one's coming. This is I'll start it off because I know it's coming. So when I first started, this was honestly one of my this was right before Tate gets in, because I know if I don't say it, David's going to, so I might as well make myself look a little brave. This is one of the scariest and the funniest at the same time. So this is probably, we're about 2 years in now, David, at this point, if that. God,
maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah. And I used to have a nickname. I don't go by anymore because I don't run anymore. But this is so, dude, we were at the end of our hunt. All cameras were dead. Dude, all of a sudden, it was me, David, our old teammate Bronson, and a guest that he had brought with him. And, dude, at the end of the hunt, all of a sudden you just hear, and this is no bear growl. bobcat growl. This is a beast growl. This is a demon or a Bigfoot, whatever you want to call it. All of a sudden, you just hear, David, you go ahead and take the sound effect away if you want.
It was so loud. It went. I mean, this big, long, visceral roar.
Yeah, and so next thing I know is I'm locking myself in the car, man, and David can take the part over after this.
You hear toot toot toot. I looked around, all the car doors slammed shut. Go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead.
And then I rolled my window down just a little bit. David, you can finish this part because I'm inside. I mean, we're all screaming inside. I can't hear nothing.
I am trying to figure out. I got to know what this thing is. I want to know where it comes from. And there, you can hear them in the car begging me to get the car. And I look over there, and Taylor's got his two lips stuck out the window, going, "Get your car, David! Get your car!" It's like his lips were just.
Dude.
In the car, David. And I'm like, I gotta know.
After that, I was pure believer. I was believer before that, but after that, dude, you could feel it in your chest. This growl and this rumble, like it rumbled your whole body. And I was what 20. I was about 20, 21. Yeah. And dude, I was young, and that officially broke me in.
Taylor's defense, the summer before that, it was the first time Taylor ever did a knock on a tree, DW. And we were just goofing. I mean, we really weren't expecting anything. And Taylor gets finished with the knock, and then all of a sudden, when we hear this rock hit, now you have to understand, this thing stood below a stream that feeds into the Henry River, and through a King James size Family Living Edition Bible, okay, size rock. I mean, it was a huge rock, and this thing threw it from downhill up over our heads, landed on a bank, and went thud, and went boom, 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 and you could hear it just rolling. Well, we didn't know it was rolling down the hill, okay? And then it startled all of us, and this is all on camera yet again. And so, that's enough to startle anybody. And then you fast forward another 6 or 7 months, and we're on the trail headed down towards that area. And on camera again, you can hear this rock come crashing through the limbs, okay? And then it lands on the trail right beside of us. And it startles everyone. Now, I mean, it startled Taylor a little more. I
was in the back by myself. Yeah.
So it was
we've had now scarier moments than that. I'm just 30 years old. Tate and David, a year ago when the tree branch fell out, like almost on top of us. I mean,
we was walking. There's a field area near the spot where we drive down in the park. And we was walking along the tree line, and then all of a sudden you hear a snap, boom, crack, pop, pop. And I mean, a big, decent size. I mean, if it fell on one of us, we was going to the hospital, we were dead. Like, it was a decent sized tree branch just fell out of probably 10-foot tree right in front of us as we were walking. Now, you can say it's coincidence, but at the end of the day, it's like we're walking right there, and that one out, all those trees throughout the wilderness is going to fall right there. And
it happened again last week.
I was about to say that that just stuck my memory. Last week, David, you want to go tell him because you jumped in the woods after it?
Oh, well, I'm telling you. So last week when we get there, DW, there's an area up top where we can park. I mean, and I don't want to give too much away. One thing we do different than a lot of researchers, okay? And we have been invited to other people's property, and we have happily went and hunt and investigate and check things out. And we do that when we can. But we have been hunting the same primary spot for 13 years. We know it like the back of our hand, okay? And When we pulled in and we heard this giant thud, we knew immediately what was going on. And so I told the guys, I said, hey, look, y'all drive down to base camp, and I'm going to walk from the basically up top of this small, it's not foothill, if you will, down to base camp. Now, this is probably 700 feet above sea level right here, and there's areas of the property that are almost 1,000 feet above sea level. So it's some pretty steep hills on this property. So I just got I got a flashlight that Tate gave me, and I've got a personal body camera with night vision. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm about as brave as they come. But when you know what we know, and when you understand that there's more going on than just a living creature, that there's actually a paranormal aspect to it, it gets harder and harder to step into those woods by yourself. And I walked in nearly a mile. At times, I would just cut my flashlight out, and I would try to make it. I know I'm getting off course, and I'd have to redirect myself. And lo and behold, I found a power line down in the forest, if you will. And luckily, I cut the flashlight on, because that would have been really bad. But you get down to the bottom, and you've got this really eerie feeling. You know something's going on, and that whole night. That whole night was just. We saw things this past week we've never saw before as investigators. DW touched on the hooded figure. Okay, kind of circle back to that for a second. It's one thing to hear one person talk about it, but tell them how you felt when you finally had an experience that night while we were up there.
Which one, the light or the figure?
When you finally saw the movement of the figure.
Okay. Well, we've had a recent, I guess you'd say, newfound epiphany on how to do a little bit of research. If you watch our channel, our old videos, we're just dash and bash and just run around, and we think that they like to watch us as entertainment, so we just kind of act like we're just anywhere and do our thing. Well, there's been a lot of people that watch our channel that have always suggested, and some complain, but we finally heard them out that we were too loud, and we need to actually try sitting and let them come to us. And thanks to Kelly and this documentary that we're going to do, they want to do the same thing when they come. And a few weeks ago, we just like, let's try it before they get here to see how we do. So we start just sitting down in the middle of the trail, turn everything off except the camera, cover the camera lights, our lights, and all the glow, so you can't really see nothing, and we're in the pitch dark. We're just sitting there patiently, quiet. And we've had some of the most closest interaction activity that we've had in years now. And to David's point, last weekend, me, him, and his fiance went to one side of the property, and then Taylor, his wife, and Toby went to the other side, completely different sides of the property. And we went down to the trail side where we sat the first time and sat down. And maybe 5-10 minutes in, you hear a rock just conk off a tree and hit the brush and everything. And we're just like, oh my God. And it's on video. Well, we're sitting there, and I happen to look straight in front of me, and it's just just dark thicket trees. And I see a little head and two big, broad black shoulders, like a silhouette. And it's just like standing there, and then it kind of swaps to it'd be my right, but it's left. And when I saw that, I was like, whoa. And I had cold chills. My palms got sweaty. My heart was palpitating. I had to say something. I was trying to be quiet. I was like, David, I just seen a silhouette of shoulders just swap off in the dark. And then he got quiet. He's like, you're seeing the same things that I'm seeing. And at that point, I was like, "Oh snap! We got stuff in front of us or all around us." And I tell you this much, that presence feeling you'll get, like when like somebody's staring at you awkwardly in a crowd or something, or like somebody's in the room with you, you don't see them yet, but they're there. I had that feeling while we was out there. We'd hear movement all around us, and it just felt like there was something just right there with us, but you couldn't see. It was just pitch black. And then the strangest part at the end about it all was, you could see the parking area through the woods where we park. I mean, it's probably a good mile away from us. and there's this big ball of light, almost looks like a spotlight, just light up the woods, illuminates all the woods and trees, and we're just like, what? We thought it was Taylor and him back at the car. They had the flashlights on. I radioed them and said, "Hey, where y'all at?" I said, "We're over at the caves." Now the caves are like 5 miles away from the parking spot on the other side of us, so they're probably a good 6 to 10 miles away from us. And I'm like, and to this day, we don't know who the hell was with that light down there. We don't know what that was.
It was the first time we thought somebody ever walked in on us.
Yeah.
The
we
light,
were looking at it also through the woods, and we thought it was them. They thought it was us. And honestly, we wasn't even supposed to have flashlights on until we told each other. Flashlights, calling, anything.
Yeah,
nothing could be on. No tech on it besides our cameras at the time. And that was wild. We were all witnessing it through the woods.
And the interesting thing about that aspect is, in the same place that light occurred, at the very end of the night when us and Toby were walking out to our cars to leave, that's when the snap, crackle, pop tree branch in the woods right there was going off, and something just rustled off, and then Dave was just jumping in after it, about got electrocuted.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's scary.
You're welcome to come anytime, DW.
Dude, yeah, anytime, bro. Anytime.
Bro, I'm going to tell you like this. It's 2 reasons why I won't go. Number one, before I go, I would pray and ask God if I could go. And then if I went, I would pray for so many angels, flaming chariots, angels on horses with flaming. Y'all wouldn't get no activity. They'd be like, what the hell just walked in the woods with us? You wouldn't get no activity, bro, because it'd be too much protection. I tell you guys this. There's a guy who called me. I have this thing I call the Full Retard Series, where all these people who proclaim that I'm a liar, they'll call and I'll give them coordinates. This guy calls me, man, and he talks the wildest trash I've ever heard. So I'm just sitting there listening to him call me a liar and say everything is made up. But I'm listening. I'm like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said, do you want me to prove to you that I'm not lying? He said, yeah, prove to me you're not lying. I said, okay. Are you a Christian? He says, yes. I said, okay, well, you shouldn't be calling me a liar. But nonetheless, I said, here's if you do this, I'll give you this coordinate. And I said, I guarantee you're going to see Dogman. He says, I'll do it. I said, all right, you might want to hear what I'm saying first. He said, no, I'm going to do it. I said, okay, so when you get there, you're going to call me on the phone. And I said, and I'm going to pray for God to remove your hedge of protection and remove your guardian angel and remove everything from you so you can experience this. And he says, you going to do what? I said, I'm going to pray for him to remove everything. I said, just so you can see. And he's, I'm going to do it. Man, homeboy gets over to right by the Sabine River. And my man calls me on the phone, and I do it. And I said, now listen. I said, you ain't got no protection. I said, as soon as you get out this call, you're going to have a problem. Bro, he calls me back 15 minutes later. He says, man, I got literally 100 yards into the woods, and I got ran out of the woods. He said, I saw something with glowing red eyes coming after me. And he said, bro, he said, I'm sorry. You telling the truth. I said, bro, you got to understand there's a spiritual aspect to it, and you got protection. So I'm not really, I can go, but I don't even, at this point for me, I know it's real. There's no doubt about it. I don't really need to go. Let me ask you guys this question. All right. Have you guys ever experienced, or one of you guys experienced this where the other person hasn't, or anybody who's been out with you? Have they ever seen a mist in the woods where they were seeing a misty environment, but you guys didn't see the mist?
Holy
oh my God.
crap. Whoa. And you don't watch any of our videos or nothing.
No,
and you're the same as us. We don't keep up with no one else.
I don't keep up with nobody else. I'm just telling you stuff I know, bro.
Dude, okay, David, you take it away, homie. I mean, this is you.
Oh my God, dude.
For just a second. So when he said that, of course, it kind of took my breath away. But on the top of my phone, it popped up, prayer verse you need to hear now, and then prayer scripture for this evening before you go to bed. So I'll be checking those verses out and see how they correlate with this conversation. But we have on occasion seen things where you ask the other person, "Hey, did you see something?" And they don't respond, and so you don't really say a whole lot. The mist, the fog, the smoke. I don't care how you want to describe it. It's a little unnerving right now, and so I'm going to talk about it the best I can. But Hillary and I, we went one night, and everybody's got lives and things come up, babies, and you can't always go in the woods. So the guys had the camera equipment, and we didn't really have anything good to record with. So we said, hey, we're just going to go and have some fun. So Hillary sees some of the shadow figures that I've been seeing for a while now, and it's a little unnerving when you think you're the only one that sees them. And then it's not that it's any better if somebody else is, okay? But at least you're not crazy. So on our way out of the property, we were actually on a powered vehicle this night, and which is rare for us. But we actually got to a certain part of the property, and we just came to a screeching halt because we thought we were going to hit a wall, and where there should be no wall. And it was just this. It just engulfed in front of us. It's just white mist. Okay.
That's it.
And then, as quick as it appeared, it was gone. It just faded away like it was nothing. And so we circled back around, and right in the very spot, and pointed our lights back down, and you could see the remnants just kind of slowly fading away, what little bit was left. And we find out later that night that there's a lot of paranormal aspect to that part of the property, and that someone had a recent sighting of a Sasquatch right there at that particular point. And you fast forward 2 weeks, and the owner of the property and his wife, on a separate portion of the property where really we're just going into our base camp, in the daylight, they have a similar thing where they actually stopped their little motorized golf cart because they didn't want to hit whatever it was that they were seeing. And when it disappeared, his wife turns and looks at him and says, "Don't tell David." And then that just weirded me out even more when I found out that she didn't want me to know about it. And I think it's more for my protection than it is anything else. But it's really wild that you should bring that up. So,
and David, what's crazy is the podcast. That's a pretty big podcast. Also, DW, that we did hasn't even aired yet. So I know there's no way in the world that you've heard this before. Like, that's why I put cold chills on me even more. And that's what I was thinking, making those faces. That hasn't even aired yet, guys. For him to even have ever heard that or anything. Yeah. So.
Well, no, bro. I'm telling you, these are things that I know because I talked to witnesses. I've seen the videos. I've talked to. This is what you guys got to be careful of. Next time you see a mist, pull out your phone, turn on your camera, make sure the light is on, and snap a picture, and then zoom in and see the faces that are in that mist, and you'll understand what you're walking into and what you're dealing with. And David, for you, and I'm not trying to freak you out, but I'm gonna tell you, David. So when you're dealing with any group environment where you're the man of authority, where you're the leader of the group, you are always the target. So you, my brother, have to be prayed up, repented, covered in Jesus' blood, and protected by angels at all points and times, because everything targets the man of authority. So when you guys say David can go out in the woods and he get all this stuff, of course he can. That's the man of authority. He's the guy. He's the Don Donna. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to be very prayed up, and you'll be fine, and you'll enjoy yourself out there and do whatever you want to do. But that's why you experience the things you experience. There's part physical and part spiritual aspects to it. The woman that I talked to that experienced the mess, her husband noticed these very, very pointed personality changes, and he left her in a car and went outside of the car. And when he came back to the vehicle, he was like, "Come on, get out of the car." She's like, "I can't get out of the car because there's this mist here." And he said, "Get out of the car. There's no mist." She says, "I'm not getting out the car. Do you not see that mist?" He says, "No, I don't see any mist." They leave. She gets home, and she starts to have these changes in her personality to the point to where he was like, "Man, something was off with her. Something was going on." And it lasted for about 2 weeks, and then she went back to normal. So those are the what I call the demonic paranormal elements that are involved in this. And the reason why I say it's demonic is because it affected her personality, and the way she behaved changed. So you just have to be mindful of it and understand what you're dealing with when you're out there in the woods dealing with these creatures. Because people allude to the fact that they're part spiritual and they're physical. No, it's true. There's a spiritual aspect to it that if you're not prepared for, you're gonna get mollywopped. And then there's a physical aspect where a tree might fall on your head and you're gonna get mollywopped that way. So you need to be doing what you're doing. And that's all it is to it. All right, let's move off of that and stop freaking everybody out. I'm sorry. Guys, let's go into some of the events you guys got coming down the pipeline. You got some conferences that you're going to be speaking at. And I love to talk about these conferences because it gives, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, it gives you an opportunity to actually meet these gentlemen, shake their hands, come in contact with them and get to know them. Talk about where you guys are going to be in the upcoming future.
All right. So April 1st is our newest one coming up. It's at Hamlet, North Carolina. So the cool thing about this one is she's actually, the lady that's in charge has actually only booked people that come to this as a Christian aspect of things and keep God first. So there's some big name guys like the Tennessee Wrath Chasers, Ron Moorhead, a couple other people in that. So we've never been a part of one actually like this, and she's asked us to come speak and MC it. So we'll be hanging out all day, actually giving our stories through the day, also just at different times, and really excited for that one because if you're coming to hear about the Christian side of how we think about it, and that one we're really super stoked about. April 1st. Marion, Tate, you want to take that one or David?
Oh,
Yeah, Marion, North Carolina. Yeah, it's a festival, and it's normally like 30,000. They want us to come back and speak at it. And then there's also another one that could be in Tennessee on April 29th. Not 100% sure on that one. There's a bunch of stuff going on behind the scenes, but we've actually, like, after these two, we only are going to do like stuff that's kind of local for us because we're focusing so much on getting people videos for our YouTube that aren't able to get out and do it, because now our channel's finally taken off again after the COVID, and Toby's back, and we're all forward back, and we've got our females actually coming in. People enjoy that on certain videos, and dude, I mean, we're going to focus more on it for our people instead of us just going out trying. I mean, we're still spreading our name, and we give a lot of stuff away. So if you want free gifts, come on, you'll get free silly bands or pictures or whatever. And yeah, that's what we're going to focus on coming up and everything. But yeah, so. We're excited.
That's awesome, bro.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that somebody who's going to approach the paranormal from a Christian perspective. I need to promote that. I'm going to put my full weight behind that because there needs to be a space in this community where we do that for sure. So I let that person know whatever they need from me. I'm more than happy to help them with getting the word out.
Her name is Jessica, and what's her last name? Don't know. You actually may have interviewed someone she knows, Daniel Benoit, a couple of weeks ago, but I'll get you her number. I'll email it to you. I'll meet her. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Now that we broke off that, let's go back into. We kind of calmed everything down. Let's dive back into the dark, deep waters. Let's go into one of you guys give me the worst encounter, the worst thing that you've experienced in the woods that spooked the hell out of you as it pertains to Bigfoot. Anybody? I know it may have been a joint encounter, it may have been an individual encounter. Which one would you say has been?
We've all had the lots. Ooh, what about those Indian drums and chants, guys?
That was scary.
I mean, I don't know, the thing flying over us.
The UFO, that was scary too. Yeah.
Okay, it's all in the same thing. Dark water. I'll get it going because I know their minds are going.
I'm thinking. I got the gear.
So we had two skeptics with us. Didn't believe in anything. Dude, all of a sudden you start hearing. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, sound like drums and Indian chanting, dude. I mean, that's all I can explain. And what's crazy about this is a couple months, about a year prior to this, a flood came. You watch our videos, you've heard a lot about the flood from David. And but the Henry River flooded. It flooded our whole base camp out, and it washed away some stuff. And there was rock piles, and the producer of the land that we use started moving out some trails for us again, uncovered some bones that he thinks was an Indian burial ground, covered them back up, and after that we've had the drums.
Horrible idea.
Oh man.
He didn't do it on purpose, mind you.
He didn't do it on purpose.
Okay.
No. Didn't do it on purpose. But that's just one of the many things. And like before we heard this drum beating, a year prior to that, we went to the location. we found one of the rock piles that he was talking about. There's an X formation beside of it, and we take a picture beside the X formation for our Instagram just to show our believers that we were out there. Well, now our adventure team that we were out there, and that's what we call our subscribers now. And dude, we took a picture. You can see two glowing eyes in the background above our head, probably what 30 feet behind us, up in the air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's probably maybe 60, 70 feet behind us, easy.
Okay.
But it was a little hill, the mountain, and when if you snap a picture, DW, and you see a little bit of eye shine, it could be anything. This is different. I know I'm not going to do it justice, but if you can imagine, these eyes were like as big as my hands. Okay, they were huge to even be able to show up from that distance on just a flash of an iPhone. And that's all I'll say right there, and I'll let y'all take it back.
Tate, go ahead.
Well, so we're looking at this picture live and have the camera rolling and everything, and we're just flabbergasted at the set of big bulging green glowing eyes in the background on the ridge. And about that time, you hear something doing really quiet, like a muffled sound, and we look up. There's a massive triangular shaped flying aircraft. We're going to call it a UFO because we can't identify it. It was unidentifiable to us. But a normal plane stuff's got the little flashing markers on the edges of the wings and the tail and stuff. This had no flashing markers or nothing. It was just a big triangle of lights, and it was flying right above the trees. I mean, it probably grazed leaves as it went by, and it's just hovering really slow across the tree line and then disappears on the other side into the clouds.
And I think that
across the river.
And from our Christian aspect, David, I was thinking about this the other day. What if it's not all the same? Like, why can't aliens and UFOs be the same species that we think Bigfoot could be now, the falling angels? Why can't it all be one? They have ways it could be. No one's experts, but that's the way I started thinking. I was like, how did this all happen at one time? And I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, that could be why.
You're right. It could be. So well, I want to ask DW a question, but I want to share a quick story with you. So Toby's back, and I wish Toby was on the podcast with us, but we were supposed to film, and something happened. Taylor couldn't come. I don't know if Tate had ventured into it at this point. But I got stuck hunting that night by myself, and so our equipment back then was not as advanced as ours is now, which we still need better equipment, but we're leaps and bounds ahead of where we were. So I'm set up in our cabin, and I'm trying to start a fire. I've got the camera rolling, and I'm gonna tell you, if man, it was the awfulest feeling I've ever had. I mean, I had recently, the year prior, I'd seen Bigfoot with my own eyes. I had my own close encounter, 20 feet away. I mean, 8.5, 9 feet tall. I mean, there's no doubt that I saw a Sasquatch. So now, coming from a borderline skeptic to a full-blown believer, it's hard to be down there by yourself. And I'm just sitting here, and I'm talking to the camera. I'm going, dear God, please, don't let me do this by myself tonight. And about that time, I seen headlights, and here comes Toby driving down the trail, and I'm like, oh, thank you, Jesus. So I mean, because I didn't want to be alone that night, and I was so thankful to have a brother with me. And so he comes in, and it always happens when you cut your camera off. And Tate, I don't know if you've ever heard this story. Mm-hmm. So Toby and I are sitting there, the fire's crackling, it's cold outside, it's wintertime. And we're formulating our game plan to go out and do an investigation. And then all of a sudden, okay, if I said nails on chalkboard, it doesn't do it justice. If you can imagine a scratch so loud that it sounded like it was curling the lumber out from under its fingernails when it scratched the side of the cabin. And I don't mean like a little 2-second scratch. I mean slow, get your attention, like it started at the top and worked its way all the way down to the floor. And Toby and I looked at ourselves, and all of a sudden we heard boom, and the whole cabin shook. What we didn't realize was this thing was kind of perched down, and it's like it took its arm and it was scratching the floor of the cabin. And then when it went to run off, it bumped the cabin and shook the whole thing. And of course, you know, we got the camera on. We're recreating. We're telling the viewers, and Rex has got all this video, and then we're out in the woods hunting. So that was unnerving for me, because had Toby not shown up, that would have been me there by myself, and I might have went gray-haired all that night at one time instead of gradually over the last 10 years. So
that'll do it to you, bro.
So DW, here's my question to you: do you believe in aliens?
Yes.
Wonderful. Most people we encounter do not have a healthy view of aliens, and it's very emotional for me. And the guys will tell you, one of our first cons in Virginia, we had a group there, a couple. They were atheists, and we weren't trying to single anybody out, but we were asking people who didn't believe to tell us why, and they were very happy to let us know that they didn't believe in God. And I said, great, hold that thought. This is not going to pick on you. Just going to share some information with you. And we go into our theory. And, our theory is always worth repeating. And, once we do, and we always tell everybody, if you truly believe the Bible is 100% real, which I do, it's infallible. There's no flaws in it. There's no lies. The earth is roughly about 7,000 years old. So you can chop it up ever how you want to and decide. But I didn't realize that the war in heaven happened before the creation of the earth.
Yep.
And so I share that with people, and I try to take them down the little history lesson and where hell truly is in the Bible. And earth is a gateway to hell, which means hell has to be a dimension somewhere within the earth where we don't know. Yep. But the Bible says Lucifer is the little g god, little g, and he has power to walk between two worlds. That's that's hell and earth. He can't enter heaven, but he can walk between those two. And when I tell everybody that when you believe that, because the Bible clearly states it, that means interdimensional beings have to be real. That theory has to be possible. And then when you try to explain to them that, by definition, God himself is alien, because he ain't from here. He created the earth. He's not from earth. So when we talk about alien encounters, are we talking about angels? I know that, angels are not all the same. Some of them are so scary, I don't believe I ever want to lay eyes on some of them, okay? But, Taylor says, why can't the UFO sighting be part of it? It could be. I don't know what a chariot looks like. I just know that Elijah went off in a flaming chariot. I don't know if it had two wheels and drawn by horses, or if it was just how they described it at the time. But I do know the longer that we're in it, and the more the prophecies that are revealed, especially with the whole thing going on with Euphrates River right now, it just seems like the activity that we're having is become stronger and stronger. And I don't know if that's because of the end time prophecies or if the veil has become thinner that we're allowed to see more. But it's certainly a lot of food for thought when you're trying to convince people that there is a God. When you're talking about dogmen and cryptids and Bigfoot and paranormal, it's all biblically related, and I can tie it into God every time. And that's kind of our mission. So I'm glad to know that you believe in aliens.
It's I'll tell you my opinion on it. This may help you, it may not, so people can understand this. Being born and raised here, and ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna go into overtime because some of these things I'm gonna say, I think people should help me monetize these things. I'm about to give up some real game right here as it pertains to spiritual stuff. All right, so when people talk about God, the term God is an office, right? And how do we know this? Because Lucifer is a little g god, Apollyon is a god, Leviathan was a god, Oshun is a god, Legba is a god. All these the five the five African powers, all these things are gods, but they're little g gods. So God is in office. So in Jesus Christ is God, is the one true, all powerful, all knowing, mighty El Shaddai, Elohim, Adonai, the Lord of spirits, the names of the one true God, right? So if the term God is in office, then angel is in office. Angel means messenger. And so for people to understand this, if you understand the Bible and you understand the terminology in the Bible, when you see angel, it means messenger, but it's an office. So the definition of what an angel can look like, it can have various different looks. Just like Oshun, who's a water spirit that we've been beefed out with here in New Orleans for the longest. That's a spirit of perversion and homosexuality. That's a god to people. So when you start talking about a fallen angel, that can take any shape or form. It can take the form of some little stupid gray. It can take the form of a dogman. It can take the form of a bigfoot. It can take the form of a man. It can take all these various different forms.
Amen.
And people don't understand that because in order, you really have to have a relationship with the Holy Spirit and God to the point to where he's your provider and your protector in order to come to these revelations. Like he's my protector in this field of paranormal. When I woke up one night and there was this thing behind my door that was jet black. You could see its face, but it had this curly hair like Medusa, but it was behind the open door looking at me. I wake up, I felt it looking at me. I look, and it looks at me, and I said, Lord, do I need to worry about that? He says,
Oh
no,
my.
go back to sleep. And I said, well, what are we going to do about getting rid of that? He said, would you like to see? And I said, yeah, I want to see what's going to happen about this because that's not supposed to be here. And I need to know what I did wrong. And this is the most important thing. What I did wrong for it to get access. And I hear, you know what? That's why I like you. You smart. And bro, there's a flash of light in my room. The room, a flash of light like somebody snapped a picture. Boom. And that thing is gone. And I say, you want to talk about what I did wrong now, or should I go back to sleep? Your decision. I said, I'm going to go back to sleep. I go back to sleep, wake up the next morning, and he reveals to me what I did wrong that allowed, the sin that I did that allowed that thing to access my household. It was an unrepented sin, which left an open doorway, and I haven't had that since. I haven't had that problem since. And so when you understand the true, if you have an understanding of the Bible, then you have the playbook for how to deal with the paranormal. And if you don't have that playbook, then you got a problem on your hands. And so I tell the atheists and people who don't believe in God, I said, just as bold as you are coming to me and saying you don't believe in God, I ask you to have that same courage, fall on your face, and ask God to reveal to you that he's real. All you got to do is ask. And I say, I'll pray that he reveals himself to you, and I'll intercede for you so he'll reveal himself. And nobody does it. Because what I found about the people who are atheistic, they've had things that went wrong in their life, and they have their opinions. But at the end of the day, a lot of those people are afraid of facing the truth. That's not even the truth about God, it's the truth about themselves. And until they face the truth about themselves, they won't turn to God. It takes a certain level of humility and courage to face the fact that you all screwed up and you messed up, and a lot of stuff in your life is your fault. And that's all it is to it. The minute they fall on their face and say, God, show me you real, man, they get to experiencing things. And man, you know, I was laying on my bed and I did what you said, and my bed shook violently. Yeah, that's how Abba Father does it. I said, so now you know, so now you got a decision to make. So yes, I agree with you guys on that, and I believe that when you start talking about how the war in heaven happened before the creation of the earth, when you listen to the scripture and it says the earth was formless and void, and then later on in the scripture you see where the Lord says there's nothing that he makes formless and void, it lets you know that there was something there, then something happened here, and he was doing a creation, and it was something else that went down that we don't know about, because the Bible is the book of Adam, which is the book of Adam. It ain't the book of what was there prior or what was going on prior. We only got a little bit of information about everything that went on. And for the people in the paranormal field, a lot of people dive super deep into the extra canonical books. They go into the book of Enoch, the book of Jasher, the book of Adam and Eve. They just dig, and they find themselves becoming Gnostics because they feel like they have this secret knowledge, and now knowledge becomes their God. I know something you don't know. No, bro. at the end of the day, salvation is what you need, and God will guide you to where you need to be. So
Yep.
this the paranormal field is a treacherous place, spiritually treacherous, and it's had traps and snares all over the place. And people just, I try my best to help people guide through them, but at the end of the day, man, people got to make their own decisions. It's a treacherous place because of all the information that's there that can lead you astray. And that's all I'm gonna say about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's all I'm gonna
Yep.
say.
Yep.
All
You
right,
said it
guys.
was-
This has been a phenomenal interview. All right, let's talk about the YouTube channel. Repeat the name of the YouTube channel so everybody knows how to get there. I'm going to spend some significant time tonight watching videos. I want to see this UFO for sure. Wait, I got one more question because I got a few more minutes before this next interview starts. Have you guys seen the altars in the woods that Bigfoot creates? There are stacks of rocks all over the place. They're altars.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. That's what
Absolutely.
our YouTube channel is based around. That's what it all really started off of.
A gifting site.
It's
we call
a
it.
gifting site, the stack of rocks. Yep.
Well, people call it a gifted site, but that's their altar for you to
Yeah,
give
the
them
altar.
a gift.
Right. Yes.
And-
Yes. That's exact, yeah. We have
Just
that.
understand when you're giving them something, you're giving them something on their altar. So, and you know what altars are there for. Those are places where you worship something. So just be mindful. I tried to explain this to a woman who had Bigfoot on her property. She's like, I give them gifts because they left this stack of rocks and they like me to put it there. I said, hold on. I said, so you went out and bought apples? She said, yeah. I said, so you took your money and you sacrificed your money to buy apples. And then you brought those apples over to this altar that they set up and you gave them to them. She's like, yes. I said, what the hell does that sound like to you? She said, oh my God. I said, thank you, sister. I said, what's wrong with you? I said, what is wrong with you? What
Now,
is wrong
David?
with you? So
Now, David.
David,
I mean, yeah.
I'm
there's
just telling you.
a $2.50 coat
Dude.
hanging by a rope right now over the altar.
DW.
Had the rights.
DW, you need to call us one day, even without the podcast, and just talk with us because, dude, you've hit everything. And if you're like us, you just hear stories, but we don't keep up with other people, and we get all of this evidence on our own, and it's matching up. And you gave me cold
Well,
chills
it's
this whole time.
like everything happens for a reason. God leads people to
Yeah.
each other and things, and it's like
Yeah.
you think just like us, and you
Yep.
you have said some profound things tonight that made us really step back and think.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and you can
Absolutely.
see all this on the Squatch Watchers page. That's what you asked for.
Yeah.
But,
There's the plug.
yeah. Look
Squatch
for the
Watchers,
lime
baby.
green. Yeah, look for the lime green logo. It'll be an outline of a Bigfoot head. Squatch Watchers, because there's another one on there that was like 10 years ago that's still on there for some reason. But you'll see ours, 21,000 subscribers or something right now. But yeah, so that's the real one, Squatch Watchers, and yeah, definitely look it up. NC Squatch Watch on Instagram. If you can't find our YouTube for some strange reason, then yeah.
Awesome sauce, guys. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap this up. I don't want to wrap this up. This is going to be hard for me to do another interview after talking to these guys. I'm going to be real with you because I was about to text and say, yo, cancel this other cat. But that would be wrong because I'd have missed him 2-3 times. That'd be mistreating him. But I'm going to definitely have these guys back on and doing my surprise that's rolling out. I'm definitely going to have them on. And we'll have a 2-hour, 3-hour conversation just going ham on Bigfoot and all the crazy things that are associated with it. But gentlemen, I really appreciate you guys joining me, man. This has been awesome. It's I talked to a lot of field investigators, and when I start hitting them with these things, that you can see in their face, like, I've never seen that. I'm like, you're not doing the right thing. You're not in the right place.
Man, we love
you guys
you,
are there,
DW.
man. You are there.
Because-
you are on top of it.
Because in the Bigfoot world, we're looked at like the crazy ones. I'm so glad. Yeah, love
Yeah,
you.
we're considered the outcast usually.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
there's a
we
reason
tell
for
the
that. Because you tell
Yeah.
the truth. Yeah, that's the reason
Yeah.
for that.
Amen to that.
And there's that. You got to understand the narrative, the Christ narrative, dominion narrative in the world of Bigfoot and Dogman is something that it's hard to monetize because from an audience standpoint, people know the demographics of their audience, and so they know there's a huge portion of their audience that doesn't want to hear that, and so they don't want to talk about it because there's a huge portion of the audience that doesn't want to hear it. But by not talking about it, you don't give that audience the opportunity to come into the revelations and the understanding that they need to hear about it, so the problem stays the same. So somebody got to have the kahunas to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And as you talk
Bingo.
about it, it changes. So that people should be careful. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't deny talking about things that you know to be true, because now you just in error. So I talk about it. I don't care. You're gonna be mad at me. You don't like me. I got people who never like me my whole life. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, and I'm gonna be reaching out to you guys soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, man.
All right. See you, man.
All right.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's the one and only James Williams, Dark Waters, and I'm back. And guys, in our community, I'm gonna start with saying it like this. In our community, there's very few times where you get an opportunity where like huge people like from YouTube come and hang out and just chop it up. It's so competitive that it's hard to get guys on the same page. I have What Lurks Beneath with me today, and I'm excited to have an opportunity to talk to him about everything that there is paranormal. So I think you should anticipate us bouncing around and just touching on every topic. You know, we might start off with Bigfoot's deodorant that he uses, and then we might jump on over to, you know, what kind of condoms Dogman use. I don't know, but I can tell you one thing. You're going to enjoy this conversation. What's going on with you, bro? How you feeling today?
Well, I gotta say, for everybody who doesn't know, and this information isn't all that public, but I'm a little starstruck. So, for those of you that don't know, which is probably most of you, Dark Waters is one of the reasons why I even exist. Crazy enough, right? So, years back, when I worked at this retail shop, I drive home, I had stumbled onto Dark Waters, and I thought he was an amazing narrator, and it was the siege of Lockett Ranch that sealed the deal for me. The narration, the storytelling, the sound effects, and it was because of this gentleman right here is part of the reason I started doing what I was doing, and why, if you listen to like my really early work, why I started adding in like sound effects and like music in the background was because of this gentleman. So it's kind of crazy this conversation's happening, first and foremost.
I did not know that, bro. Wow, thanks, man. That's awesome sauce, bro. I didn't know that, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. And well, there's a few of them you did. There's one where a guy gets hired. They go to like the jungles of South America. There's like the harpies and stuff. Yep. I had joined the Dark Water like member thing where you like pay like $5 a month and you release stuff. I was like obsessed. Like it was awesome. And so it was just that's you are a part of history, my man.
Well, man, thank you, and congratulations on your success, man. I love to see.
Thank you.
You know, it's funny, bro. Like I tell this to other YouTubers all the time. Like, man, if you just put your mind to it and stay away from the stupidity, you can grow and blow up in this. It's just you have to put in the work, and it's like people don't want to do the work. And I know one thing I watched. I was like, yo, homie is putting in work. I would get the notifications like bing, bing, bing. I say, my man is putting in some serious work, and it pays off, man. But people don't understand it.
Yeah, you know, even now, like I'm talking to my team about how we can really just like refine things and all be on like the same page with like working on one thing. Because like right now, I have people like we're all kind of like it's a bunch of moving parts, and we actually just got off a discussion about it where like we're gonna really start honing in on like one video at a time instead of everybody doing different things. And so the end result for everybody is just a really well researched, well presented video. Like footage, you know, documentation. I know that's a big thing a lot of people have been missing. I'm really going to start treading into that territory. I'm letting everybody know now publicly before I start doing it because, you know, one thing, and I'm sure you've experienced this too, buddy, it's like one thing in this field, as much as I enjoy it and I get obsessive about this stuff, is just the amount of, can I swear, the amount of bullshit that exists and just this whole community, you know, and I don't mean that to take away from anybody's experience or anything that anyone's ever saw. but it's just unfortunately there is a lot of just crap you got to wade through to get to the good stuff, and yeah, so I'm hoping to kind of enter in more of that territory and cover things that actually have substance and not just, hey, I was in the woods and I saw Bigfoot and I was scared. Thanks for letting me air the story, So gonna add a little more. I want to kind of add more credibility to the field and help everybody else in the process of doing it.
I'm with you. That's dangerous territory that you're about to tread into, man. Because what I found, bro, is no matter what you do, there's a contingency of people who won't be satisfied. So, for example,
True.
I just re-aired the interview I did with Blue out of Florida, where he's not only had the picture of Dogman, which you see the freaking face, he had a picture of Bigfoot, he had the video of Dogman running across the screen. You had the immediate interview with him, which was a 2 hour long interview. And I'm sitting there, and people are like, "Oh, this is fake." I'm like, "Yo, dude, anywhere else in like a legal system, a judicial system, if I got
Yeah.
video evidence of you doing a crime, I got a photographic evidence of you doing a crime, and I have an eyewitness saying you did it, and they all gel, you guilty." You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
and it's just it's just one of those things to where there's a contingency of people in this field that no matter what you do, you can't satisfy them. And so what I've just done is decided I'm gonna ignore them and just keep on going, doing what I do, and make it happen. It's just I would
Right.
just say, put it out there, have tough skin, and just keep it moving, bro, because it's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, and that's how you got to be. And while on that same token, it's the same with like the stories. People say, "Well, how do you know if that one's? How do you know if this is true or not?" And the answer is like you can't verify any user submitted story. And I know you've run into this too. Like unless you were there, you just your kind of job is just to kind of just get it out there and literally let people make up their own minds. As storytellers, you just deliver the information in a, I guess, entertaining way, that keeps people involved and stuck in the story. But, people ask me all the time, like, what do you think? What do you think? I want to believe like I'm obsessed with these topics, but like I do try to really keep that degree of skepticism and really be cynical about it and be like, I don't know. My favorite quote is from X-Files, where he says, "I want to believe," because I do, but I've never had an encounter with Dogman or Bigfoot. But I will say it's incredibly disturbing to me not just how many people have like very, very thorough documentation on their account, like they've written out and they've gone into all these details, but how much it connects with all these other accounts that you start to come across once you start digging that are very similar in description, very similar in behavior, physical characteristics. I mean, you could just go on. And then to couple that with the fact that there seems to be an information mitigation on all things cryptozoology, right? So anything related to Dogman, Bigfoot. I mean, like, if you think about it, it's almost a psyops to make it seem like it's just a joke or like you're not to be taken seriously. But then, like, an additional layer of security almost seems that they want to silence you, shut you up, that you're not allowed to talk about if you do have legit information, right? So if they can't make you out to be crazy, then, well, they got to silence you. You're talking too much. You're sharing too much. And so then, like, the part of me, I'm always like, okay, well, then if it's just a joke and if it doesn't actually exist, then why is there an active campaign against it? It's so strange. And that's not just Bigfoot and Dogman. It's like the whole thing, everything from people talking about, the whole, like, the Antarctica barrier that people can't go past to, like the whole hidden thing of like Atlantis, to even like cryptozoology and like mermaids in Zimbabwe. I'm like, the whole umbrella has this weird thing with it where information is not supposed to get out, and I'm not exactly sure why. I don't know if there is something being hidden. I don't know what it is and why they're trying to hide it. But anyway, this is all part of the reason why this whole umbrella has piqued my interest, and why I kind of just get obsessive with it.
Well, it's because information is power, and
Yeah.
everywhere around you, you see info wars going on. I mean, like information warfare going on. So information is
No, I know
power,
what you mean, yeah.
and power is context. So information is the only thing that has the ability to change the mental context of a human being, right? If you add new
Yep.
information to the current context of a person's mindset, it's the only thing that really changes it. So in order to keep people trapped in a certain mindset, you have to try and build barriers around their mind. Because, for example, if you unlock to the concept, the idea that Bigfoot is real. Just that one thing unlocking in a human's mind causes them to question their entire context of their lives. So they'll say, "Oh, so if Bigfoot is real, well, maybe 9/11 was a setup, and they really crashed those
Right.
planes into the building on purpose. Oh, maybe this was fake. Oh, maybe this was fake." And so it's when you talk about psyops and you start talking about trying to control the public, it's definitely something that happens here. And because the paranormal field comprises right at about 180 million people who are active listeners across the board into the paranormal content and field, that's a sizable chunk of the population of America. And you
Oh
multiply
yeah.
that, it's a sizable chunk of the world population. So it is a chunk of people that are monitored and influenced. And it's done in these little stubble ways where it's kind of like a witness comes out, they'll have massive flags on their account where people are trying to embarrass them, their phone will start ringing, all these other different things. What I've found to mitigate that is there's this tightrope that you can walk. You can give truth, and you can give a lot of truth, but it needs to be presented in a format in which is already accredited format. So there's a lot of truth in
Right.
Hollywood movies if people understand what they're watching. It's when you go out and you try and just take a dump truck of truth and just drop it on people. Not only do the people reject it, and I've experienced that, but then you draw too much attention to yourself. And for me personally, I'll be honest with you, and I've said this publicly plenty of times. I mean, I'm not willing to die on the hill over Bigfoot. Get a bullet in the head over Bigfoot. That's just dumb.
Yep.
I get a
Yep.
bullet in the head over my nation, my country, my children, my family, man, not over Bigfoot. So I
No.
give as much truth as humanly possible, but I leave the responsibility on other people to go and research it. And those who take the time to go research what I'm saying, like the stories of Roger and Steve, the people who researched Venezuela, the people who researched China, I mean, they really researched it. They was like, holy crap, dude, like it's there. I'm like, yeah, you can literally go there if you want to. I wouldn't advise it, but you can go there. And so that's just been my approach, man. That's just been my approach. Is give them truth.
I mean, yeah. To go with that, it's you're definitely right about the truth portion, because even people have like made notes. Oh, for example, like back in this was like March, I did a video on like the Dulce base, and it's funny how YouTube will automatically include a Wikipedia context, amendment to like the video saying like, oh, well, Dulce base is a conspiracy, that there's these things, and a lot of people had made comments. They're like, why is YouTube like letting me know it's a conspiracy, And I don't remember in the script of that video coming off as like, well, this is as is. I think I was just presenting the information, letting you make up your own mind to that. But you're just starting to see like those little nuances, because I feel like with the internet, more truth is getting out, and I can definitely feel like there's an active campaign to convolute that truth with misinformation or to either disprove what's already out there. In fact, I'm sure you know about this, but I want to say it was like maybe in the last 5 years that YouTube had a pretty active campaign where they were going through and removing quote unquote misinformation. So anything like, Illuminati, satanic ritual abuse, anything like crazy, well, what they would deem as crazy conspiracy stuff, it was just flat out either getting removed, demonetized, or just like you can never find it in the search engines. And I'm like, that seems awfully silly that you take all that time and effort to, completely erase that information if it was just entertainment. So I don't know, man. That's the kind of stuff that keeps you up at night where you're like, like what if, and it really does make you start to lean on the side of like, you start seeing all these connections and you're like, I don't know, like that thing, this is getting weird. But I'm 100% with you where it's like, I'm not about to go out there and like showcase proof of something and, have somebody just, knocking at my door, excuse me, what's your name? Yeah, like apparently you've been showing stuff, you need to stop, or getting a cease and desist or something. And so I'm very aware that my audience is larger and that I'm aware that also puts a target on my back. So I try to be very careful with what I say and what I show and how I show things. So, and I do that for a very good reason. I've had conversations in private with several people about things that they know and things they've shown me. There's things I can never show people publicly that I'm like, yeah, this probably not like pictures of Bigfoot or Dogman, but just like things on like ancient cults and stuff like that there's like whistleblowers who have talked to people who've like done this and lived this and they want to share it. And I'm like, I don't know if we can do this because I don't know if I'm really willing to like make myself that out there. You know what I mean? Like willing to put that big of a target on my back. So I feel you, man. It's one of those things where you really got to really got to take caution with how you say and do things.
I agree with you. It's like I said, it's a tightrope. And you know the funniest thing, um, when you talk about like misinformation and the misinformation campaign, that started over the past 3 years, where well actually 4 years when things started being misinformation. I think 3 or 4 years ago when they first started using that term, I said this was going to do damage to our field. I
Yep.
forgot whose interview I was on. I was like, yeah, this is going to do damage to us because we're an outlier, right? So in order
Yeah.
to imagine a herd of sheep, right? Or yeah, a herd of sheep, but we're the sheep way out there on the other side of the mountain away from the herd. You got to pull all those sheep in and get them in line in order to get the ones that are closer to the mindset that currently exists. So you got to pull on them really, really hard. And when you look at, like, for example, the World Economic Forum, they just had their Davos meeting. When you look at one of the things that came out of it, they were talking about the destruction of the First Amendment due to using misinformation and disinformation. And so what it means is that somewhere behind a computer screen, there'll be somebody there who says, oh, I don't think Bigfoot is real, so this is misinformation. And you already see
Yep.
it with the Wikipedia inputs where Wikipedia is at the bottom of, whatever your upload is. And it doesn't matter if you're talking about, the satanic cults, OTO. It doesn't matter. Aleister Crowley. No matter what you talk about, you're going to find those things there. And that's kind of the trend that we're facing. It's something easy to deal with, but it's still a trend. And I think people are going
Yeah.
to buck that trend because as you kind of show people that, like, okay, well, you gave this information and we're going to give you this information. The human mind says, wait, I've been listening to this content for 10 years. Now, why all of a sudden is this here? And so it's not going to work. It's just not going to work, but they're going to try it anyway.
Well, you touched upon a good point, the First Amendment thing. I could, with how things have gotten so just out of control, I can easily see them like, yeah, so it'll probably start with them making like addendums to the First Amendment, or either just abolishing it all outright and just saying like, well, because misinformation is just becoming too much, we're just going to have to do it. And since it's under the guise of safety and protecting, the civil liberties and the society hierarchy itself, I think most people are like, yeah, that seems fine. I mean, like, I've talked about this with several of my friends, like, look how easily people were able to, or were willing to give up their freedoms and privileges under the guise that they were going to die, like with COVID and stuff. And not going to get into that because that's a whole other thing. But it really goes to show you that really most people are willing to give up their rights under for safety. And it's like, my God, like how much they can stage things to get away with, and how much, like, what they can do in order to make you give up things if they really wanted to. And it's just like, wow. We're living in very fragile times, very fragile times.
I don't even know if the time, it's the people. It's the people. The people are more domesticated. And
that's what I mean.
Yeah, it's just they're domesticated. So anytime, anything that comes across as scary, it's like, oh my God, I need you to protect me. Nah, bro, like for real, that's why. No, I don't need you to protect me, homie. Just get out my face and let me go do what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying? I got this. And that's the mindset that people have to have. Hopefully, I think people have learned a lot of lessons over the past 24 months. Hopefully people are moving away from that. I kind of see that happening, like down here where I'm at, New Orleans. It's kind of always been that way, but more so you're seeing it come around again, where people are like, nah, I don't trust nothing nobody telling me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm good. Get away from me.
Yeah,
so hopefully we'll get there. All right, man, let's get into some paranormal, because I told you this conversation would go anywhere, bro. I knew this would happen.
Yeah.
All right, so let me ask you a few questions. All right,
Please.
When you're in this field, and if you don't want to answer this question, don't answer it, but this is kind of a tough one for most people.
Okay.
All right, when you're in this field, you, based on like conversations with people, based on content that you create, sometimes things happen in your personal life. Have you had anything scary, paranormal happen to you since you've come into this field and start doing this?
That's a good question. It's funny you do mention that, because there's been at least 2 times that I can count. Yeah, I'm going to say at least 2 times where, since the creation of what I do and just doing what I do, now I don't have any of that crazy, cinematic story here, but I will say that these were weird, and I can't account for them. I don't know how to explain them away. But I had a feeling, or maybe not a feeling, but it was as if somebody had actually like touched my shoulder, or was like trying to get my tapped me or poked me really hard from the back. That's happened twice. Very strange. The first one happened when I did a TikTok live. Probably was it 2021? It was within like the past couple of years, and I felt a legitimate, like somebody poked my shoulder, and I exclaimed. I was like, "Whoa!" Because it scared me. I just wasn't expecting it, and I turned around. Obviously, no one's there. I'm in the room by myself, so I'm like, "Okay, that's weird." I didn't think too much of it, right? And it happened again. Something similar like that happened again. Not that long. I'd say within the last year. I think it was like while I was shooting or something. I don't know what it is. I'm not saying it's anything. It's weird. It's obviously people could be like, "Oh, well, that's this," but. Bro, I'm telling you, I've never had that happen to me before. Never had that happen until the last 2 years. So, I've heard all sorts of things. I don't know. Yeah, that's really the only thing I could think of that has really even. Well, wait a minute. No. I should tell this one. So, where my parents live, they live in town, and so oftentimes I will go see them. They're about 2 hours away, and I want to say this is probably around 2019. But I don't know if this is related to what I do, but it just happened at the same time. Anyway, in the way their house is laid out, you walk in the living rooms directly right there. You go down the hallway. If you were to go through the front door and go directly all the way down the hallway, it goes right to my parents' room. Obviously, there's a wall, and then it's the room. I guess it's a spare bedroom, but it's the room that I stay in every time I go to visit. And so in there, I have a desk set up, with a computer set up, all that. So I'm sitting in there one evening. And directly behind me is the doorway to the room. And I was sitting there working on something, and I remember feeling like somebody was watching me. And in my head, I'm like, oh, it's probably just, my dad, because my dad's always, he's always that jokester where he'll creep his head behind a door and just stare at me, just to kind of be like weird and funny. And he's done all the time as I was a kid. And I always turn around and I'm like, Dad, get out of here. We're laughing about it. And so I turned around expecting him to be looking at me, just being weird. And the door's closed. So I'm like, that's weird, because here I am involved in doing whatever I was doing, and I was like, oh, someone's looking at me. And so I've never had that feeling before, at least that I could really remember. So I'm like, that's weird. Now, since I turned around to respond to that feeling, as soon as I saw the door closed and had the thought that, oh, nobody's there, within, I don't even think half a second later, I could feel an actual gust of wind, not like a gust, but I could feel a breeze come at me. Yeah. It wasn't ice cold, like people associate with demons, but it was just a breeze of wind. And as this breeze is hitting me, I look up, the fan's off. The window's closed. There's no air coming out of the vent underneath the bed. And my first thought is, I'm like, okay, this is weird. I'm going crazy. I look down. I'm wearing a pair of cargo shorts this day. And I could see the hair all on my legs doing this. So there's clearly air going against me. And this is all within 3 seconds. Then I start to feel this electrical charge. It's almost gosh, I'm trying to think if any of you, I don't know if this is airing right now, if you're going to air it, but if anybody listening to this has ever been around the science museums where you can put your hands up to the static thing and it does the electrical thing with your hands. I can't think what it's called. Or you kind of feel the tss of the electricity. I guess you just call it static. Mm-hmm. I kind of got that all around me, and it felt like there was energy. I don't know how else to describe it, but it felt like static electricity all around me. It was really strange. It was really bizarre. And I just said in the name of Jesus, I don't know what you are, but you need to leave. You can't go. You got to go now. And it ceased. Now that's not where the story ends, though. That did stop. But turns out this was I want to say in the evening time. Was it night? It was evening, so being 7 p.m. or whatever. The following day. Because I stayed the night there at my parents' house. My mom came started talking to me, so she's like, yeah, you'll never believe this. She's like, but last night I had something horrendous happen to me. And I was like, okay, tell me about it. And so she's like, I was in my room, I was reading my Bible, and she's like, this black apparition pulled up out of the ground and decided, tried to come at me. And this is one of the few times it's ever happened to her. And I was like, are you kidding me? And she's like, no. And she's like, I said, what time did it happen? It was right around the same time that happened. So then I told her my experience, and I was like, I don't know if it was the same or what was going on. It was weird. It was weird. The only issues we've ever had really in the past, it's not like I've dealt with a family that's had all these paranormal things and hauntings. It's been pretty cut and dry for the most part. Years back when I think maybe 6 years ago, like I was dating my wife at the time, so we weren't married yet, but she used to hang out at the house all the time, and we could have swore that we saw a doppelganger of my dad. Like he'd go down the hallway, and he would go in the room, we'd go out there, he's at his computer desk, and we're like, didn't you just, and like, why are you in a different outfit? And he's like, what are you guys talking about? Very like weird stuff like that. So unfortunately, nothing like crazy, but enough where it's like, oh, okay, that's weird. So that's about the extent of my paranormal escapades.
That's still wild, bro. That's pretty freaking wild. I tell you, you got to be mindful of those kind of things, because all that's designed to bring you into fear. And once a person comes into fear, bro, anything can be done to them. So it's just a good thing that you or your mom didn't come into fear. Everything that happens in the spirit realm starts with fear. The minute you allow yourself to be afraid of something, boy, they run roughshod over you. They run roughshod over you.
Yeah, and like when that happened, I wasn't like, it was weird. I was just like, okay, and I think I kind of realized, I'm like, this has to be what it is. But there's that like rational side of you that like, there's no way this is what it, like, there's no way. So it's like, it's almost hard after it happens. It's almost hard for you to like process it. It's almost like if anybody has like had a tragedy or like your first natural instinct is shock, because your brain can't process. I don't know why, but it's almost like our brain has a really hard time processing huge trauma immediately. And you're in shock for a while, and then grief starts, right? You start to feel depression, anger, but those usually don't start immediately. And it's a weird thing. And so it's like when those things happen, I'm like, there's no way this is what like it actually is. But I'm clearly seeing and experiencing something that I know for a fact this is not normal. And you're trying to like rationally explain it away, and you're like, there's no reason this should be happening, but it is. I can share with you this. This happened. I don't know if I'd started What Lurks Beneath yet, but I think I was listening to you at the time. Maybe not the time that this happened, but during this time of my life. Same thing too. I was on the drive home. I had about a 45-minute drive home. It was about 10 p.m. at night. This is right around the same time I started listening to you. And so at the time I lived up in this kind of mountainous area. There's a lot of mountains, and it's a road that follows along this river. And I lived about 23 miles up the road. And there's no reason why planes should be flying around here at night, let alone as low as this one was. And so as I'm driving along, I look up and I just happen to see lights, and it looked like a low flying aircraft. Now, what I saw, it wasn't like a disc shape. It wasn't a cigar shape. It wasn't an obvious UFO. I don't recall if I saw, like an obvious shape of anything, but you could tell it's some sort of aircraft with lights on it. And, I look at it, but I keep looking back at it because I'm thinking to myself two things. Number one, why is it flying this like so low at night? It was really low. I'd say maybe no more than a couple 100 feet. We're in a very, very mountainous area. And this would have probably been, had it been an actual plane, probably I wouldn't even say a passenger jet, maybe like a 2-3 person plane, like very small. The other thing was it was really slow, and it was almost kind of like gliding. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's so weird. And as I'm looking at it, it all of a sudden kind of like stops and then just immediately shoots off to the right and just vanishes. And I was like, that's freaking weird. And I'm like, and the whole drive home, I'm like, there's no way that's what I think it was. Like, there's no way, right? But I don't know. The more and more I keep thinking about it and talking about it, how do you explain that away? Like, right? Like, that doesn't, physics don't work that way with planes. So I don't know. That's really all I got. And so, funny enough, all these things started happening, of course, probably right around the same era that I started this channel, or at least that might have been slightly before, but same idea. It's all around the same time.
Wow.
So yeah,
that sounds
fun stuff.
Like a freaking UFO to me, bro. Wow.
Yeah. I was like, wow, that's weird. Well, and then the thing is, you got to look into the history of the area, and of course, there's tons of Bigfoot sightings around here. There's tons of, I don't know if people talk about UFOs as much, but people talk about strange things. There's missing persons and stuff. So it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's one of those weird things. You just kind of gotta, I don't want to say keep your head down, but just like, okay, well, and just keep living your life. But it definitely kind of had me shocked for a while. In fact, there's be nights I'd be driving home, and I'd be like listening to you or something, and I'm like, I'm expecting to see something, but I never did. Unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know if I would have had the the ability to handle something like that. So thankfully not. But yeah, you just always got to be prepared for seeing something. And I know in all the encounters you've ever read and I've ever read, I don't think anyone was ever going into something where they knew something was going to happen. I think everyone's pretty much taken aback by whatever they saw or experienced, which is why part of the reason why they're like, hey, I got to tell people about this. And I know I'm going off here, but this is something you should know. So this didn't happen to me, but I don't know if you got a chance to listen to Joe Barger's story. I covered it. I don't know if you know who Tony Merkel is.
Yeah, I know Tony.
Yeah, I think he covered it as well. And then, gosh, Barton Nunnally, he was the guy who actually did the interview. He's also a good friend of mine too. And so, for those of you that don't know it, because this is good for all them, but basically, Joe was a truck driver and he was driving up to the Manistee National Forest, and something had happened. I'm trying to think what happened to his tire. He had to stop and pull over at a gravel pullout, and he had to make sure everything was good. He gets back in his truck, and he's going up a grade. And so if anyone's driven a diesel truck out there, you can't obviously just floor it. You kind of got to work your way up. He's pulling a lot of weight. And what's crazy, he looks over and he sees this thing looking inside of his truck as he's doing about 25 up this grade. And when he starts describing this thing, I'm like, dear God, Joe. And like when he was actually telling this to me in person, me and Tony in person, he starts shaking, and you could tell he was definitely kind of like just choking up. And I mean, just physically describing how massive this head was, and that what this thing was doing, basically, in a nutshell, it was looking directly at Joe through the window, and then also looking down, trying to figure out a way to open the door. And he had his window rolled down, so he says he sees this big hand try to reach in, and it's looking for a way to open the door and grab a handle or something. And it keeps looking up at Joe, and it's just like, dear God, like when you hear this and you hear the intelligence these things have. And basically what had happened was he had his revolver, and he shot it right in the face and killed it. And when he drove back around, he said the body was gone. And for any one of you out there that's listening to this and you want to hear the whole thing, just go check it out. He can tell it better than I can. But he believes that he was being flanked by this thing, that he feels like there was another one coming up on his left-hand side. Just crazy stuff, man. Oh, yeah. So then the story goes that after he made his way around, there was a couple standing by the road, and they were just kind of looking at each other strangely, and he kind of stopped by, and I think he'd wanted to do a loop around to make sure that the body was there, or I can't remember his reasoning, but he's asking them if everything's okay, and they're like, yeah, we had heard some strange noises, like, is there two big bears back there fighting or something? And he goes back and he sees where he shot the thing, and the body's now gone. So whatever it was had drug it back. Well, turns out, I don't remember the time frame here, not too long after, he actually gets accosted by two agents who told him flat out, you destroyed one of our assets. And they start like questioning him and threatening him. They took his gun and stuff. And it's just like, now, could he be lying? Absolutely. But the dude, if he's not, he deserves an Oscar nominee, because I mean, it's like, holy crap, dude. Like, this goes in deep. And yeah. And so that they obviously caused him some issues, and they were threatening him. They're like, if you keep perpetuating this, we can take away your license. We can make you piss dirty. There's a lot of things we could do to make your life suck if you don't stop talking about this. And so Joe was like, I kind of just stopped talking about it until now. And this was at the Dogman conference back in August.
Okay.
And so he hadn't spoke about it in like 4 or 5 years. And so, but he was like, I'm ready to talk about it again. He's like, I'm not going to be bullied into not talking about it. So since he's talked about it with me and Tony, I don't know who he's talked about it to. I don't know who he's presented it to, but that was probably the only eyewitness that I actually got to sit down with and talk firsthand. And so the thing is, like, to kind of give more background on that, Tony and I had just met and we started talking. I didn't know who the guy was, and Joe comes over. Yeah, and I think he kind of was eavesdropping, and he heard me and Tony talk about Dogman. And he's like, yeah, I shot one. And me and Tony stopped looking at each other, and we're looking at him. We're like, what? He's like, yeah, I shot one right in the face, and I killed it. And I'm like, please sit down. Like, we want to hear your story. And so he's like, all right. So he sits down, and he just like gives us the whole spiel. And me and Tony are like, oh my God. Like it was just crazy. And I was like, you got to let me, like, we got to make people know about this. And so, yeah, that's just I'm just like, as we're having conversation, I'm like, oh yeah, like you guys would probably think this is cool. Um, but yeah, that was one of the crazier things that I think I've ever heard of, and that's really made me think. You know, when an agent says, you know, you've destroyed one of our assets, like what the hell does that even mean? Like I know what it means, but like what does it really mean? Like what's going on that they don't want us to know about? Of course, from there you can get into the whole land between the lakes. That's its own thing that you can spend a lot of time on. Um, yeah, I'll let you continue the conversation from here because I could just keep going.
No, it's all good. It's when an agent says you destroy one of their assets, they're talking about what I've said over and over and over again, which is the genetically modified version of these beasts. And there's it's funny because there was this. How do I say this? I think I just say this. So there's truth, right? And if you want
Right,
to hijack truth, what you do is you inject. Imagine a straight line, right? Straight line on a piece of paper.
right,
That's the truth. If you want to hijack truth and get that line to go crooked, you don't just erase the line because it's too obvious. You start injecting things and drawing little smudges on the line. Like you make a little line across it, and then another line across it, and then a line on a diagonal, right? And
right,
so over the past 48 months, probably, we moved from when we talk about the physical flesh and blood dogman Bigfoot phenomenon, we moved to, there's werewolves out there, which are human beings who transform into wolves. They're
right,
they're super soldiers that came from underground bases. There are all these different
right,
things. When you go back and you do the real research on underground bases that exist, genetic modification that exists. If you look at our existing laws here in America, and then you try your best, which I've done, to actually follow some of the money that flows out, and all this is in public documents. If you're willing to read a bill that comes out of Congress, all that stuff takes place in South America and places like Ukraine and some places in Canada. So what I found is that there was this divergence from what I would say the truth about Dogman, the truth about Bigfoot, and there was this injection, kind of like you inject a turkey with seasoning. You know what I'm saying? Like you
right,
hit it with a
right,
big syringe, but it was injected with partial truth in big enough lie to try and get people off track. You know what I'm saying? And has guys. So
right.
for you to listen, this has nothing to do with this guy's encounter about him shooting the thing in the head. I don't know. That's my first time hearing that encounter. Um, but it came to the point to where the information was coming out about the genetic modification, right? And then it was like
Right.
as that came out, then it was they're genetically modified and they're from underground bases and they're part of a super soldier program and it's human beings that transform into wolves. And I'm like, whoa, 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 where all this crap come from? But when you go do the real research, you're like, nah, I could tell you where it's done down in Argentina. I can tell you where it's done here because the information's out there. But
Right.
the contingent of people who I wouldn't even call them controllers. I would just call them narrative changers. They know that people are lazy and they won't know. They know nobody will go read it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna keep it real
Yep.
with you. I've had a conversation with one of these guys, and he says, "Mr. Williams, you're a very smart person. We looked into your background. You really did have a secret clearance. You really did work for the Department of Defense. You really probably should have stayed with the Department of Defense based on the training program you on." I was like, "Yeah, I know. I didn't want to do that." And he's like, "Well, you're a really smart guy." He's like, "But you do realize that it's too easy to shift the narrative anytime we want." I said, "Yeah, I know." And he's like, "So what are you gonna do?" I said, I'm here to do what I do. You know, what I'm saying, make a little money, take care of my family, have some fun, meet interesting people. I said the same thing I told you the first time we talked. Oh, okay, so you're gonna stick with that? Yeah, I'm sticking with that, bro. But the point is, they know how to shift the narrative off, and they know how to shift it, and it doesn't have to change. Like for example, a 90-degree angle. You don't have to change it down to 70 degrees. It just needs to go to 93 degrees. That's it. And your direct path to where you end up is so far away from the truth as it goes down the line that nobody has the real truth. But it's close enough to the truth as it diverges and goes off to where you don't notice it until you get to the end of the road. And man, that's what happens as it pertains to the assets, the agents, which they are real agents, um, and Bigfoot, Dogman, and the other very, very terrible things that people are running into in the woods that nobody's talking about, which I think is very interesting. Have you heard of or had anybody tell you any stories about this cryptid that has a triangular like head? It's got a blackish metallic looking skin, but and then it's super long tail. I'm talking about like 12-foot long tail. Anything like that?
Whoa. No. Keep
Okay.
talking though.
Well, I've had a couple stories come in on that, and I haven't. I've only did two, and I don't want to do the rest of them because I'm trying to find more data on it and talk to more people about it. But as you start to roll out something like that, people start to inject. Like somebody will take and be like, "Oh yeah, I saw this triangle head thing," and they start making up and adding stuff into it. So
Right.
I've been holding on to it, just trying to see if I can get more information about it. But man, that's the most terrifying thing I ever heard of. I'm talking about absolutely terrifying, like Flash Gordon fast, deadly, terrifying. Like dogmen used to
Well,
hunt this thing, terrifying. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I mean, to add on to what you're saying here, and again, I'm not saying anything as fact. This is just from like, you research, I research, from what I've seen and what I've researched, it seems like a lot of things point to what people have told me as to who are supposedly on the inside, that there's rituals, that like they open portals and things like that, and things will come through. I'm not educated enough in occultic rituals to know much about that. I mean, it's definitely a hell of a thing to think about, though. But one of the things that did disturb me, and this is something that Tony Merkel actually spoke to me about in person, and it actually is probably already aired and is done by now, because this was in August when he told me about this, is that he was talking to a guy who was trying to keep his identity on the down low, but apparently he worked for it was like a small, I don't know what the place is called, but think of it like it's like a mini CERN within Florida. And he is like a military ex-sniper. He's got a bunch of kills. Maybe I'll talk to Tony again, see if I can find his credentials or whatever became of that. Anyway, long story short, this facility hired him to shoot whatever was going to come out. And when he told Tony that, Tony's like, "What the hell? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean shoot whatever's going to come out of there?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, basically, they use this dark matter thing, and they basically punch holes in time and space, and I'm hired to basically take care of whatever steps out of there. And so the story was told that apparently the scientists like punched a hole, I guess, a ripple, and they had heard this guttural growling coming from the other side, that something big, and I quote verbatim, that something big was moving towards the opening, and that it was so terrifying that everybody in the room fled for their lives. Now, whatever it was never actually came out of there, but it was enough that it left a hell of an impact, and I don't know if he did stop doing it, or if he was only hired there for a time. But I thought to myself, holy crap, like this rabbit hole goes far deeper than I can ever begin to imagine. You think you get down to a chamber, and there's probably 6 other holes that go to their own chambers. And it's just like, dear God. Now, I mention this because if this is really going on, and they are extracting other, entities from other dimensions, or however deep you want to get with that, is it possible that these are things that are coming through? I don't know. I don't know. It's terrifying though. And my mother's a huge fan of like what we do, and when I say what I mean, like the community and just like what's talked about. And she's always made the speculation that it's interesting that now in like 2022, 2023, there's more sightings and more things happening of the supernatural realm into our realm more than now than ever. And I know a lot of people are like, well, that's because technology and people can come forward with their accounts. And of course, we have to take that into account, and like that is going to be part of it. But I don't know, man. Like, I know you're older than I am. I'm only 32. But even like growing up, I know Bigfoot and the supernatural has always kind of had a stigma to it. But it just seems like there's more than ever in the last 10 years, people are coming forward with all sorts of stuff happening from like the 50s and 40s. And it's just crazy how much we're finding out. So I don't know. There has to be something going on. What? I don't know. That's part of the reason why I'm trying to set out to learn more and find out more what's really going on. But, just like you're doing, I think that's also part of the reason why, and like in my content, I'm always trying to be like, okay, like you have to make the decision on what you do, like what you think of with the information presented, just because not so much that I believe every single thing that like is written about, but it's more like, I know if I inject a lot of my personal beliefs in a very specific thing, I got to be careful, especially when you kind of get to the verge of like Illuminati, reptilians, that kind of thing, or like the whole Dulce base, the 1979 like wars that happened underground. That stuff is very fascinating. Like I want to learn more about that, but I'm really skeptical to talk about any of it. People ask me, "Do you really believe it?" I'm like, "Well, I'm interested. Like I want to learn. I want to learn more about it, but how much do I want to talk about that stuff before I make myself a red flag? Especially with everything else that we know about and that our peers talk about and things you learn. It's like, yeah, some things I guess should probably just be more private.
Yeah, some conversations are left for private, but then there's things that people need to know and understand. For example, like when you start talking about portal opening, um, the spiritual way that people open portals is through ritual sacrifice, which everybody knows,
Right.
which is blood
Yep.
sacrifice, because blood is currency in the spirit realm. So the
Yep.
blood of a cow is different than the blood of a chicken, which is different than the blood of a human, and those type of things, right? So there
Right.
are ways that people make sacrifices and open portals, and they bring things into this existence. That's going on throughout history. And then
Right.
when you start talking about the locations of the superhydrogen colliders, I can't say that name right, but everywhere there's those actual machines, which I want to say there's one in Austin, underground in Austin. There's one in Tennessee. I don't think there's one in Florida. We know there's one, the major one at CERN, which is actually the location of the seat of Satan, if you read it from the Bible. So they're doing that experiment with the biggest one in the location, which was biblically where Jesus said the seat of Satan was, right? So that's a whole nother.
Particle accelerators, right?
Right,
Particle
accelerators,
accelerators.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother ball of wax for people who really want to do some research. But everywhere those things are located, there's a higher, I mean, extremely higher amount of ridiculous paranormal encounters that people have. For example, in Austin, where yeah, it's Austin where there's one. You're not hearing Bigfoot, Dogman, but man, I get ghosts, strange like humanoid looking creatures. I mean, just crazy, strange humanoid looking monsters, all kinds of stuff, consistently.
Yeah.
Even to where I had the story with the mobsters that were having problems out there, like just consistently weird, strange stuff that comes out of those locations. So there's definitely a connection. What I like about what I do is if you really dig down into the data points, like, okay, this person told me this encounter. Let me go ahead and start taking notes on this. Okay, where was it? Boom. Where was this? Boom. What did you see? Boom. It just spreadsheet notes, not a whole bunch of um, time, date, location, what you saw,
Right.
and then season, right? You start to look at that data, and you not only do you see patterns, but it's glaring information. Like, wow, why is all this happening in this city with this entity? Like New Orleans. New Orleans is a place where shadow people rule. Like tourists come down here, they go to hotels, shadow man at the end of their bed. You know what I'm saying? Because there's
Yeah.
hotels that's connected to each other that's old from the early 1900s, 1800s, but the buildings touch each other. And they're like, oh yeah, I saw a shadow person in my bedroom. Then next person saw a shadow person in their hotel room, and you find out that the two hotels share walls. It's like, okay, what the hell? What's going on? Go talk to the employees. Yeah, we see stuff all the time in the elevator, in the hallway, blah 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 blah. So it's geographical locations that have like these high amounts of encounters with various different strange and weird things. And that's what I find most fascinating about it. Having an engineering mind. The only way I can stay in this is if I apply that mind, because it keeps me
Right.
from. It cuts down on the emotional aspect of reading a comment with some jack off who's saying something crazy that has
Yeah.
not done anything, done no research, and I can sit there and look at the data and be like, man, this is crazy. Look at all this stuff going on in this location, and then decide what I'm going to share and how I'm going to share it, to try and get whatever points of truth out there that I can without getting my head rocked off. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things.
Yeah.
Where it's fun, man.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. Like we all know, of course, that there's stuff going on underground. I'm sure you're very well aware of DUMBs, as many people are, and that they probably have, and I believe they have an actual tram system that goes around and actually connects a lot of these. And how many are there in the United States alone? Like a couple thousand? Maybe I'm wrong on that number. It's a considerable amount, and so we have no idea what's going on with any of that, or what they're allowed or not allowed to do. What's off to the public. Now, one thing I think that's very interesting, and this connects Politis into the whole thing, because people talk about missing persons and this being a part of it. I think Politis is kind of the pioneer of kind of making that bridge of like, hey, there's missing persons cases, specifically national parks, but could there be a connection with this and, like Aurum, the supernatural? And I know he's kind of like iffy on like how deep he wants to make that connection, but it's interesting. And I don't know if he covered this story, but there's I'll just, the brief story of it is basically a little boy went missing. The little boy was alive, but he was told that some strange lady with like this weird thing on her face, like this writing or something, or like an image, took him down to this cave underground and have him like poop on this piece of like sticky paper. And apparently she got really mad when he couldn't, or he didn't have to go. And so she took him back up to where he was pulled or something, and that his parents found him. And when you start listening like this little boy and like hearing the account, it's like, it sounds like he's talking about a hologram, or something. And so I'm like, okay, well, I understand you got to take like that one account at face value and be like, okay, well, there's a lot of things you could take and not take with that. But it's like, okay, well, if things and people are being taken underground, like, is it possible that a lot of these missing people are being taken underground to be used for, I mean, God only knows what, like when you start like really looking to like the grays and like, human sacrifice and seeing all these things that are tied together. And of course, I know, all about adrenochrome. And I mean, like there's, the thing is the more you research into this stuff, the more you find out that a lot of these chambers that we start looking down the rabbit hole, they're all connected. All the tunnels go back to each other. And it's like you look at adrenochrome, then somehow you end up with things about like, sacrifice, and then you go cryptids, and it's like, dear God, they're all interconnected to some extent. And it's just, there's times I gotta step away because I'm like, this is too much. Like I feel like I know too much. And then in reality, you don't know nothing. There's unfortunately so much information that we'll never know. And, sometimes I'm like, do I really, if I had the chance, do I really want to know all the horrible things that are actually going on? I really don't know if I really want to. I can only imagine.
Care to know. I don't care to know.
No.
And I tell you, for example, like think about the injection of DUMBs, right? If you trace back where the DUMBs truly were injected into public consciousness,
right?
It started with the QAnon phenomenon. But prior to QAnon, there was little talk about DUMBs. There was just this kind of mumbling about DUMBs. Then when QAnon came along, it was DUMBs. It was explosions underground in the DUMBs. It was boom, 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 boom. And again, if you really just pay attention to the timelines, you can see where these things are injected in the narratives. Now, do they really exist? Of course we know they exist, right? The reason why they exist is because every actual government, like the real government itself, functions from underground. So
Right.
you got Congress, you got the Senate, you got the White House, blah bada bing bada boom. Those are facilities where people meet. But if something goes wrong, there's these things underground where people flee to, which is why politicians tend to be like, "Oh, I'm not worried about a nuclear war because me and my them and their family will be underground while all of us are getting blown to bits," right? But nonetheless, that's where your real government resides. So when I hear
Right.
people talking about dumbs, I always say to myself, okay, who am I talking to? What do they really know? What part of this are they talking about as far as, because that's where all true governments exist. You look at Russian government. There's the facility. I mean, the actual guts of what makes that government tick is it's below ground, and that's just for
Right.
safety and security reasons. So how much of it is actual government facilities where they're moving back and forth, and really how much of it is actually some secret experimental crap that's underground? So I think it's kind of gotten to the point to where it's extremely popular and nobody really knows, what's there. But we do know for a fact that all the contingencies for the American government exist underground. And so, like I said earlier, when you really do the research of where bad things happen outside of our country and they're imported into our country. They happen underground outside of our country where it's a lot easier for people to go missing, for people to come up, sliced up in the woods and nobody worry about it. And I've told this to people that were researchers, say, go and look at the number of missing people in the national forests and parks in other nations and compare them to the number of missing people here, and you will see the data. You know what I'm saying? But
It's weird.
It's
It's
crazy,
weird, man.
bro. It's insane. It's like 10x what happens here.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like, listen, like with missing persons, I know again you have to account for accidents, people just like literally legitimately wandering off and dying, human trafficking. That's a given. But we're talking about the complete insane number of people that just they were there when we went, now they're gone. Like, how is that even possible? And like you were saying, like, just the amount of like when you overlay the maps and stuff, when people are talking about like the amount of locations that people go missing with national park. It's just it's nuts. And obviously there's a whole conspiracy around that as well, that they want to keep things quiet because, again, revenue. If they were to be honest and start talking about things that actually is out there, I can't even imagine the billions of dollars in revenue they would lose. Not to mention, society would probably go crazy, and you can't have no order. It's like, and I'm sure you know this, it's like Caesar said, if you give people bread and the circus, they won't question what you're doing and what you're not doing. They're entertained. I almost wonder if that's a part of the reason why the entertainment industry even exists and why people are paid so much, is to keep you preoccupied so that you don't know what's going on. Now, to add to that, I thought this was very entertaining or interesting. It's because I said the word entertainment; it was stuck in my head. Jim Carrey, and people said this was just a bit, but it was kind of a weird bit to do on public TV. You might know about this. This is probably like in the last couple of years that he went on like Jimmy Kimmel, and he's like, I'm so tired of like the secrets and things being hidden from the public, and he's like, I'm here to just dispel all that. And he starts talking about like that these producers will make all these entertainment shows so that way you, the public, doesn't know what's going on. And for the people that are saying it's a bit, like Jimmy Kimmel's looking at him and he's kind of like laughing, but you can tell like he's nervous, like what are you doing right now? And he's talking about like he's showing I don't know if it's actually like the secret sign of the Illuminati, but he's like, yeah, he's like, I know you're in it. He's pointing to Jimmy Kimmel, and just like stuff that it's like, is he like having a legit moment? Now, there's people that were saying in the comments that they're like, oh, can't you hear the audience laughing? But when he did this, like in real time, nobody was laughing. They had to add that in afterwards.
Right.
And you just had these weird moments like that where it's like, did he just what was that? On that note as well, I don't know if you might remember Tila Tequila. She was this big like pop star back in
I remember her.
2005. Yeah, and then all of a sudden she just disappeared, right? So people say she's crazy. Now I'm not adding anything to her, her credibility or anything, but it's also interesting that she like completely disappeared from the limelight, and she came out, I want to say like maybe in the last like 7 or so years. Again, take what she said with a grain of salt, but that she was like, yeah, like there's a lot of shit that goes on behind closed doors that you wouldn't begin to, basically all the things that all of us who watch this already know about that's going on. Things about ritual abuse, sacrifice, being coerced into doing these horrible things for ludicrous amounts of money. I mean, it's the entertainment industry. Again, it's just further validation of like what we already know is happening. And of course she was shunned and like discredited, which again, that's the first step in any psyops campaign, is to do that to your enemy. And so it's just, you see these things playing out and you're like, this is basically my favorite quote of all this. The way you can summarize this is, everything is there for the eyes that can see. It's all laid out. It's all there. But most people don't have the eyes to see, and for those of us, for those of us that do, it's terrifying. Not like in a sense where like I'm scared, but just like the fact that it's so organized and on such a level that it is what's terrifying, and how much power is behind it. It's just like, wow.
No,
and so really, oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you're 100% right, and I found myself to the point now where I can tell who the good guys are by how hard they're attacked. And the harder a person is attacked and defamed and destroyed, that's the person I listen to. So if there's somebody on the news that everybody and their mama is saying is evil, is bad, is stinky, is blah, blah. Okay, let me go see what this guy's saying, because he must be saying the right thing. Or what this girl is saying, because they must be saying the right thing. And it's like we live in an upside down world. You know what I'm saying? Upside down world, it's like, okay, whatever everybody says is bad, go check and see if it's good. And it turns out to be good. For example, there was a time period where vitamin C and vitamin D were bad for you. And I was like, hold on, bro. My whole entire life, people been telling me to drink me some milk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what you trying to tell me? And I remember this. My daddy saying, boy, you need to drink your milk so you can get tall and strong, have strong bones. And I'm like, hold on, you trying to tell me that vitamin D is bad for me. Man, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. And so it's upside down now.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things to where, um, like you said, those who have the eyes to see and more importantly the ears to hear, man, you will, if you pay attention, you will see the truth because it's glaring right in front of you as it pertains to
Right.
everything. I mean, it's literally like a shiny object right there in front of you.
And well, and again, for anybody who listens to this who knows anything about how and occultism, how they communicate, it's all symbology. It's part of the reason why the Illuminati, they all have the eye thing, and they put metaphors, and maybe not metaphors, but I guess symbolic metaphors, and just symbolism in everything from movies to pop culture. It's everywhere. And if you're looking for it, you'll see it all over the place constantly. It may just be a quick little thing, but if a regular person is watching stuff, they won't catch it, like they won't pick up on it. But I look for that stuff all the time. I'm like, oh, there's another satanic reference, or even as sometimes if someone's giving a speech, they'll do a certain thing with the hand. I'm like, it's just crazy. So like a few years back, I really kind of got into like how in occultism, how they communicate, and it's all symbology. Now that doesn't mean I'm into occultism. It's just I'm just curious how they orchestrate their communication, and it's all in secrecy, right? It goes back to the whole like Freemasonry thing, and these are all discussions that we could spend 5-6 hours like going down into. Obviously, we don't have the time for that, so we're kind of just like barely like touching upon these little topics. But again, it kind of goes back to everything correlating, and like you were saying, we literally are an upside down world. And if that hasn't been more apparent than in the last couple of years, then I don't know how to make it any more clear for some of these people. Unfortunately, a lot of people like drinking the Kool-Aid and, denying that there's not things going on. But I think for myself, if I was a government and I wanted to do nefarious things, of course I would do these things to my society. I wouldn't want them to know what's really going on. And if you're understanding it from the perspective of there's some hierarchy, satanic overruling of some kind, some sort of Luciferian thing going on, then like, of course, like your whole mission is to deceive and control and, of course, like maybe possibly reduce the population, whatever it is you want to do, right? I'm not saying these things as fact. I'm just saying like a lot of things are sort of pointing in this direction, right? That's all I'm saying.
Those things are fact. Those things are fact, bro. I know it. I'll say it. Those things are fact, bro. It's in documents. It's documented in white papers. Those things are facts. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, bro. It's just a matter of navigating what's going on right now. It's factual. All that's in writing and it's everywhere.
Even like the Guidestones. Well, like what the hell's that all about? I know you know what the Guidestones
bro.
are.
That was crazy, man.
Yeah. And it's like I don't like what was that to me. Like that's either one thing. Either there's an actual like person out there who's trying to like be a hero and blew him up, but more than likely it's somebody who's trying to destroy it, maybe to detract attention away, or possibly to either create a distraction. Because I know this, that whenever there's like a big thing covered on the news, and I don't know if the Guidestones are really a big thing covered on the news, but for a perfect example, the Amber Heard case, right? That is a pretty irrelevant, stupid thing to our lives, but it was covered for like, what, a month. Now get this, right? This is just another PSYOPs thing. Sleight of hand, right? You keep the people looking over here, look at this, while we go ahead and do something over here. So why was that covered so much? Like, what were they doing behind the scenes to keep you distracted? I'm always thinking that sort of thing when like they're really pay attention into something, or really putting something out there on the news a lot that really has it doesn't pertain to anybody's personal life. It's not like a technological breakthrough or anything. It's just, here's entertainment. And why? Like, what did Johnny Depp have anything to do with? Like, why did that need to be covered? And so it's you're really dealing with master occults or master occultism and master occultist and all psyops. And when you have those things going on, people are always like, well, it's because people are dumb. No, it's honestly just at that point we're talking about like mind control. When you have people who know how the human brain works and how like the functions and the frequencies that our brains are tuned to and how you can deconstruct and rebuild the brain, this has nothing to do with IQ or intelligence, unfortunately. This has everything to do with like a complete mind control. And unless you're not in that, I mean, the more I talk about this stuff, the more I'm like, gosh, this is dark. This is getting dark.
Bro. And think about it. Watch this. This is how crazy it is. So if I'm not mistaken, the Ukraine war started in late February 2022. So February, March, April. Right as it was kicking up is when that Amber Heard trial started. So that was in the news, covering up everything that was going on in the Ukraine war, if I'm not mistaken. If I remember it correctly, because I remember sitting there saying, "Wait, we got a war going on that's going to end up having us fight NATO, but everybody's watching this broad on TV with Johnny Depp." So
Right.
it was like they couldn't roll it out quick enough to kind of to take up the news cycle, but it
I think
occupied
so.
the news cycle for a very long time. And if you remember, we came out of that, and then it was war coverage, and it was like, okay, we're not ready for them to know about this war. Then after we came out of that, boom, war, and it was like, come on, man. So it's it's almost as if people call it the Matrix. I think that's an insult to God. When people are like, oh, you can read the code of the Matrix, I think you're insulting the Most High Creator God Jehovah when you say that. So hope you get hit by a lightning bolt. But I'll say it this way: there are things that if you understand how to read the news and actually see what's going on, you'll see the cover up. If you go 3 months or 2 months prior to whatever that big news story is, that's what it is. And then as soon as that cover up story ends, it's going to be rolling to the next cycle of whatever the next thing is. And then there'll be another distraction that comes. So every distraction is the timing is off sometimes, but it's always a distraction there for people.
Yeah, no, and again, like kind of going off what you're saying, just how well orchestrated. I mean, again, it would have to be because like all MSM, for those of you who don't know what that's mainstream media. All MSM is basically tied to the same thing too. I know people take up arms about Fox or CNN, but I'm like, you don't think there isn't like one massive agenda here to push? I'm like, come on, guys. Like, of course that there's this massive correlation because why? What's the point of MSM? To create and make you think a specific way. So there can only be a mono narrative, right? And that narrative has to exist across everything, right? So that way everybody just believes and thinks one certain way. And you are seeing that more than ever. And people talk about the political divide. And I think you got to look further than that. I don't think it is a political divide and an ideology divide, but what you're really seeing is the hive mind. You're seeing how hard they're pushing the hive mind and how many people who, if they're on this side of the spectrum, they check all these boxes for what they stand and believe for, or it means what they believe for. There's no longer the individuality of like, oh, I'm this, but I also believe this. It's just black and white. And if you're not that, then you're all these things, racist, homophobic, xenophobic, this, blah, 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 and you're a hater and you're this. And it's like, I'm a Democrat, I'm a center, I'm a Republican. Like it's a crazy time, and I'm not trying to make it political. I'm just saying like that. It reminds me again of the whole psyops, like tactics where like they can totally write you off because you don't fit into the hive mind. And even growing up, like of course there's always like the Republican Democrat thing. But it doesn't even seem like it's like political anymore. It's a complete moral ideology, like way that you view and live your life. And if you don't fit this bubble, like there is something wrong with your character, your ethnic, or your ethics, your moral, everything. And it's like this is it. Like this is the mindset they want. This is it, and it's scary, man. It really is. Because before it's like people would get along, but now it's like if you don't fit in this, well, you can't be my friend. How could I possibly be a friend with someone who supports this? And it's a wild time, man. It's a really wild time watching all this unfold, and it's really even in our community seeing this kind of stuff pop up. And of course, we all know how political correctness is kind of coming in and destroyed a lot of things, unfortunately, or I guess I should say complicated things, but at the same time, I feel like a lot of this stuff has been well in the works for a long time. This is all, at least I believe a lot of this stuff has been planned out way ahead of time, almost like a T of exactly what's going to happen, when it's going to happen. Even like the whole, the everyone's talking about with the WHO, the World Economic Forum, or maybe that's not the WHO. Anyway, like the whole Great Reset, like, we don't think this has been in like the motion for a while. I really doubt a bunch of guys sat around and were like, you know what, this is going to happen. It's been in the works for a long time. In fact, I think just about everything we're seeing has probably been in the works for a very, very long time, and just things slowly get put into place. You have to wait, for years and generations that we could just like, if you, hopefully none of you out there have actually cooked or boiled a frog alive, but if you did, you wouldn't put them in water immediately. You'd slowly let the water warm up. So you slowly start putting narratives out there, and you very slowly changed the mindset of a generation. And from like, for example, like 1970s till now, 50 years, right? Look how drastic the mentality, not just the moral mentality, but the overall mentality of someone who's 21 then versus say like for you, when you were 21, completely day and night. And not just on a moral level, but from like a work ethic, entitlement, everything. I'm talking about an entire character, like your who you are, your ego, everything, night and day. And it makes me think, I'm like, what if time was never an issue for these people? What if it was just they'd follow the plan? Now, I know I'm spewing a lot out here at you, but
no, I'm with you, bro. I'm following you. I'm smelling what you're cooking for sure.
Yeah.
It almost seems as if time could not be an issue for these people. Like you are some entity outside of time and space that is planning this and it's just rolling out, which is, I'll tell people all the time when I do interviews, people are like, I can't believe you believe in Jesus and the devil. I'm like, bro, if you've seen, heard, and talked to the things I've seen and talked to the witnesses I've talked to and then had your eyes open the way my eyes have been open, you would clearly know that there is another force that's guiding these things that happen, and that force has to have been here for a very, 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 very long time. And it's just different actors, different suits that people are in that play their role. Oh, you do this part for the next 20 years, and then you do this part once he dies for the next 20 years. But it's all going down the same timeline. And it's a replay of cycles that happen over and over again. All right, Brady, we're running up on the end of time here, man. I don't think I need to tell anybody where to find you because I think everybody knows where you are and who you are. So I'm going to say this to you, man. I really enjoyed this conversation. I am down for these kind of conversations at any point in time. I think we got to find a way to hold like a hardcore discussion off of YouTube where we can really just spaz out. Maybe me, you, and Tony just go clean off because, man, it'll be crazy.
Oh, yeah.
But these are the kind of things that people in this field need to hear. You know what I'm saying? It's like people get trapped into, I want to talk about Dogman, I want to talk about Bigfoot, I want to talk about black eyed kids. And what I found is that if you're dealing with someone who's in this field, that's a creator, then their mind is completely wide open to everything that's going on, and they see all the pieces of the puzzle, as opposed to some of the other creators that I've spoken to who are like, yeah, you know, I don't believe any of that. I'm like, bro, you got to be done lost your mind, like for real, bro. But they're in the cars, and I'm like, yo, dude, like you don't see this? Nah, I don't believe that, James. You're tripping. Like, all right, keep on building your cars, and when that EMP goes off, you won't be able to drive them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, I feel like everything, you think about everything in life right now in society that's, I guess, quote unquote entertainment. It's almost like from a spiritual point of view, it's just designed to distract you, keep you from understanding the truth. What's the truth? Well, I think we know the truth, but a lot of people, they like to, again, like the devil says, I can give you bliss for days. You know, I can deal you bliss all you want. But it's when people get the truth, now it comes accountability. That's hard. That a lot of people don't like to deal with the hard news and the hard truth, you know? I think most people, it's easier to just sit with the bliss and ignorance their whole life. And it's once you get to the truth, you're like, this is a hot seat, man. It's a hot seat for sure.
All right, buddy. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get back together soon, chop it up, make some things happen, and I really appreciate you joining me, my friend.
Absolutely, man. It's been a pleasure. We'll talk